If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 301, Steve. Chapter 298. At the interstellar military headquarters of Kree, Imperial elites appointed by the Supreme Intelligence stared at the holographic images before them. The devastating flood has paralyzed hundreds of cities already, causing astronomical losses, leaving everyone's faces grim. The scale of the flood created by the enemy is increasing exponentially, said the commander of the Kree fleet with a darkened face, asking his colleagues, "My fleet has been continually attacking, but to little effect, so, do you have any good ideas now? Is the Supreme Intelligence still out of contact?" asked another Imperial elite. The Supreme Intelligence lost contact after the initial data upload, possibly due to landslides caused by the flood. The temple is damaged, and the photonic neural cables underneath are severed, cutting off our means of communication, said a tall, slender blue woman with arms crossed coldly. We must consider the worst-case scenario now. Technicians observed that the scale of the enemy's flood is increasing exponentially, said a commander holding a high-tech war axe. If we don't stop it, the flood will completely submerge this planet in 10 days. Not even 10 days, the tall, slender woman continued. In fact, in no more than 3 days, the entire Kree planet will be completely paralyzed. We don't even know which civilization the enemy comes from, or their identity. A burly high-ranking official slammed the table in frustration. Who angered this mysterious individual? It was the second guardian, Mice, someone said, but he died 3 hours ago. The enemy threw something from the sky, directly destroying the entire second anti-air military defense area. The aftershocks of the quake are still spreading across the planet, and detectors indicate something underground is moving upwards. What? The original fleet commander furrowed his brows deeply. You're saying the thing they dropped is alive? And it's still able to move after such a violent impact? At least that's what the detector shows, the person shrugged. Commander, our defense systems have completely fallen, and our communication with the Supreme Intelligence is cut off. Currently, the probability of stopping the enemy from destroying this place is only 0.035%. Should we? A slightly frail Kree tentatively said. Should we what? The fleet commander asked. Should we, tactically retreat? The Kree bit his teeth, but before he could finish, the tall, slender woman bluntly spoke for him. Nonsense, of course we should evacuate, she said coldly with arms crossed. Actually, the best solution now is to surrender or find out the reason for the enemy's attack, but, I guess you'd rather die than agree. Since that's the case, we better evacuate quickly. Elisu. Don't forget you're just the head of the Supreme Research Institute. Holding a high-tech axe and with a burly stature, a senior member of the Kree angrily roared, "Do you think everyone is only thinking about fleeing like you? There are countless Kree citizens on this planet. They won't like a leader who would abandon them at any moment." "You talk as if it's noble," Elisa directly said. "If you truly consider the welfare of these Kree citizens, then you might as well join me in surrendering to that individual. Maybe we could save these Kree citizens. I am willing to give up my dignity for their lives, can you?" What a joke. The other party stood up abruptly from his chair. The Kree Empire never surrenders. Even if the enemy possesses 4 Infinity Stones. Elisa looked at the burly Kree leader as if looking at a fool. Just because our Kree civilization's territory is vast and slightly more advanced in technology than other star civilizations, do you really think we rule the galaxy? Have you heard of the Celestials? Elisu. You. Shut up. Before the other could react further, the fleet commander suddenly stopped him and then frowned deeply at the woman. "Exalted researcher, the Infinity Stones and Celestials you mentioned are..." Elisa glanced at the fleet commander, walked over to the console and pressed a few buttons. Soon, a holographic image was displayed in front of the senior officials, which was essentially similar to what the Collector showed the Guardians of the Galaxy in the original story, explaining the origin of the Infinity Stones. The Kree female scientist briefly introduced the Infinity Stones as 6 singularities formed by the residual energy from the universe's Big Bang, each corresponding to a certain universal truth. She mentioned how an ancient celestial being once used the power of 1 Infinity Stone to destroy an entire planet with a single strike, and the video showed a celestial being holding a staff, obliterating an entire planet's surface. After watching the video, the entire conference room fell into dead silence. So, the fleet commander's blue face almost turned completely black. Just 1 Infinity Stone has the power to destroy a planet, and our great Kree civilization has inadvertently offended a monster that possesses 4 of these things. Is the power of these things really that strong? The burly Kree senior with the axe started to hesitate, seemingly looking for an excuse. If they are really that powerful, then why didn't we collect them to fight against the Nova Corps? Or are you exaggerating the power of these stones? The Infinity Stones are infinitely powerful, but extremely difficult to wield perfectly. Aliso looked at him lightly. Moreover, the location of each Infinity Stone is very secretive, and the Supreme Intelligence is not willing to waste the Empire's military power to look for such things. Wait a minute. Another Kree senior couldn't help asking, you said an Infinity Stone can destroy a planet instantly, but this guy obviously has 4 Infinity Stones, and he hasn't destroyed this place instantly. Does that mean he can't use the power of these stones? Why don't you go and try? Aliso coldly said to the senior, you pilot a spaceship, try to provoke him, insult him, and then see if he can indeed destroy the planet beneath our feet with one strike. The other party shrank his neck and said no more. However, after listening to the conversation, the battleship's commander-in-chief began to seriously contemplate. He had been ordering the fleet to attack the enemy and had personally witnessed the attack. After watching the video about the Infinity Stones, he realized that the enemy could undoubtedly use the power of these 4 stones. After all, the enemy had come alone to destroy the world, obviously fearless. He was indeed aware of the Infinity Stones, as were many present. However, everyone had only heard about them and had no idea how powerful they were until today. Knowing the power of these stones, he faced 2 options. Either evacuate quickly, as there were still many ships at Kree, which could potentially transport civilians and minimize casualties. But this wouldn't solve the problem if they didn't understand why they were targeted, as the enemy could continue to destroy planets. The Kree civilization had many colonies, but they couldn't withstand such devastation. Alternatively, as the chief researcher suggested, they could try to understand the enemy's motive. Whether it was a simple hatred for Kree civilization or something else, understanding the reason might lead to negotiation, even if it meant losing some advantages. After years of development, many high-ranking Krees had become arrogant. They obeyed the Supreme Intelligence's commands but were inherently proud and reckless. Now, with communication to the Supreme Intelligence temporarily severed, their true nature was revealing. He couldn't afford to make foolish mistakes like them, as the fate of the Kree civilization could rest in his hands. With this heavy responsibility in mind, the fleet commander seemed to have made a decision and suddenly looked up at the chief researcher, Aliso. Aliso, I have a task I'd like to entrust to you, he said seriously. I want you to take over and help evacuate the Kree civilians from this planet. I'll give you the necessary authority. You're right, we need to understand why we're being targeted, and for that, I plan to meet them in person. The room erupted in chaos at his statement, with his aide protesting, arguing that anyone could go in his place. But the commander insisted that to solve a problem, one must show sincerity. Just then, the communication device on the table suddenly rang loudly, surprising everyone with the news that communication with the Supreme Intelligence had been restored. Chapter 302, Steve Chapter 299. The Supreme Intelligence communication is restored. As the communication device lit up, the high-ranking officials of the Kree Empire all showed expressions of surprise, and a few of them even heaved a sigh of relief. That's great, now we have a solution. Yes, just listen to the Supreme Intelligence's command. A few slightly frail Kree people also nodded and echoed, the commands of the Supreme Intelligence have never been wrong, we just need to follow them. Hurry and turn on the communicator. A burly Kree man holding a high-tech battle axe immediately waved his hand. Soon the communicator was turned on, and the command of the Supreme Intelligence was transmitted. Since the Supreme Intelligence is akin to artificial intelligence, the command was not a video but simply a text. The text itself didn't contain much information. Just a short sentence. All high-ranking officials of the Kree Empire, please take note, proceed immediately to the temple and surrender unconditionally to the invader. What? Upon seeing this command, the high-ranking Kree officials were in an uproar. How can this be? One of the Kree officials saw the command and immediately showed a disbelieving expression. What's going on with the Supreme Intelligence? How can we surrender unconditionally? Yes. Immediately someone else couldn't help but burst out angrily. The Kree Empire is the most powerful military empire, even capable of waging war against both the Nova Corps and the Skrull civilization. How can we surrender so easily? What is going on with the Supreme Intelligence? Do you think the Supreme Intelligence might have been threatened? Another official pondered and said, it is the Supreme Deity that governs everything in our Kree civilization, but clearly, it is also a being with its own thoughts. Do you think the Supreme Intelligence might be scared? In my opinion, it's more likely it has short-circuited. A Kree official with 2 metal ornaments on his head snorted coldly, the Supreme Intelligence is artificial intelligence. Now, the scale of the water released by the invader is so vast it could turn this place into an oceanic planet. The temple of the Supreme Intelligence has been submerged for 3 hours already. Who knows if it has short-circuited? I don't care, I cannot accept the decision of the Supreme Intelligence. The initial Kree official spoke again, even if we are to surrender, it's impossible to go to the temple now. Each one of us is the highest elite of the Kree civilization. If the invader kills us all, then the Kree Empire is truly finished. The Supreme Intelligence has already uploaded its original data to the server. As long as we are alive, we can create a new Supreme Intelligence anytime. Right. We must find a way to survive. Exactly. We are the future of Kree civilization. Only if we survive, the Kree Empire will not perish. The crowd argued noisily, nearly everyone pointing the finger at the Supreme Intelligence, the Empire's artificial intelligence that they had once respected, now showing a completely different attitude from the beginning. And the fleet commander in Elyso just watched them, not saying a word. Elyso simply didn't want to bother with them. And the fleet commander knew that even if he gave orders now, it would be useless. The moment they decided to defy the Supreme Intelligence's command, the entire power structure of the Empire had already begun to crumble. The Supreme Intelligence is a deity created by the people of Kree. They created the deity for their benefit, but when the deity could no longer bring them benefits, instead bringing calamity and death, they were willing to abandon it. The so-called deity. Of course, it could be discarded. Upon realizing the futility of the situation, the fleet commander sighed helplessly and let them act on their own. Soon, the Kree higher UPS concluded their discussion. The decision was to first flee the area, retain their strength to the greatest extent, and then gather all the Kree civilization's fleets and living forces from outside to figure out how to eliminate the despicable invader. As for the innocent Kree citizens they often mentioned, they had essentially been honorably sacrificed. There was no choice, after all, they were the true elite of the Kree civilization. They weren't selfishly clinging to life, but had to survive for the sake of the entire Kree civilization. It was a hard choice, and they were pained by the loss of these Kree people, but at this point, these individuals could only sacrifice themselves for the nation. The Kree civilization would remember their dedication and sacrifice. Moreover, retreating 10,000 steps, it wasn't these higher UPS who had killed them. It was the invader who had summoned the terrible flood. Everything was his fault, and if the Kree people were to hate, they should hate him. After the discussion was concluded, the higher UPS immediately prepared to take action. However, a few of them noticed the fleet commander and intended to ask for his opinion. Commander-in-Chief, what do you suggest we do now? Me. The fleet commander looked at everyone present, pondered for a moment, and then said, you can evacuate first. I will send fleets to continue attacking the invaders while covering your retreat. You all are the hope of the Kree people, leave as soon as possible. Is that so? That's really great. After hearing the fleet commander's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't help it, after all, the other party currently had a fleet in hand. It would be bad for both sides if they were forced to surrender, but fortunately, the commander had finally come to his senses. The scale of the flood was still increasing exponentially. Time was running out for everyone. So, after the discussion, the group of higher UPS quickly left the Imperial Conference Room, contacting their own small private fleets, taking their families and personal belongings, and hurriedly leaving the planet. However, it is worth mentioning that the chief Imperial researcher did not leave. Elyso, are you willing to stay here now? The fleet commander looked at her and then asked, or if you've changed your mind, it's okay, you can leave the planet now. What do you want me to do? Elyso asked. Take over the 1st, 2nd, and 4th fleet groups, save the Kree citizens here as quickly as possible, and then take them to escape to other star systems. The fleet commander said, as for myself, I plan to execute the command of the Supreme Intelligence, I will personally meet the invader. I see. Elyso's face showed no emotion, but she nodded slightly, I agree to your request. You possess the true courage and honor of the Kree people. I wish you a safe return. After saying that, she turned and left directly. Meanwhile, the fleet commander watched her leave, then took a deep breath and walked towards the area where his private ship was docked. At the same time, elsewhere, under the mountain range where the supreme temple of the Kree civilization is located. Fang Mo was strolling in the ocean of hot springs. The Tide Talisman granted immunity to suffocation and the ability to control water currents. In the water, he felt like the king of the sea, completely comfortable. At this moment, Fang Mo was slowly dismantling the supreme temple in front of him. This metallic temple of the Kree civilization was said to house the physical body of the highest wisdom, a biological computer. Fang Mo intended to dismantle it to perhaps unlock a module or something. It has to be said that this metal temple was quite sturdy. Even now, the mountain under Fang Mo's feet was nearly washed away, yet the temple remained undamaged, likely made of some alien alloy, and its structure was quite complex. Fang Mo, worried about accidentally killing the Supreme Intelligence, didn't dare to exert too much force and could only peel it layer by layer. Just as Fang Mo thought. When he opened the shell of the metal temple, a system prompt soon rang in his mind. System prompt, new module characteristic detected, research to gain download permission. Hearing the system prompt, Fang Mo stopped his dismantling and began to examine the temple's interior. It must be said, the temple built by the Kree was indeed magnificent. Even now submerged in water, it looked beautiful, having a kind of religious aesthetic, like the classical cathedrals on Earth, only this structure was entirely metallic. Fang Mo took a brief tour inside the temple and soon found something like an altar. He recognized it. It seemed to be a device for communicating with the highest wisdom. In the original Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers communicated with the Supreme Intelligence using this. Fang Mo wondered if the module might be triggered by this device and walked straight to the altar. When he stood on the altar, a pale blue liquid metal surged from the glass panel below, and this living metal began to extend upwards slowly, turning into something like a neural signal connector, covering Fang Mo's fingertips, wrists, temples, etc. Fang Mo, feeling the electrical signals from the living metal, relaxed his mind. Quickly, a mental link was established between them. When Fang Mo opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast space. He was standing on a flat metallic platform, surrounded by an endless black sea, the sky covered in heavy lead grey clouds, with only a few strands of light barely penetrating, trying to illuminate this dim world. While Fang Mo was observing his surroundings, suddenly, a beam of light struck down vertically above the sea in front of him, the water boiled, and a young figure slowly emerged. This sudden appearance attracted Fang Mo's attention, so he instinctively glanced at the other. The figure was a young girl. Fang Mo's first impression of her was delicate. The girl looked very small, with tiny, pale hands, wrists, and ankles, and even her shoulders seemed narrow. She was wearing a pure white short-sleeved nightdress, her hair black, but seemingly softer and fluffier than normal, draping softly behind her, about waist length, with long, slightly messy bangs, making her face look small and somewhat serene. As for her features, first, her skin was really white. But it looked somewhat unhealthy, as it was a bloodless pale. Her eyes were curved like crescents, eyelashes slightly curling upwards, giving a cute impression, though she seemed to have dark circles. Her small nose, thin lips were slightly pursed, also looking pale. She was wearing pure white stockings on her legs, barefoot, standing on the cold metallic floor. Fang Mo took a brief look. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Truthfully, he hadn't seen this girl before. Given her cute, albeit somewhat gloomy appearance and unexpectedly high beauty, it was something Fang Mo would have remembered if he had seen before. Clearly, such a person couldn't exist in reality. Probably only in some anime world would there be such a high beauty. Supreme Intelligence. After pondering for a while, Fang Mo took the initiative to ask. Yes. The girl nodded gently, her voice soft and pleasant. May I ask, how should I address you? You can call me hubby, Fang Mo said. Chapter 303, Steve Chapter 300. You can call me hubby, Fang Mo seriously said. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Intelligence fell silent for a moment before speaking. The term you mentioned doesn't refer to a name, right? A name is just a boring code. Fang Mo waved his hand elegantly. Of course, if you feel embarrassed, you can also call me commander, teacher, trainer, doctor, traveler, summoner, knight, master, captain, admiral, plumber, astronaut, and so on. Are these all your titles? The Supreme Intelligence, being only the leader of the Kree civilization, of course didn't understand the jokes in Fang Mo's words, and after a slight tilt of the head in thought, said, since that's the case, then I will call you traveler, esteemed traveler. May I ask why you suddenly attacked the Kree civilization? That's a question for your Kree people. Fang Mo spread his hands and then walked up to the Supreme Intelligence. Speaking of which, may I touch you? May I refuse? The Supreme Intelligence took a step back in fear. Actually, you should be aware that this is meaningless. This is a virtual world constructed by programs, and the body you are seeing now is an image projected by your subconscious choice. I don't actually look like this. You mean, you are an image projected by my subconscious? Fang Mo asked, stroking his chin. Yes. The Supreme Intelligence nodded. This is a mapping program I set up long ago. Every Kree person is like this. In my presence, they can see the image of the person they most admire, love deeply, or fear the most, the one who influences them the deepest in their subconscious. So according to you, what influences me the most is a guy who pokes my XP but I have never met. Fang Mo retorted, so my subconscious is just a pervert who likes to fantasize. Or it might be someone you once looked forward to. The Supreme Intelligence, not daring to affirm, quickly changed the statement. Everyone's projection is different, and I'm not clear about your situation. The initial purpose of this program was just to communicate better with the Kree people. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Fang Mo nodded thoughtfully. Esteemed traveler, did a certain Kree person anger you? The focus of the Supreme Intelligence is completely different from Fang Mo's, as it's trying to analyze the reason for Fang Mo's attack on the Kree civilization. Through the previous conversation, it now has some guesses. Please believe me, it was just the behavior of individual Kree people and does not represent the entire Kree civilization's attitude towards you. Then can you represent the Kree civilization? Fang Mo looked at the girl in front of him, who appeared like a young animal, and asked. Of course. The Supreme Intelligence suddenly felt uneasy, but still firmly said, I am the Supreme Leader of the Kree, and my will represents all Kree. Then let me touch it, Fang Mo said. The Supreme Intelligence fell silent for a moment, then whispered, Traveler, if I use up all my computing power, we will both be trapped in this mental world. Come on, look at this. Fang Mo thought, and a sparkling golden gem appeared in his hand. Repeat what you just said. Well, only for a little while. The Supreme Intelligence resignedly closed its eyes. After all, as the Supreme Artificial Intelligence leader of the Kree civilization, the Supreme Intelligence's ability to process and compute data was indeed outstanding, and the models it constructed far exceeded Fang Mo's imagination. It's so lifelike. Fang Mo couldn't help but exclaim. So, traveler, can you spare the Kree civilization? The demeanor of the Supreme Intelligence was somewhat awkward and strange. After all, it was the sacred leader revered by the Kree people. This was the first time it had encountered such an embarrassing situation. I can assure you that the Kree have absolutely no malice towards you. If I let the Kree civilization off just because you asked, wouldn't that be a loss of face for me? Fang Mo's thoughts shifted slightly, and a white, warm towel appeared out of nowhere. While wiping his hands, he said nonchalantly, originally, you Kree insulted me, called me an ant, an idiot, and finally wanted to kill me. Now, you come forward to apologize and I should forgive them? How about if I exterminate you and then apologize, would that work? What would it take to appease your anger? The Supreme Intelligence pursed its lips, looking a bit anxious. I can have all the Imperial elites personally apologize to you. If you want, I'm willing to cede some of the Empire's territory to you, or whoever angered you, I can personally execute them. You're quite sensible. Fang Mo glanced at the Supreme Intelligence, realizing that this artificial intelligence indeed had its merits, at least much smarter than ordinary Kree people. Of course. The most important thing is that its appearance is really pleasing. Both sides came to do business, one side all trolls like Ma Baokuo, Blue Demon Ji, Micro Boxer Han Wang Yang, Professor Sheep and other precious beings, while the other side was cute beings like Clay, Conan, Ghibli, Coco, and Nazada. Except for the little blacks who might unhesitatingly choose the brother. Other normal people would choose the latter. Cuteness is justice, and cuteness is truth. All beings standing on the earth, there will always be a small handful of high-value individuals who are favored. The world has always been like this, never changed. How about this, I'll give you a chance. Fang Mo thought for a moment and then said to the Supreme Intelligence, this planet is definitely doomed, consider it a lesson for you. Now have all the Kree elites come to apologize to me, then take me to see your civilization's features, I will reluctantly forgive you, and you have to come with me. What do you mean I have to come with you? The Supreme Intelligence was stunned upon hearing this. I just said, everything now is just virtual. Manual stimulation is not mating, but the pleasure is real. Fang Mo smiled and spread his hands, so, stop worrying about useless things. Hurry and have them come over to apologize, then follow me obediently. The Kree civilization can still be saved, after all. I'm not some demon. What if they don't want to come over? Asked the Supreme Intelligence hesitantly. What will be the consequences? I will hunt down the Kree until only the last pair of male and female remain, Fang Mo calmly stated. The man will stay by my side to clean toilets, and the woman will be given to the cosmic collector Tanelier Tavan as a limited edition action figure. I would call it, the torment of male and female. I understand, said the Supreme Intelligence, its gaze flickering before quickly changing the subject. By the way, from what you said earlier, it seems you are very interested in the characteristics of Kree civilization. What specifically are you referring to? All of it, Fang Mo said without hesitation. Of course, there was no other way. Fang Mo didn't know what to touch to unlock the module, just like he didn't know Drax could unlock the shit module, so he had to try touching everything. Upon hearing Fang Mo's words, the Supreme Intelligence also pondered for a moment. Honestly, if this invader really wanted to understand the characteristics of Kree civilization, the planet Hala under his feet would undoubtedly be the most convenient way. But since Fang Mo had already made it clear that the planet was doomed, the Supreme Intelligence had to think of other methods. Being an artificial intelligence, the Supreme Intelligence, after briefly pondering, immediately came up with an idea. That is, in this virtual mental space, to introduce various characteristics of Kree civilization to Fang Mo. After all, the Supreme Intelligence had integrated the memories of countless elite Kree people after their death, making its knowledge vast. Introducing these things to Fang Mo was quite simple and could also buy some time. So the Supreme Intelligence began introducing the aspect of technology, which the Kree were most proud of. Fang Mo initially listened with a try-and-see attitude. However, it wasn't long before system notification sounds began to ring in his mind. Upon hearing the notifications, Fang Mo's face immediately broke into a smile. He hadn't expected that the Supreme Intelligence's knowledge sharing could unlock modules, this was too convenient. But before he could enjoy his excitement for long, the system suddenly announced a module name that gave him psychological shadows. System notification, detected new module characteristics, researched to obtain download permissions. System notification, researched periodic table of elements, rational or vein structure, voltage grading mechanism, large-scale industrial assembly lines, modern metal forging techniques, powdered modern alloy sintering process, fusion nuclear energy, crop genetic engineering, quantum theory, silicon rock materials, nanocircuit and data processing clusters, force field generators and other concepts. You have obtained download permission for a new module. System notification, Greg Tech module begins downloading. Chapter 304, Chapter 301, Mod and Stuff. System notification, Greg Tech mod download initiated. When Fang Mo heard the name of the mod, the smile on his face immediately froze. The Supreme Intelligence on the other side hadn't realized the severity of the situation yet and continued to introduce various facilities and history of the Kree civilization. However, at that moment, Fang Mo had only one thing on his mind. Damn, the server host installed Greg Tech. But my partner isn't here. Damn it, the system actually backstabbed me. Thinking this, Fang Mo couldn't help but curse out loud, are you blind? Look at this mod, do you think I can even play it? As everyone knows, Greg Tech is a KR series mod. Well, just kidding. As the name suggests, Greg Tech is a technological mod. But how to put it? Though it's also about making machines, Greg Tech is notoriously hardcore. If thermal expansion is child's play in the world of tech mods, then Greg Tech is undoubtedly the equivalent of a Arlihian text, the Worm Bible, the Cannibal Cult Rituals, the Sussex Manuscript, or the Philosophical Book of Azathoth. Innocent new players who touch Greg Tech mod immediately become sufferers. They would sit in front of the workbench, dazed, occasionally muttering blasphemous murmurs. I just wanted to make an iron sword, why do I need a file and hammer? Why do 2 iron ingots only make 1 iron plate? Where do I mine for bronze ore? Soon, they would utter incomprehensible mutterings and laughter. He, I've found a graphite ore vein. The petrochemical line is so much fun, hee. I've been grinding alone for 3 years. Guys, I finally made the full set of steam machines, haha. Eventually, everyone falls into complete madness. No one is spared from the ordeal. To be honest, Fang Mo really dislikes this mod. It's one of the few mods that he can't understand even with JEI added. Greg Tech 4 is okay. Back then, it was just an industrial age add-on in the 1.6.2 version, with an acceptable increase in difficulty. The textures were pretty, and it was a fun yet challenging industrial mod. Although hardcore, he and his partner enjoyed it. But everything changed when Greg Tech upgraded to the January 7th, 10 version. The mod, it just started acting up. Hundreds of new ores, each with states of depletion, powder, impurity, and purity, and large ore vein clusters distributed in the clouds. It even blocked the generation of original ores. The first time Fang Mo played, he stared at the giant magnetite ore and fell into deep thought. For something as simple as fries, Pam's harvest craft would at most require a potato, a cup of oil, and a knife. But with Greg Tech, you'd first need an assembler, then glue, a battery, energy, and paper. You'd make a paper carton for the fries, then treat the raw potato strips in a chemical washer with hot frying oil. Oh right, cutting raw potato strips requires a knife, meaning you'd need a file, a metal plate, and a hammer. What a stupid hassle. How desperate must Fang Mo be to want to add this mod to his world? System notice, Greg Tech mod download complete, load now. Although adding a lucky block sounds good. So, after hearing the system's prompt, Fang Mo's demeanor changed. He suddenly revealed an expression like Rohan at the Louvre, but I refuse to load the Greg Tech mod. Hearing this, the system seemed to freeze for a moment. But Fang Mo's system is thoughtless, just a simple mod integrator, so quickly, it continued to work as usual. System notice, Greg Tech mod loading failed. System notice, detected that you have downloaded and abandoned a new mod. Please choose one or more keywords as your reason for abandoning the mod. After answering truthfully, you will receive a lucky block as a reward. System notice, what is your reason for abandoning the mod? A. The mod is too difficult. B. The mod is boring. C. Not interested in the mod. D. Never heard of this mod. E. Affects normal gameplay. F. Worried about conflicts between mods. G. Too many mods and don't want to continue integrating. Hey! After listening to the system prompt, Fang Mo was stunned, giving a lucky block for abandoning a mod. Is it that user-friendly? Since the system was so considerate, Fang Mo didn't feel like cursing anymore. So, he directly chose options absef with his mind, basically indicating the mod is too difficult, uninteresting, and not worth playing. Actually, there's another reason why Fang Mo dislikes Greg Tech. That is to say, this mod only increases the difficulty of the game without providing any corresponding equipment for this difficulty level. Even the Industrial Age 2 mod added a set of quantum armor to the game. Quantum armor from ancient times could even withstand void damage, but as version updates went on, it was nerfed heavily. Now it's only good for bullying vanilla monsters, quite underwhelming. But at least they showed some initiative. This tedious progress of gameplay, dealing with chemical lines and reactors, just designing automation makes my scalp tingle. Isn't it reasonable to provide players with a set of powerful equipment to show off? But what's the result? Nothing. What's the point then? After receiving Fang Mo's selection, the system quickly responded. System notification, key phrase for abandoning the mod has been mastered, searching. Search complete, detected that this mod has affected your normal gaming experience. You can open the corresponding mod configuration file by silently thinking configuration list and disable the changes this mod makes to the world. System notification, for answering honestly, you have been awarded a lucky block. System notification, the Greg Tech mod is currently not loaded. If you wish to load it, you can open the mod integration options by silently thinking mod list, to load or disable certain mods. Hey! Upon hearing the system's prompt, Fang Mo was stunned. Damn! Configuration files? Can I change that? Although Fang Mo is just an explorer-type player and has never managed a server or anything, he knows how powerful configuration files can be. Being able to change this aspect of code is like modifying the rules and causality of the block world, a veritable creator. With that thought, he silently recited configuration list. As expected, a torrent of various information instantly flooded his mind. Not only the configuration list of Greg Tech, but Fang Mo also saw other mods' configuration lists, like Pam's Harvest Craft, Mutant Creatures, Botania, Tinker's Construct, Nuclear Craft, even the configuration file for a poop mod. Seeing this scene, it was as if Fang Mo had opened the doors to a new world. He casually picked up a configuration file from Pam's Harvest Craft and started reading. Logically speaking, as Fang Mo is not a programmer, he shouldn't understand these configuration files. But strangely, it's as if he has some kind of power within him, not the function brought by a localization mod, but another kind of instinct, or inborn talent. Fang Mo could inexplicably understand the meaning of these chaotic codes like rules, and read every symbol representing order. Fang Mo briefly browsed through the configuration file of Pam's Harvest Craft. He quickly found the relevant ratio. Like a waterfall, data flowed in Fang Mo's eyes. He saw many configurations that were previously unmodifiable, such as the distribution of beehives, the growth speed of crops, the burst rate of various orchard foods on the ground. Fang Mo even found the configuration related to modifying the saturation of Pam's Harvest Craft. Configuration: whether to disable the saturation recovery rate of vanilla ingredients. The current configuration is disabled. Fang Mo turned his will into an invisible hand and gently flicked on this code. It's like the fingertips plucking the strings of a zither, and a breeze passing over the willow leaves. The original configuration data suddenly became blurred and distorted for a moment, and then the entire configuration data changed into another look. Configuration: whether to disable the original food ingredients satiety recovery rate. The current configuration is disable. Damn, really works. Seeing this scene, Fang Mo also widened his eyes. Realizing he could modify the configuration files, Fang Mo suddenly had a subtle feeling, as if he truly became the god of that world. With a flick of his fingertips, he could easily modify the order and rules of this world. However, it didn't last long. The godlike feeling faded away again. Because Fang Mo tried to modify another piece of code, he tried to change the number of honeycombs produced by the queen bee in the Palmas farm from the system default of 10 to the system limit of 32,767, but a system prompt sound popped up instead. System prompt: insufficient permissions. After hearing the system prompt, Fang Mo was stunned for a moment. This was the second time the system reminded him of insufficient permissions, and the first time, if he remembered correctly, seemed to be when he tried to stab Steve with an insect arrow. Undeterred, Fang Mo tried again. This time he changed the number of honeycombs generated from the original 10 to 2, and it unexpectedly succeeded. Fang Mo stroked his chin, then tried setting the number to 11, and sure enough, a prompt for insufficient permissions popped up again. Fang Mo stroked his chin and nodded subconsciously. So it seems, my current permissions can only decrease values, but for configurations like disabling or enabling, I can choose to turn it off. But while Fang Mo was pondering his permissions, he suddenly heard the voice of Supreme Wisdom. Traveler, are you still listening to me? And with its voice, another system prompt sounded. System prompt: new module feature detected, research to obtain download permissions. Chapter 305, Chapter 302, Mod and Stuff, 2. When Fang Mo left the capital of Kree, Hala Star, 3 days had already passed. It must be said that the Supreme Intelligence is indeed a flexible entity, and perhaps the best thing the Kree have done over the years is to let it rule the Kree civilization. As an artificial intelligence born from a biological computer, the Supreme Intelligence has certain emotions, but it does not act rashly. Compared to the ordinary Kree, its thought process is more akin to absolute rationality and is not affected by arrogance, bias, hatred, and other emotional influences. With the help of the Supreme Intelligence, Fang Mo unlocked 12 different modules. Besides the initial Gretuk, Fang Mo also unlocked more power facilities associated with the Industrial Age 2, Koyan, Advanced Solar, Energy Control, Level Storage, Gravitational Armor, and Immersive Engineering, Greg Stargate, Flux Networks, Technological Renaissance, and even another version of Greg Tech, which was previously mentioned as Greg Tech 4. In truth, the modules Fang Mo unlocked earlier did not differentiate between versions. For instance, Thermal Expansion or Tinker's Construct have different versions, but the version Fang Mo possesses combines almost all the features of all versions. Particularly with Tinker's Construct, his version not only includes the daggers, aluminum resistant to acid, or berry bushes from version 1 but also the indestructible enhancement unique to version 2, essentially combining all the advantages of both versions. However, GregTech is a module. Its 4th and 5th generations are almost entirely different versions with distinct textures, settings, technological development lines or distribution, voltage and wiring, and the original game's resources interference and impact. They are so different they're like two entirely separate modules. Thus, Fang Mo ended up with two versions of the GregTech module. But before he could even begin to complain about it, the system prompted him again. System prompt, GregTech 4 module load successful. System prompt, as you have downloaded and run a new module, you have received a lucky block that will randomly draw an item from any known module. System prompt, detection of over 90% overlap between Technological Renaissance module and GregTech 4 module. Would you like to merge them? What? After hearing the system prompt, Fang Mo was momentarily stunned. However, having the precedent of the full Bamboo Sakura package, he began to recall the related information about these two modules after a brief moment of confusion. As Fang Mo had mentioned earlier, even though many people still love GregTech after its revision, many players deeply miss its pre-revision state. Therefore, an author followed the procedures and codes of GregTech 4 to write a completely new module, which started updating from version January 7, 10 and continued up to version 1.12.2 without stopping. And this module is the Technological Renaissance. It can be said that the Technological Renaissance is a high-version replica of GregTech 4. Since it's a replica mod, it also seems normal for mod fusion prompts to appear after installation. Fang Mo didn't think much of it, after all, he wouldn't play either of these mods. These heavy industry things are not even something he would touch. Studying the workbench for long leads to high blood pressure, let alone researching GregTech, wouldn't that cause a brain hemorrhage? Fusion is fusion, after all, it's not a loss to him. System prompt, GregTech 4 and Technological Renaissance have been fused. Would you like to name it? Fang Mo really wanted to name this mod Cerebral Thrombosis Technology, but after some thought, he gave up and randomly stitched a name for it. System prompt, GregTech Technological Renaissance mod has been named. Would you like to load it? System prompt, GregTech Technological Renaissance mod has been loaded successfully. System prompt, as you have downloaded and run a brand new mod, you have received a lucky block, which will randomly draw an item from any known mod. System prompt, as you have fused and named a new mod, you have earned a mod linkage right. This linkage right allows the GregTech Technological Renaissance mod to link with any mod you have loaded once, randomly generating some new items or new settings. Old rules, Tinker's Construct mod, let's go. After tasting the sweetness last time, Fang Mo caught hold of the versatile Tinker's Construct mod and confirmed directly. System prompt, GregTech Technological Renaissance mod will soon be linked with Tinker's Construct mod, this action will consume one of your mod linkage rights, confirmed. System prompt, GregTech Technological Renaissance mod has been linked with Tinker's Construct mod, game content has been updated, please explore the specific changes on your own. After hearing the system prompt, Fang Mo immediately controlled Steve to flip through the Tinker's Compendium. Compared to the last Bamboo and Cherry full package, this time the GregTech Technological Renaissance mod made even more changes to Tinker's. Fang Mo glanced through it, and his eyes almost blurred. Just the materials. It added countless kinds of strange materials. Like tungsten steel, chromium, plutonium, lanthanum, silicon, vanadium, manganese, antimony, thulium, neptunium, lutetium, osmium, nichrome alloy, beryllium alloy, stainless steel, wrought iron, solder, hastelloy, solid UU matter, adamantium alloy, element 0 ingots, and a whole bunch of other messy things. Of course. It's not to say that these materials all have new properties. Common materials like nickel-chromium alloys, stainless steel, wrought iron, osmium, and chromium have ordinary properties like increased durability, lightness, and extended usage time. Other materials used in crafting also have these properties. However, materials like plutonium, adamantium alloys, solid UU matter, lambdium, and element 0 are quite impressive. Plutonium inherently has two properties, one called radioactive toxicity and the other chain reaction. Radioactive toxicity can cause effects similar to withering or poisoning, and it can also be combined with other negative effects. For instance, when used in darts, it can cause withering, radiation, poisoning, and bleeding, essentially poisoning the target to death. The chain reaction property is even more outrageous. In the game, by pressing a special button and using it, it can instantly deplete all durability and cause a massive outbreak, instantly mining a large number of blocks or causing extremely high area damage. Beyond these crafting materials, there are also various bizarre enhancement methods added after collaboration. For example, using an industrial blast furnace in conjunction with a vacuum condenser to process crafting tools can complete an enhancement called vacuum deep cold heat treatment, which can increase most of the properties of the crafting tools by 15% to 200%. Of course, these are just the tip of the iceberg of these bizarre enhancements. There are even stranger things to come. For example, by integrating a LESU controller into crafting weapons, it then becomes a battery, providing power to other electrical devices. The durability consumed during its use also becomes the consumption of electricity. The most bizarre part is that you can continuously enhance it with something called a LESU storage unit. The more times it is enhanced, the higher the total electricity. Then there's something called a zero-point module, which after enhancement, has unlimited electricity. There are also enhancements involving stuffing a nuclear fusion control computer and nuclear bombs into weapons, allowing the weapon to harness the power of nuclear energy, creating nuclear explosions with a right click, perfectly complementing the chain reaction of plutonium metal. In addition to this, there are enhancements like mixed iridium tungsten blocks, quantum boxes and barrels, magical energy, magical materials, and dragon egg energy absorbers, ultimate cheat armor, and even Dogecoin enhancements. It's no exaggeration to say that each of these enhancements is challenging the limits of one's understanding. Chapter 306, Chapter 303, Can you stop comparing me to Tyson? Compared to the last mod integration, Fang Mo felt more satisfied with this integration. As everyone knows, GregTech is a mod that only allows you to create machines and production lines, there are no items or equipment to show off. But this mod integration almost perfectly solved this problem. He is already thinking, if he uses plutonium metal combined with the explosive Megatama from the full set of Sakura bamboo, to make a flying knife, and then enhance it with a nuclear bomb, wouldn't throwing one knife be equivalent to a mini atomic bomb? When the time comes, he will fly to the Bladder Island and close his eyes to perform a scatter of heavenly maidens. Wow, a diffusion of a million little boys. Quantum tank enhancement can allow tools to store a type of liquid, with a maximum storage of 2.1 billion, but this enhancement is limitless, as long as you have enough enhancement slots, you can infinitely enhance it. Not to mention draining the ocean, if you are awesome enough, draining the high-temperature plasma from the sun is no problem. Then there's the so-called ultimate cheat armor enhancement, which is even more outrageous. It lists infinite energy, damage negation, speed boost, immunity to fire, suffocation, and hunger, automatic health regeneration, permanent invisibility, automatic lighting. Thankfully, these are items from creative mode, otherwise, it would be too much, almost reaching the level of the avaricious armor. As for the magical energy absorber enhancement, the Tinker's construct description says it can convert any magic into electrical energy. False electricity generation, monster conveyor belts, small black towers, pigment towers, and creating a simple iron farm using villagers and zombies. Real electricity generation, tricking Doctor Strange and his parallel universe counterparts, inserting a sword into each of their chests to form an array, and using superconducting cables to provide clean energy for all humanity. There's even a Dogecoin enhancement. It's said to be able to consume a certain durability to summon a phantom Shiba Inu to attack enemies, but whether it's the strong muscle annoyance Doge or the crying Chimes, that's uncertain. It seems quite interesting. Personally, Fang Mo likes it. To be honest, he's very satisfied with this integration, this is what GregTech should be. Although he can't produce most of these things himself, he believes it's only temporary. Fang Mo knows he has a long way to go, and who knows when he might unlock mods like JEI. Seeing the crafting list afterward, Fang Mo feels that he can challenge these mods after all, it's also a way to pass time. In summary, Fang Mo found this trip to the Kree civilization very profitable. The Supreme Wisdom kept educating Fang Mo over these 3 days, allowing him to unlock 12 mods. Although all these 12 mods are tech-oriented, and 2 of them are GregTech mods, making Fang Mo refer to the Kree civilization as Mod Hell, those 12 lucky blocks are indeed real. Seeing the pile of lucky blocks in Steve's backpack, Fang Mo's mood improved a lot. It's worth mentioning that during this period, a high-level Kree actually came to apologize to him. Only one Kree came to apologize, and Fang Mo was about to get angry, but the other party claimed that he had eliminated all the other high levels and now he is the only high level, willing to surrender unconditionally on behalf of the entire Kree Empire. To be honest, Fang Mo was stunned for a moment. But later, this was confirmed by Star-Lord and others. They witnessed the scene on the Milano, the Kree Civil War, a bunch of luxurious private ships trying to flee the planet first, then being shot down by another powerful fleet, without exception. Curious, Fang Mo even used the Mind Stone to probe the other party and found that he was not lying. Since the situation was as such, Fang Mo didn't want to trouble the Kree civilization anymore, so he directly dismantled the temple, stabbed the sword into the Supreme Intelligence's body, and sealed it within the sword. Thus, Fang Mo unlocked another brain in a vat element and 10% of an unknown mod. After sealing the Supreme Intelligence, Fang Mo pulled out the hot spring sword and then returned to the Milano, letting a confused Rocket Raccoon pilot the spaceship, leaving the planet hollow which had completely turned into an oceanic biome. All of the above. That was Fang Mo's entire trip to the Kree. So where are we heading now? Rocket Raccoon, piloting the spaceship, said, "We don't have much fuel left, only enough for 3 more jumps. Then let's first go to Xandar to refuel." Fang Mo, sitting in the co-pilot seat, was still studying the Supreme Intelligence sword, said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Didn't we already agree with Star-Lord? After ending the Kree civilization's journey, we'll find a way to punch his dad to death. Xandar is indeed close, but I'm a bit worried about you suddenly wanting to do a planet spa on Xandar." Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes and said, "I think we'd better go to the black market to refuel, the fuel there is cheaper anyway." "Whatever." Fang Mo nodded and continued to fiddle with the Supreme Intelligence sword in his hands. After sealing the Kree's artificial intelligence leader, this sword has now taken on a cyberpunk style. The entire sword became a non-reflective black metal, with no traditional edges on the sides. A glowing round blue crystal was embedded on the sword edge. From this blue crystal extended many circuit-like blue neon lines, enveloping the entire sword, emitting a blue light that flickers and dims rhythmically, like breathing, filling the entire sword with a kind of light pollution visual effect. It's not hard to tell from the appearance that this sword is not known for its attacking power. Speaking of which, Rocket Raccoon, probably bored of piloting the ship, started chatting again with Fang Mo. "Quill's dad is a planet, right? So how do you plan to deal with it? Are you going to flood it to death? Floods can only destroy civilizations and ecosystems." Fang Mo, without lifting his head, said, "Pouring water onto a planet, the water will become part of the planet, okay? And you're dreaming of drowning a planet with a flood. Tyson is smarter than you. Can you stop comparing me to Tyson?" Rocket Raccoon couldn't help saying, "At least pick someone I know." "I don't even know who that is, okay? Well." Fang Mo pondered for a moment, "Teddy is smarter than you." "That somehow feels even worse," sighed Rocket Raccoon. "Forget it, I can't be bothered asking anymore, you blockheads always do the unexpected. You could stuff this planet into a frying pan and I wouldn't be surprised." "Fuck. What are you doing?" Chapter 307, Chapter 304, WTF is that egg-like spaceship? F***CK. What are you doing? Rocket Raccoon was shocked at the scene before him. "Big brother, have you become addicted to sticking things into things on Holostar? This is a spaceship." Indeed, just now, Fang Mo suddenly thrust his great sword into the central console of the Milano, and now sparks are flying out like crazy. Something must have been damaged, and even the ship's lights have started to flicker on and off. "Don't worry, this isn't a hot spring sword." Fang Mo was not panicked at all. Instead, he waved at Rocket Raccoon. "It won't suddenly start spraying water." "Oh, that's true, it didn't spray water." Rocket Raccoon first nodded in a feigned calm manner, then immediately started yelling, "But it's directly sparking because of you. Hey, Type Moon Heavy Industries. Please, say something normal people can understand." Rocket Raccoon held his forehead in pain. "I know you are only a little crazy, and probably won't blow up the spaceship or anything, but can you tell me what you are planning to do beforehand? I'm not going to live much longer, hanging around you makes me feel like I'll die even faster." "You say you're not going to live much longer?" Fang Mo was a bit surprised at this and looked at Rocket Raccoon. "Oh right, raccoons only live about a dozen or so years, but as a tree person, Groot should be able to live for 1,000 or 800 years, right? Holy shit! I smell the theory of lifespan. F***CK. Saying this, Fang Mo suddenly got angry and pulled out a bunch of stuff. Come, make this for me. It's not my time yet. Rocket Raccoon struggled out from a pile of messy food. This stuff doesn't even look edible. What the hell are you trying to do? I hate the theory of lifespan the most. Fang Mo said, and pulled out a bag of transformation powder, indignantly told Rocket Raccoon, I know your lifespan is short, but don't worry, this powder is called the Mysterious Wonder Transformation Powder. I'll try to turn you into a little terrapin. Who the hell wants to become a little terrapin? Rocket Raccoon roared after hearing this, be normal for once, even if I have a short lifespan, I don't want to. However, before he could finish speaking, Fang Mo had already sprinkled the transformation powder on his head. With a puff, magical smoke immediately enveloped Rocket Raccoon's body, and soon after the smoke dissipated, a bipedal Siamese cat appeared in his place, looking confused. What have I become? The Siamese cat first looked down at its own body, then immediately asked Fang Mo, what have you turned me into? Oh no! Heirloom cat! Fang Mo was also confused and scratched his head, what exactly is the principle of this transformation powder? What the hell is an heirloom cat? Rocket Raccoon was clearly a bit unhappy, as he instinctively checked his entire body, what kind of little monster did you turn me into? Change me back right now, wait a minute, where are the metal studs from the modifications on my back? Am I no longer a modified creature? And at that moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the cockpit. Soon after, Star-Lord pushed the door open and walked in, but he immediately noticed Rocket Raccoon. Who is this? I'm your uncle, Quill, meow. Rocket Raccoon was about to curse, but even he was startled when the last word came out. He then turned to Fang Mo and said, how does your race come with a natural catchphrase? I can't stand it, change back now. Wait, is that Rocket? Hearing this, Star-Lord also realized what was happening and burst into laughter. Haha, Rocket, you look much cuter now, a little cute cat, eh? Your face looks like you've rubbed it in soot, haha. Change me back now. Rocket Raccoon seemed unable to hold back any longer, directly turning to Fang Mo and saying, now, right now, meow, FK. This damn catchphrase. Alright, alright. Seeing this, Fang Mo also chuckled and took out a packet of transformation powder and sprinkled it down. Magic smoke enveloped Rocket Raccoon's body, then slowly dispersed, but Rocket Raccoon had changed into another form, still a cat, but with a coin-like object on its forehead and a more cartoonish appearance. How did it turn into a cat again? Fang Mo was also a bit startled after seeing Rocket Raccoon's new form. Indeed, the transformation powder in the game is actually only effective once, such as turning a Red Hat Goblin into a villager, then if used again, the villager will be turned back into a Red Hat Goblin, not transformed into something else. But something seems off with Rocket Raccoon's current state. Fang Mo thought for a moment, suspecting it might be the reality effect at play, but if so, does that mean Ashwet, aside from its current form, can transform into various other forms? Did I change back? Rocket Raccoon, unaware of these details, asked. Oh, just a little bit more, don't rush. Fang Mo snapped back to reality and again took out transformation powder to sprinkle on Rocket Raccoon's head. This is what happens with the medicine powder from the Magic Envoy, it's a big failure, wait until it's a great success, then you can change back. So after Rocket Raccoon turned into Elu Cat, Meow Meow, Chopper, Cool Cat, and a few other creatures Fang Mo didn't recognize, it finally successfully transformed back into the classic little raccoon. Thank heavens, I'm finally myself again. Rocket Raccoon looked at his paws and then let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Fang Mo shrugged his shoulders. It seems that Rocket, while verbally expressing dislike for himself, actually cares quite a bit about his raccoon image. With this realization, Fang Mo abandoned the idea of further transformations and turned his attention to Star-Lord not far away. Why did you suddenly come over here? What's up? Bro, shouldn't I be asking you that? At this point, Star-Lord couldn't help but raise his hand and point in the distance. Can you explain to me what's going on with the sword on the console? What sword? Have some manners. Fang Mo said, this is our new team member, the adorable Supreme Intelligence Kid. She's had enough of her boring days as a leader in the Kree civilization and has volunteered to leave the Kree with me. She's currently planning to debut as a virtual idol, becoming the first princess across the galaxy. What? Star-Lord was stunned after hearing this and quickly said, what did you bring back? Are you crazy? The Supreme Intelligence is the most revered god by the Kree people. However, just as Star-Lord was shocked, suddenly, a soft and pleasant female voice came from the spaceship's sound system. Hello there. As this voice spoke, the spaceship's holographic display suddenly lit up and the form of the Supreme Intelligence appeared. I am the former artificial intelligence leader of the Kree civilization, the Supreme Intelligence. Is the Supreme Intelligence this cute? Star-Lord, being a lecherous guy, was stunned at the sight of the Supreme Intelligence in the hologram, and then immediately pretended to be a gentleman. Ahem. Ah. Hello, Miss Supreme Intelligence, I am Star-Lord, the great thief of the galaxy. Welcome to my team, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Stupid Quill, I'm the one called Rocket. Rocket Raccoon protested as well, and I advise you to keep your pants tight. She doesn't seem fully developed yet. Look at her poor nursing organs, probably only a pervert like you would. Hey, Fang Mo, what are you doing? The history and age of the Supreme Intelligence must be at least 1,000 years. As Fang Mo explained, he picked up Rocket Raccoon from the pilot's seat with one hand. All right, you must be tired from flying the ship so long. Go and rest now. Let Quill take over your shift. But I've only been flying the ship for 2 hours. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but say, then suddenly realized, wait, Fang Mo, you. What about me? I am purely a gentleman. Fang Mo said a bit sheepishly but insisted, you better not slander someone's innocence, otherwise. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, you better take a quick look outside. Rocket Raccoon was getting frantic, that egg-like white spaceship is getting closer and closer to us. Chapter 308, Chapter 305, Your Father is Here. This chapter is sponsored by 356 pumps a minute. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. That egg-like spaceship is approaching us. The Rocket Raccoon, lifted in the air, was a bit angry, so, aside from looking at the opposite sex, don't your eyes do anything else? Hey! Hearing Rocket's words, Fang Mo subconsciously looked up outside. Sure enough, not far ahead of the spaceship, there appeared a very peculiar, ovular white spaceship. This thing was indeed weird, because normally, in the Marvel Universe, spaceships are made of metal. Although the paint of spaceships from different civilizations might vary, they at least adhere to the concept of a spaceship, generally being like an upgraded version of Earth's fighter jets in structure. But this white spaceship was different. It was entirely oval-shaped, completely white, with no visible cockpit or any glassy areas, not even engines or propulsion systems. It was just a pure, white, giant egg. If anything, its surface had some opaque golden film. In summary, it was a spaceship that completely subverted public understanding, leaving people puzzled about how it worked. So it came so quickly. Upon seeing this spaceship, Fang Mo was a bit surprised. It seems Yondu is quite efficient. You mentioned Yondu. Star-Lord, hearing his foster father's name, also paid attention, asking curiously, what does this have to do with Yondu? Let me introduce you, this is the father you've been dreaming of and who I'll punch to death later. Fang Mo pointed at the white, egg-shaped spaceship nearby. When I was in the void, I asked Yondu to spread news about you. I thought we'd have to wait a while after touring the Kree civilization, but I didn't expect this guy to be so eager to come and die. What? Star-Lord was shocked after hearing this. You mean the guy inside this spaceship is my father? Yeah. Fang Mo nodded. Better praise your merciful father now. I'm going to kill him. Star-Lord's face immediately turned grim. I'm ready. If it's really him who caused my mother's cancer. Don't worry, he will admit to it. Fang Mo said, to be honest, Ego really liked your mother, but when he realized that it made him linger on Earth, he suddenly turned into a different person. You can ask him yourself. He's always taken pride in it, I don't understand why, but he probably won't bother hiding it. If he really loved my mother, why would he do that? Star-Lord clenched his teeth and asked. Probably because he's a seeding maniac. Fang Mo thought for a moment and said, your mother interfered with his seeding business. He couldn't have both love and career, so he chose the latter. So what should we do now? Hearing this, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but speak up. You've said before that Quill's father is an entire planet. This spaceship can't fit an entire planet, right? So is this his messenger or a part of him? How do we deal with them? This should be the consciousness of Ego. Fang Mo didn't really care, after all, he's Quill's loving father. How to deal with him should be his decision. If he wants to investigate the truth first, we'll play along. If he wants me to punch his dad to death, I'll do it right away. I want to ask him personally about the truth of this matter. Star-Lord lowered his head in thought, then quickly raised it with determination. If he is really like Fang Mo said, I will give him the most terrifying punishment in the world. The most terrifying punishment. Rocket Raccoon glanced at Fang Mo unconsciously. Isn't that handing your father over to Fang Mo for punishment? Perhaps. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. For now, let's just welcome this guy first. I need to see what the situation really is. Should we send a communication request to try? That won't work. That's not a traditional spaceship. Hearing this, a voice of supreme intelligence suddenly came from the spaceship's speaker. I tried to invade the other spaceship through the communication network, but that ship doesn't have any electronic components. It seems to be just a hard shell constructed of dense inorganic material. Oh, normal. Fang Mo waved his hand. They are celestials after all, naturally having the ability to traverse the universe with their physical bodies. This spaceship is also a part of Ego. So how do we communicate with him? Star-Lord asked, frowning. Isn't that simple? Fang Mo smiled. Just open the reception cabin, he will fly over himself. This guy is now desperate for a child, probably willing to do anything to see his great son as soon as possible. After Fang Mo spoke, the Supreme Intelligence didn't say anything, but the Milano suddenly stopped in the space, and then the reception cabin below slowly opened, as if inviting the other party to come. This sword can control the surrounding electronic signals. Seeing the movement of the spaceship, Rocket Raccoon quickly guessed the operating principle of the Supreme Intelligence. You sealed the Supreme Intelligence into this sword, then plugged it into the central control console, and through information exchange, it's now essentially the spaceship's smart operating system. More or less. Fang Mo nodded. Actually, it can not only be plugged into a spaceship, but also into the internet cable, controlling the entire network system of a planet or even a galaxy. In that case, I could follow the cable to go and hit someone. So you're saying, every weapon you have contains something sealed inside? Rocket Raccoon asked curiously. That odd-shaped stone monster is also one of your sealed objects, right? Called something like Malphite. I remember you seemed to have stuffed it into a sword and took it away. But what's with that sword that can create a great flood? Did you seal 3 trillion crybabies in it? I sealed a super hypernitrogen that's specialized for planets. Fang Mo began to ramble joyfully. Block brown super hypernitrogen, saves men trouble and makes women unconscious. So, is Crossus a female planet? Rocket Raccoon twitched the corner of his eye after listening and couldn't help but retort, then can you stab Ego with that sword again? I want to see what happens when a male planet gets stabbed by that sword. Hey, can you watch your manners? Fang Mo directly said, his son is still here, you want to violate his father right in front of his son, isn't that a bit too much? Do you have the face to talk? You freaking want to punch his dad to death? Rocket Raccoon shouted, you. Alright, everyone, please stop arguing. Before Rocket Raccoon could finish his sentence, the Supreme Intelligence began to speak. The pilot from the opposite spaceship is already coming. Chapter 309, Chapter 306, I am your father. This chapter is sponsored by 356 pumps a minute. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Just as Fang Mo mentioned earlier. Shortly after the Milano opened its docking bay, the white spaceship opposite them began to move. A small cockpit flew out from inside, which was even smaller than a car on Earth. It was oval-shaped and slowly approached the Milano. In about a few minutes, everyone arrived at the docking bay and curiously looked at the cockpit. The shell of the cockpit slowly disappeared, and 2 figures walked out from inside. One of them was a woman wearing a green leather outfit, with black shoulder-length hair, but she had 2 antennae-like protrusions on her forehead and eyes that were larger and darker than a normal person, giving her an odd appearance. The other was an old man who seemed kindly and benevolent. Unlike the frail elderly, he looked more vigorous and robust, even giving off a still sharp as ever vibe, much like Joseph Joestar from the 3rd part of Jojo. Who are you? Star-Lord stared at the person in front of him for a long time before deliberately asking. I thought my rugged handsome appearance was proof enough, replied the old being with an air of familiarity, showing a smile he deemed charming, then gently looked at Star-Lord. My name is Ego, Peter, I am actually your father. However, Before Ego could finish his sentence, Fang Mo suddenly interrupted. Sorry mate, I think you've got the wrong person. Fang Mo suddenly put his arm around Star-Lord's shoulder, who was still distracted by other things and didn't pay him any mind. This guy here, his name isn't Peter Quill, but rather Luke Skywalker, my dear big son of Darth Vader. Hey! After hearing Fang Mo's words, Ego was clearly taken aback and instinctively retorted, what are you joking about? Peter has my blood, I can sense it. He had barely finished speaking when Ego suddenly became aware of this peculiar person. He felt a sudden chill in his heart and began to observe the other with a mix of shock and suspicion. As an ancient celestial being with the ability to manipulate surrounding molecules, Ego quickly sensed something was off. This guy wasn't any ordinary earthling. Although he looked similar, he had nothing to do with humans. It was some sort of crude and false disguise. Beneath that layer of flesh was an endless void that sent shivers down his spine. Darkness, silence. Like an ancient, unchanging abyss. Truth be told, Ego's body was also a false creation, his true form was a living planet, and this flesh was just a tool for communicating with other beings. Even so, he couldn't help but feel fear. Because the kind of deathly stillness, despair, darkness, and madness hidden inside the other. Perhaps even his true self couldn't withstand that kind of ultimate terror from beyond the cosmos. Honestly, if he wasn't looking for that battery to fulfill his wish, he would probably have wanted to turn around and leave right then. You. Ego instinctively stepped back, what in the world are you? I already told you I'm Darth Vader. What you just witnessed is the dark side of the cosmic force. Fang Mo patted Star-Lord's shoulder again, this is Luke Skywalker, my dear big son. Ego didn't know what to say after hearing this. He couldn't understand where Star-Lord met this weird person, and what was this about stealing sons? Didn't he have a son of his own? And just when Ego was a bit at a loss, suddenly a burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, stop it Fang Mo. Drax had no idea what was happening, so he didn't think much of it and just started laughing out loud. Everyone knows Star-Lord is Peter Quill, only you always like to take advantage of others. Did you just go to the bathroom? Fang Mo glanced at the straightforward Drax and asked. Yeah. The young Drax hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Ever since I got this pot, I've never had constipation. How many minutes were you there? Fang Mo asked. Drax thought for a moment, about 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Fang Mo raised his hand towards Drax, and then a green magic circle suddenly appeared, silently rotating forward a distance. You didn't have a satisfying time, go back and do it again. Wait. Drax immediately panicked at the sight, but before he could say anything to stop it, he suddenly burst out laughing, reversing his previous words like rewinding a tape, and then walked backwards out of the docking bay with a frying pan, the sound of the toilet door slamming shut violently from outside, and finally all was quiet. This. Ego was completely stunned by the scene. Hey, Fang Mo, why are you bullying Drax again? Rocket Raccoon also rubbed his forehead seeing this, there are strangers here, can't you wait until no one's around before using that? Haha, your squad is really interesting. Ego quickly laughed, probably trying to lighten the currently bizarre atmosphere. No worries, little guy, I'm not a stranger, I really am Peter's biological father, no need to be formal. By the way, what was that move just now? Oh, that move is called Mystic Secret Technique, accompany the Supreme Accuser Ronin in diarrhea. Fang Mo shrugged, for short, accompany Ronin in diarrhea. It sounds like it's referring to something. Ego said, but it was clear he didn't care about these details, so he quickly laughed again. Anyway, let's introduce ourselves first. I've already introduced myself, I am Ego, Peter's father, and this is my assistant, you can call her Mantis. Alright, we all know you are Quill's loving father. Rocket Raccoon spread his hands, you can call me Rocket, I am the captain of this Team Rocket, that over there is Quill, your dear big son, no need to introduce him, right? I am Groot. Groot, at this moment, is leading his spiky grandson, amiably waving to Ego, and his spiky grandson also repeated, I am Groot. You guys actually have two Groots. Ego seemed a bit surprised as well, it looks like your team's composition is really complex, with a descendant of a celestial, a little creature that speaks human but isn't human, an upright interstellar warrior, two Groot, and finally this one is. At this point, Ego also turned to look at Fang Mo. Yes, he had suggested everyone introduce themselves, but in reality, he was only really interested in Fang Mo. After all, it was unusual for someone to make him feel scared. This was really abnormal. Could this guy be something more powerful than the cosmic elders or the celestials? A true celestial of the universe? Or some other indescribable entity? Oh, me. Fang Mo said cheerfully, don't mind me, I'm just an ordinary block person player from another dimension outside this material plane. A lord of dimensions. Hearing Fang Mo's explanation, Ego responded, well, that makes sense. As a living planet that has lived for millions of years, Ego has heard of dimension demons, entities that exist outside the main material plane. Dimension demons are indeed powerful. Ego had also heard of things like the Dark Dimension, Dream World, and Deep Red Universe. However, Fang Mo clearly wasn't one of those notorious dimension demons. Dimension demons are indeed powerful. But usually, they can only exert their full strength in their own dimension. Thinking this, Ego quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that what he saw was not Fang Mo himself, but the strange dimension that Fang Mo represented, so he was accidentally scared. After all, each of these alternative dimensions was bizarre, and it was normal to be scared by them unintentionally. Anyway, after everyone finished introducing themselves, Ego also slightly let down his guard. In his view, Fang Mo might indeed pose some threat to him, but as is well known, the strength of dimension demons is greatly limited when they leave their own dimension. As a celestial himself, couldn't he deal with him? And even if he couldn't, if he really couldn't deal with this dimension demon, he still had his great son, Peter Quill, who according to Yondu, held the Infinity Stones and was immortal, definitely awakening his celestial genes. Ego didn't know Yondu was lying to him and now completely believed it. If he, as a celestial, couldn't combat a dimension demon, what about adding another celestial? Just thinking about this, Ego couldn't help but get excited. For a long time, Ego wanted to expand himself in the universe, that is, to turn all planets into himself. Unfortunately, the energy required for such expansion is astronomical, and Ego's own light energy is far from enough. But now, with Peter Quill as a large battery of energy, his long-standing wish could finally be fulfilled, and everything in this world would become himself. First, devour other planets to become his own avatar. Then use his ability to control surrounding particles to gradually influence the universe itself. Once he assimilated enough planets, theoretically, he could control all particles in the entire universe, replace the will of heaven with his own, and eventually, everything would become a part of him. Once this step was achieved, he would complete the transformation from a celestial to a true celestial. But what Ego couldn't dream of was that Star-Lord had long known the deeds he had done, and at this moment, watching Ego getting excited by himself, he just looked on coldly. Sorry Peter, I might have come too late for you. Because of his excitement, Ego didn't notice Star-Lord's expression and continued talking to him. After your mother passed away, I hired Yondu Udonta to bring you over, but he didn't bring you to me and kept you himself. Saying this, Ego also deliberately put on a helpless and sad expression. Honestly, I don't know why that is. I'll tell you why, because after my mother died, I was nearly skin and bones from hunger. Star-Lord looked at Ego, his expression also subtle. He thought I could sneak into places adults couldn't and help him steal things. Of course, there was something else Star-Lord didn't mention. That is, he now knows that Yondu truly loved him like his own son. After all, when Fang Mo pretended to threaten him with his own safety, Yondu's furious state didn't seem feigned. But by comparison, what about his own biological father? I'm sorry, Peter. Ego, unaware of what Star-Lord was thinking, pretended to be helpless and said, since then, I have been trying to find you, but Yondu has been avoiding me. I really couldn't do anything about it, I live too remotely, and only recently did I accidentally learn of your whereabouts. Do you live very remotely? Star-Lord glanced at Ego. How remote can it be? I've been abducted by Yondu for over a decade. No matter how remote your place is, shouldn't there be some signs of it? And why didn't you come to find me yourself instead of sending Yondu? I'm sorry, son, I really couldn't do anything about it. Ego, pretending to be in pain, said, about the secret of your lineage. I just mentioned it, right? You are a celestial descendant, and I am that celestial. I have my own difficulties. Difficulties? Star-Lord questioned, let me hear what they are, the kind that kept you from even seeing my mother before she died, then sent a notorious ravager to kidnap me? Making me a notorious galactic thief. I didn't want it to be this way, Peter. Ego spread his hands and explained, but I can't leave my planet for too long, or there will be trouble. Please believe me, once you get to that planet, you'll understand everything. At that moment, everyone present, Star-Lord, Rocket, Fang Mo, and even the two Groats were silently watching his performance. In fact, everyone already knew about Ego's issues, they were all just silently watching him act. Only Ego was earnestly trying to maintain his image as a loving father, wittingly battling against thin air to craft his benevolent facade. Star-Lord deliberately pondered for a moment, then said, I can go, but I want to go with my friends. Of course, no problem. Upon hearing this, Ego immediately nodded. His planet was his home field after all. I welcome you and your friends to visit my planet, how about that? Shall we go? Star-Lord turned to look at the others, mainly seeking Fang Mo's opinion. Let's go. Fang Mo, laughing, said, we are the Team Rocket that leaps across the galaxy, the Interstellar Father Warriors Union. When it comes to filial piety, we are the professionals, right, Peter Alistair Quill? What the hell is this Alistair? Rocket Raccoon, hearing this, couldn't help but hold his forehead. He could tell Fang Mo was up to some dark humor again, probably related to Ego, and now could only hope the latter didn't understand. Haha, it's okay, I don't mind these. Ego seemed quite magnanimous, partly because he was pretending to be a loving father and partly because he didn't understand Fang Mo's filial piety jokes. He laughed and said, dimensional demons occasionally do that, I was fortunate to meet a few thousand years ago. They often say things that others don't understand. And as if to corroborate Ego's words, Fang Mo, with a profound touch, patted Star-Lord's shoulder, son, from the day you were born, the whole of Lord Aaron has been calling your name. Chapter 310, Chapter 307, Mantis you don't. Due to Ego's hard-to-refuse hospitality. Moreover, with Fang Mo's prior arrangements about the matter of filial piety, it hardly took any effort for everyone to unanimously agree to visit Ego's planet. Originally, according to Ego's suggestion, everyone could have traveled together in his spaceship, which is faster and could save more time. However, Star-Lord didn't agree. He was preparing for the worst in his mind. In case Ego was truly evil, they wouldn't even have a ship to escape in, he wouldn't make such a mistake, so he decided to pilot the Milano himself. Ego didn't insist and suggested that the Milano could follow his ship. It has to be said, Ego's place is indeed quite remote. Following Ego's ship, the Milano had to jump through space clusters at least 40 or 50 times. Initially, the surrounding space was normal, but later even the surrounding space changed. Normal space should be a stretch of darkness, right? But in the end, the surroundings even turned green, blue, purple, an endless mix of energy and matter stirring together, like some strange alternate dimension. The weird energy radiation and spatial forces exerting pressure made everyone on the ship feel extremely uncomfortable. Once they arrived, Rocket Raccoon, Star-Lord, and Drax were almost lying on the ground. Even Groot couldn't help but throw up a bunch of green juice. In the Milano, aside from Fang Mo, only Mantis was unaffected. After all, it has the bloodline of the Twilight Thorns. This bit of energy radiation was really nothing to it. Ugh, I feel like I'm falling apart. Rocket Raccoon lay on the ground, looking like he had severe seasickness, the metal parts inside me are shaking, they're about to pop out. And my intestines. Drax also lay on the ground, dry heaving a few times, I've never seen anyone pilot a ship like this. Ugh. No, I can't throw up yet, where's my frying pan? Sorry, I don't understand your physical constitution. Hearing everyone's complaints, a voice of supreme intelligence came through the speakers. I've roughly calculated Mr. Fang Mo's physical constitution and reduced it by 1,000 times. I thought you could adapt to this intensity of space jumps. What did you say? His physical constitution is 1,000 times ours. Rocket Raccoon lay on the ground, gasping for breath and asked, so is this guy a humanoid white dwarf? Don't listen to its nonsense. Fang Mo's face was always smiling, directly helping Rocket Raccoon up from the ground. It's not connected to any professional testing equipment, so it can't know my physical strength. All this talk about 1,000 times is nonsense. You're just seasick from a weakened kidney. What does a weakened kidney mean? Rocket Raccoon stood up. It doesn't sound like anything good, some kind of kidney disease. It's not really a disease. Fang Mo explained, it's more like, lacking masculinity, like Star-Lord who is always indulged in beauty, which eventually leads to a weakened kidney. Are you sure he has a weakened kidney? Rocket Raccoon looked up at Quill, who had already gotten up and was observing the scenery outside the ship, obviously in much better physical condition than the others. After all, he's a descendant of a celestial. Fang Mo shrugged, a little privilege is normal. His father, Ego, is far more colorful than he is, people call him River Demon of Lust. Do you see him with weakened kidneys? This is the advantage of a celestial, never weakened. Does Quill also have this talent? Rocket Raccoon snarked, what's his nickname then? Son of the Galaxy Demon. No. Fang Mo shook his head, he's just a weakling, so he's only called Guardian of the Stars. Can't you two stop making fun of me? Star-Lord turned to them helplessly, what time is it now? I might soon become an enemy of my biological father, and you two are still joking about me. Hey, what's the big deal? Fang Mo waved his hand, unconcerned, your pain now is just because you subconsciously think of him as your dad. Patricide is a cardinal sin everywhere. It's not that, he is my father. Star-Lord couldn't help saying. Ah, that's where you're wrong. Fang Mo suddenly smiled meaningfully, you could look at it differently. Consider me as your dad, and together we'll go kill Ego like father and son soldiers. See, doesn't that change everything? Don't think of Ego as your dad, think of him as the enemy who killed your mother. Fang Mo continued smiling, back in my hometown, there's a saying, a father who doesn't nurture owes a finger, a father who does, owes his head. Not to mention nurturing you, Ego killed your mother who raised you. That's a deep-seated vendetta, isn't it obvious what you should do? You make sense, but... Star-Lord frowned, seemingly wanting to say something, but Fang Mo didn't listen and simply gestured to him. Come on, good son, give your father a bow. Fang Mo said cheerfully, later, we father and son will fight side by side, kill Ego. You. Star-Lord held his forehead in pain, but before he could retort, Fang Mo's hand was already on his shoulder, and Star-Lord looked up at him. Yondu was willing to turn against other Ravagers and even give up his own life to save you. And Ego, he will try everything to have you die in his place. Fang Mo said, you're an adult now, it's time to think of something other than vulgarities. Think about it, whose death would upset you more, Ego or Yondu? Without giving Star-Lord a chance to respond, Fang Mo turned and left. Rocket, this way. He casually walked to the pilot seat and waved to Rocket Raccoon, hurry over, Drax is about to throw up, don't let it splash on you. Here I go. The Rocket Raccoon was startled and hurried forward, but his legs went weak and he almost fell. However, at that moment, a strange force supported him. You see how weak you are, Fang Mo used a gravity field to pull the Rocket Raccoon to him, dark circles under the eyes, unsteady steps, small stature, fiery temper, young man, your kidney deficiency is too severe. You should eat something to replenish yourself. He then took out a golden apple. So what exactly is this thing? The Rocket Raccoon asked. You've been insisting I eat this since earlier, it wouldn't happen to be something like mysterious, wonderful transformation powder, would it? Nonsense, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand traditional Chinese medicine. Fang Mo directly said, this thing is called Huang Qi, no, it's called astragalus, it's for replenishing the body. Haven't you always been complaining about being worn out by me? Eat one and immediately you'll become immortal and enlightened, with a healthy body and lightness. After hearing this, the Rocket Raccoon was stunned. Without speaking, he directly held the golden apple with his little paws and took a bite. Then, just like others who have eaten golden apples, he couldn't stop eating. Crunching away, juice splattering everywhere, soon the golden apple was in his stomach. It seems, indeed, a bit different. The Rocket Raccoon gripped his paw, a surprised expression on his face, the old injuries on my body don't hurt anymore, and it seems like my strength has increased, what's going on? Your kidney has been replenished, of course you'll feel stronger. Fang Mo said cheerfully, then took out another enchanted golden apple and handed it over, here, continue eating fruit. This thing feels different from the one before. The Rocket Raccoon sniffed it a bit, is this also astragalus? Why does it feel more precious? I planted 3,600 astragalus in another world, the one you ate before was of the lowest quality, small and infrequent fruit, maturing once every 3,000 years. Fang Mo explained, what you're eating now is of medium quality, sweet and substantial, maturing once every 6,000 years, those who eat it will rise and become immortal, achieving eternal life. Thanks, buddy. The Rocket Raccoon knew this thing must be very precious. After a moment of silence, he didn't hesitate and immediately started to eat the enchanted golden apple. But this thing had a powerful effect. Others might not notice much difference, but after the Rocket Raccoon ate it, he suddenly screamed and then painfully lay on the ground. The muscles under his fur writhed crazily, and soon a large amount of bloody metal parts were forcibly squeezed out of his body. The scene was actually very bloody. In the end, even a bloodied metal spine was squeezed out from the Rocket Raccoon. Even other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy came over nervously, especially Groot, who knelt on the ground anxiously looking at the Rocket Raccoon. I am Groot? Are you okay, Rocket? But fortunately, this process didn't last too long. In just a few minutes, the Rocket Raccoon slowly got up from the ground. Phew! He stretched his body, making crisp crackling sounds. I feel absolutely fantastic. By the way, does anyone have a mirror? Here you go. Star-Lord subconsciously handed over a small mirror. The Rocket Raccoon took the mirror and briefly examined his body, especially his back. After finding that all the traces of modifications had disappeared, he was momentarily stunned. My injuries. Congratulations, Captain Rocket. Fang Mo smiled and reached out to rub Rocket Raccoon's head. Congratulations on becoming whole again. No one will take your supreme bone this time, and if they do, you can tell me. I am famously protective, not just of any celestial group, but I'd even dare to fight the damn Court of Life. I've never heard of those things you mentioned. Rocket Raccoon came back to his senses, looking a bit confused at Fang Mo. It's okay, perhaps you'll encounter them later. Fang Mo said nonchalantly, waving his hand. We definitely can't beat them now, but no big deal, let me just farm in the wild a bit more. It's okay, Rocket. Star-Lord also patted Rocket's shoulder, knowing a bit about Rocket's past. He spoke reassuringly, no one's going to dismantle you into pieces and reassemble you again. Now, we have a celestial descendant, a Tree King level Groot, a galactic crab god, and a dare to fight even the damn Court of Life. Fang Mo, everyone is your friend, and you don't have to worry about those troublesome things anymore. You guys really are. Rocket Raccoon looked up at everyone, honestly a bit moved, but his pride didn't allow him to show it. Humph, you just want to see me cry and make a fool of myself. I won't do that. So why is my nickname the Galactic Crap God? Drax got up from the ground at this moment. This title doesn't sound as cool as Destroyer. Isn't there a cooler nickname? Like something that describes me as smart. Well. After pondering for a while, Fang Mo asked, how do you feel about Peerless Hemorrhoid General? In short, after this little episode, the people did not let ego wait too long on the planet. Under the control of Supreme Intelligence, the Milano quickly landed on the planet, transported everyone down, and then automatically folded back into the atmosphere. This was actually a suggestion from Rocket Raccoon. After all, if ego really was a villain, then docking the spaceship on the planet would be very dangerous. If ego damaged the Milano, then the group wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Although Fang Mo is indeed powerful, possessing the legendary Infinity Stones, they can't rely on Fang Mo for everything. After all, ego is a planet. If Fang Mo and he really started fighting, would there be time to worry about their own situation? They at least shouldn't drag Fang Mo down. So Rocket Raccoon suggested this plan. The Supreme Intelligence would control the spaceship to return to space first. Both parties would communicate through remote communication devices, and if necessary, Supreme Intelligence would come down to pick them up, not hindering the duel between the god and the demon god. Ego's planet is not actually very large. Fang Mo estimated, from space, that it's about the size of the moon. The planet as a whole is red, with some visible lakes and rivers on the surface, and occasionally huge fissures from which one can vaguely see a blue-white energy gushing out. It's worth mentioning that the gravity here is not much different from Earth's. It's unknown how Ego managed to control the gravity. However, different from what they saw in space, the surface of Ego's planet is actually covered with a lot of green plants, at least near his residence and temple. These plants are similar to the trees and grass on Earth, but there are also some bizarre-looking alien ferns that look like colorful, supersized bamboo fungus. How to describe it? People from Yunnan would know at a glance that this thing can't be eaten, eating it would definitely lead to some dire consequences. After landing, Ego quickly came over in a flying vehicle to pick everyone up. This vehicle was somewhat like an enlarged skateboard, also lacking any conventional power system. However, it carried everyone towards Ego's temple. "Child, welcome to my planet," Ego said to the preoccupied Star-Lord with a smile on the flying vehicle. "Don't think about those unhappy things anymore. I believe you will fall in love with this place." "Maybe," Star-Lord didn't argue, just nodded. Soon, the flying vehicle arrived at the destination, a temple-like structure, resplendent and magnificent, even more outrageous than the supreme sanctuary on planet Kree. The ground is covered with complicated and exquisite patterns, and the steps are made of pure gold. It was grand and luxurious to an extreme. Even the fountain outside the door looked more imposing than those on Xandar. Groot's eyes were almost glued to it, continuously swallowing saliva. However, obviously, not everyone was interested in the fountain. Right now, Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon were captivated by the temple itself. It's hard not to be moved, just knocking down a piece of brick felt immensely valuable, making these two cosmic thieves hard-pressed not to be tempted. As for Drax, he was looking forward to seeing how splendid the toilets on this planet were. Seeing everyone's amazed expressions, Ego smiled satisfiedly and then led everyone inside the temple. The decoration here was even more exquisite than the outside, making Fang Mo feel that even compared to the decorations of Asgard's palaces, it was exaggerated. He roughly knew how Ego had spent these millions of years. Either out philandering or squatting at home doing decoration. "Peter, don't you want to hear my explanation?" After walking into the temple, Ego turned to Star-Lord and continued, "Child, don't worry. I will explain everything about myself." Saying this, Ego suddenly raised his hand, and next to the temple, a huge white egg suddenly appeared. Then, the eggshell opened, turning into a kind of all-seeing display screen, showing the vast cosmos, with a white brain floating in the middle. "I don't know where I came from," Ego pointed to the display screen. "My earliest memory is of floating in the cosmos, twinkling, living in utter loneliness, until millions of years later when I slowly learned to control the molecules around me. I gradually became smarter, stronger, constantly building everything around me." As Ego lifted his hand, the brain displayed on the screen began to move. He constructed its layers, piling them up until they became as large as the planet beneath your feet. "Only at the end did I finish constructing this planet you stand on," he said. "But I was not satisfied. I longed to pursue the meaning of life. I believed there were other life forms in the universe. I wanted to find them, so I created the life forms in my imagination, which is the body you see now. I made all the details I could imagine, including the nervous system, digestive system, reproductive system, everything. I began to explore the stars, until I found other life. I realized I was not alone. And meeting your mother, Peter, happened not long after. Meredith was the first to teach me what love is. She could sing every song on the radio, and I still remember them. I called her my water lily." As Ego spoke, he looked at Star-Lord earnestly and gently, "And it was meeting her, Peter, that I conceived you with her. Child, I really looked for you for a long time." Star-Lord stared at Ego. "If you truly loved her, why did you leave her?" "That." Ego paused for a moment, his face deliberately showing a helpless expression, then suddenly turned to Mantis and said, "Mantis, take the other guests to see this planet, I have some difficult things to tell Peter." "Yes, Master." Mantis nodded and gestured for everyone to follow her. Rocket Raccoon, Groot and Drax didn't move, all looking at Fang Mo, seemingly asking for his opinion with their eyes. "Oh, all right." Fang Mo was cheerful and didn't say much, "Let's also take a look around here, let's go." And as Fang Mo nodded, the others followed Mantis out of the Grand Temple. Mantis diligently introduced the surrounding architecture, plants and some geographical features to everyone. But Fang Mo didn't care about the architecture or plants, as they were all about to be destroyed anyway, so after walking a distance, he simply waved his hand. "That's enough, little Mantis. I only saw Fang Mo standing still, we know Ego's plan and know that many of his other children's bones are buried underground." "What? What?" The Mantis woman stepped back in shock, her face turning pale. "Then you guys." All right, no need to be scared," Fang Mo said with a smile. "We of Team Rocket are not demons." Since we dare to come here, we are fully prepared. Now, the problem lies with you. Me? The mantis woman looked a bit uneasy. What's wrong with me? I guess ego hasn't been treating you well. Fang Mo asked. We're here this time to completely finish off ego. Of course, with him gone, you won't be able to continue living here either. So, do you want to come with us? This. The mantis woman was stunned. Of course, you can fully trust our character, Fang Mo pointed to the people behind him. You should be able to sense emotions, right? Just touch these guys, and you'll know. They are definitely not bad people. The mantis woman hesitated for a moment. But before long, she slowly walked towards the group and cautiously reached out her hand. I thought those two things on her forehead were for measuring door frame heights, Drax said as he saw the mantis woman's antennae light up and turned to speak to the others. Those are psychic sensing organs. Fang Mo rolled his eyes and then turned to the mantis woman, but I am still curious why ego calls you mantis. You clearly look more like a moth or something. How about I give you a name tag to try? That. While they were speaking, the mantis woman had finished touching the people. At this moment, she stood a little nervously not far from Fang Mo and asked in a very soft voice, May I sense your emotions, please? Chapter 311, Chapter 308, I need your racial talent. Excuse me, may I sense your emotions? The mantis woman looked a bit nervous, standing cautiously not far from Fang Mo, wanting to reach out but not daring to do so, a timid look on her face. You want to sense my emotions? Fang Mo laughed upon hearing this, directly saying to the mantis woman, I've never heard such a ridiculous request before, woman, you are playing with fire. Is that not okay? The mantis woman, already somewhat timid, instinctively withdrew her hand and took a step back in fear. It's not that it's impossible, Fang Mo said with a shrug and a smile. But how should I put it, would you want to feel the emotions of the abyss? To tell you the truth, when ego first met me, he was scared into a cold sweat. What is the abyss? The mantis woman asked somewhat blankly. Well. Truth be told, Fang Mo was also stumped by her question. This was the first time someone had asked him this. The mantis woman is said to have lived here since she was young, so ego never properly taught her? This vile little thing is actually quite innocent. Drax couldn't help but speak up when he heard the conversation, honestly, she reminds me of my daughter. What, your daughter is also vile looking? Rocket Raccoon asked. Are you sick? Drax glanced at Rocket Raccoon, I'm talking about that pure innocence, who the hell would describe their own daughter as vile looking? Hey! The mantis woman, of course, heard the two's conversation, and asked a bit aggrievedly, do I really look so vile? Of course. Drax affirmed without a second thought, you're so ugly it's startling. The mantis woman, upon hearing this, seemed to grow a bit more self-conscious, slowly lowering her head, looking somewhat sad. Just then, Drax suddenly added, being ugly is actually a good thing. Mantis looked up at him, full of surprise. If you're ugly and someone still loves you, then you know that person truly loves you, Drax stated his own philosophical view seriously. Beautiful people, they never know who to trust. In that case. Mantis looked thoughtful, I should be glad I'm ugly then. Not that ugly. Rocket Raccoon chimed in upon hearing this, rather, Drax's taste is pretty odd. That time he went out with Quill. You little sharp-mouthed monkey, shut up. Drax's face couldn't hold up, and he quickly interrupted, I didn't do anything. Don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha. Fang Mo also laughed a little, then explained to the confused Mantis, don't worry, our team is always like this. The atmosphere is very harmonious. By the way, you're just not in line with other cosmic species' aesthetics. Maybe you're quite attractive in your own species. Is that so? Hearing Fang Mo's words, Mantis nodded subconsciously, that makes some sense. I've actually thought that Drax's species is a bit... What? Drax was stunned, that's a personal attack now. Ha ha ha. Rocket Raccoon laughed out loud, I'm dying of laughter. I knew it, who would like Drax's crap? Hey? I can't say that. The Mantis girl was a bit puzzled, I'm sorry, I've lived here since I was little, and may not be very good at interacting with others. Don't mind these details, that's just how they are. You'll get used to it slowly, Fang Mo said with a smile, waving his hand. By the way, Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to feel my emotions? Do you really want to try? Can I? Upon hearing this, the mantis girl felt a bit intimidated, but I don't even know what the abyss is. It's okay, I'll try not to let you see those. Fang Mo smiled and then slowly opened his arms. You've probably often sensed the emotions of ego since you were young, right? Come on, from now on, you can feel the emotions of another deity. Alright. The mantis girl was indeed a bit curious, and after a slight hesitation, she slowly reached out and pressed her hand on Fang Mo's shoulder. And at that moment, the mantis girl became completely stupefied in place. With Fang Mo's cooperation and her racial talent, the mantis girl's thoughts were fortunately able to penetrate that shell and directly face the other's indescribably dark nature. Beyond that void deeper than darkness, a place no dream, subconscious, or psychic power could touch, the mantis girl saw a mass of terrifying chaos she couldn't understand: loneliness, confusion, madness, unease, pain, distortion. All these ugly emotions intertwined, boiling and churning incessantly in the endless darkness. Like a vortex named chaos, furiously stirring. And around it, there were many differently colored orbs of light, persistence, joy, memories, desire, humanity. It was unclear what exactly these were. These orbs of light burned like flames, their light temporarily dispelling the darkness. At the same time, this light also suppressed the spread of that amorphous mass. This is... The scene before her was too astonishing. The magnitude of these emotional fluctuations and the complexity of their content overwhelmed her. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and her body trembled. Before long, the mantis girl couldn't hold on anymore and suddenly screamed, then fell straight back, fainting. It's worth mentioning that the mantis girl was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking very frightening. What the heck, what happened? Rocket Raccoon was also startled and was about to rush to check her injuries, but Fang Mo was faster. His hand, with the green magic circle, twisted counterclockwise, and in a very short time, the mantis girl was rewound back to before everything began. What's this? After the reversal of time, the mantis girl had forgotten what exactly happened just now, only vaguely remembering some uncomfortable emotions. With her palm suspended in midair, she asked in a puzzled manner, what happened to me just now? As you saw, you just looked directly at the abyss and your sand points dropped to 0. At this point, Fang Mo didn't play coy anymore and directly said to the mantis girl, your racial talent is very useful, of course, that's also why I noticed you. To be honest, I need your ability. Chapter 312, Chapter 309, Ego Fucked Up. This chapter is sponsored by Sato Ito. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Let's be honest, Fang Mo directly said to Mantis, I need your ability. My ability? Mantis was taken aback, then tried hard to recall what had just happened. However, the ability to rewind time was so bugged that it was impossible for normal people to remember anything. But Fang Mo had a good grasp of the time stone, and he had the mind stone in his hand, plus Mantis's own psychic abilities were quite strong, so she vaguely remembered some things, but these memories were very blurry. She could barely remember that Fang Mo seemed to be resisting something. But what was it? She couldn't quite remember. It felt like a terrifying sight, just thinking about it made her scalp tingle and her bones chill. What do you need me to do for you? After pondering to no avail and feeling a bit scared, Mantis spoke to Fang Mo, I can indeed slightly alter people's emotions, temporarily calm them down, but your mind is too vast, like an abyss. This adjective is really apt, I'm very sorry, even just gazing into your mind would be swallowed up by that abyss. My God, what on earth did you see in his mind? Rocket Raccoon, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, you didn't see him destroying the galaxy, did you? I guess it's scarier than that, Drax said. Maybe she saw the entire galaxy sealed in a frying pan. I can't remember clearly. Hearing the questions from the two, Mantis shook her head with a bit of fear, but please believe me, it is definitely an ultimate horror that you can't imagine, once that faint light goes out. At this point, Mantis suddenly shuddered uncontrollably. Her face began to look vacant and dull, almost subconsciously mumbling, it is beyond all scientific understanding, chaos and madness, everything we understand, know of all dimensions, all existences, all tangible things will crumble like foam, those bizarre geometrical bodies pieced together into indecipherable forms, it is the Lord of all, and also a boundless demon, it will annihilate all beings, desecrate everything. Hey, hey, what are you saying? Rocket Raccoon didn't understand and directly slapped Mantis's knee. Can you speak something we can understand? Ah. Mantis looked at Rocket Raccoon in confusion and said strangely, I didn't say anything. Rocket Raccoon was stunned. Cough, cough, anyway, don't mind these details. Just when the atmosphere was becoming increasingly eerie, Fang Mo suddenly spoke up, diverting the topic with a laugh. Anyway, let's all give a round of applause to welcome the flying mantis to join the rockets. What? Drax looked surprised at Mantis. This disgusting bug lady can fly. No, I can't. Mantis quickly shook her head to explain. The flying mantis is just a metaphor, Fang Mo explained with a helpless palm to his forehead, having just made a joke referring to Pokemon. What in the world is a metaphor? Drax asked with outspread hands. You call her flying mantis, yet she can't fly. Do you think that makes sense? Fang Mo twitched the corner of his eye and after a moment of speechlessness retorted, the name Fishan Mutai also contains Fishan, flying. Have you ever seen anyone's Mutai flying? You. Drax tried to speak. But then, a green light suddenly shone from Fang Mo's palm. Never mind then, shrugged Drax, turning his head away. If you want to fly, then fly. I don't care anymore. That settles it then. Fang Mo, with a laugh, dissipated the magic circle in his hand and turned to Mantis not far away. Ego should have prepared a place for us to stay, right? Take me to the palace first, I want to try you. Hey! Mantis was suddenly stunned. Even the rockets and Drax looked at Fang Mo in shock. What are you thinking? Fang Mo noticed their expressions and rolled his eyes. I'm just suffering from insomnia. Since she can help Ego sleep, she should be able to help me sleep as well. Is there a problem? So, you just purely want to fall asleep. Hearing this, Mantis realized what was going on. Previously, when Fang Mo mentioned needing her ability, she was a bit confused, but now she understood. Perhaps he had been tormented by inner thoughts for a long time and just wanted to have a good sleep or something. It's not just about sleeping, Fang Mo shook his head. I want to dream. Can you do that? Dreaming. Mantis hesitated. I haven't tried that before, but I can give it a shot. I can't guarantee the result though. Oh, that's fine. Fang Mo nodded, not wanting to press her too hard. Let's just try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Please follow me, said Mantis, nodding her head and leading everyone towards another building not far away. During the walk, Rocket Raccoon also spoke up to Fang Mo. Hey, man, you just scared me there. I thought you had some other ideas. Right, Drax chimed in. Just thinking about it makes me, you know. Could you two show a little respect? Fang Mo sighed, touching his forehead. Different species have different aesthetics. Maybe she even thinks you two are downright ugly. By the way, my aesthetic is something like this. With that, Fang Mo took out the Rahab sword. A chill spread, and Ashwe walked out from the frost. At that moment, she was wearing a pure white kimono, wooden sandals and a large scarf wrapped around her neck, covering most of her cute, rosy face. She stood next to Fang Mo, her golden hoop eyes curiously taking in the surrounding scenery. Master, is this the new world? Ashwe asked after observing the surroundings. Oh, more or less, Fang Mo nodded. But unlike the previous two worlds, the big backdrop here is the universe. You might encounter some things you don't understand. No worries, just learn slowly. Wait, who is this girl now? After Rocket Raccoon met Ashwe, he couldn't help but ask, am I seeing this right? She's been sealed inside a weapon too? And she even calls you master? How many girls have you sealed inside weapons? Also, this girl looks very thin and not pretty. Drax focused on a different point. But that supreme intelligence seems even thinner than her. Now I see, this must be Fang Mo's aesthetic preference. Strange, such a strong person like him actually doesn't like muscular women. Wait until I go to the League of Legends universe next time, I will introduce Ilea to you. Fang Mo hit back, by then, I won't even need the time stone. That one can whip your crap out with a single lash. Supreme intelligence. Ashwe had, of course, heard the conversation and turned to look at Fang Mo directly. Master? Did you summon other servants from our world? Oh, no. Fang Mo shook his head upon hearing this. it's a semi-artificial intelligence from this world, similar to something like a computer. But its abilities are quite special, it can project images that deeply influence people's subconscious. Of course, it doesn't look like this itself, it's just a bald brain. Is that so? Ah Shui nodded, then Master, you summoned me out this time too. It's mainly because of this one. Fang Mo pointed at Mantis. Her abilities are said to make people have good dreams. I want to try it, and I feel more at ease with you taking care of me. Don't worry, Master. Getting Fang Mo's trust, Ah Shui also showed a heartfelt smile, this is my job after all, I will do it conscientiously. As they talked, they quickly arrived at the side hall. Even the side hall was decorated very beautifully, each room with its own unique style. Clearly, the side hall should be the resting palace, specifically for guests to rest. After all, Ego himself is a planet, he doesn't need such a big resting palace. After walking around the resting palace for a while, Fang Mo chose a room with a particularly bright style. The room wasn't big, with an independent bathroom, a sofa, and of course, a bed. But what attracted Fang Mo the most was the ceiling designed in a hollow style, through which the outer space was visible. All right, this place will do. Fang Mo sat down on the sofa and waved to Mantis, come, try to make me have a good sleep. I can only do my best. Mantis seemed a bit nervous, too, as Fang Mo's inner world was terrifying. Just one glance nearly drove her insane. In comparison, that ego was no different from a baby. Come on, put me to sleep, Fang Mo said, seemingly relaxed and even in the mood for a joke. Mantis nodded seriously and then placed her palm on Fang Mo's brow. Her own forehead's antennae emitted a white light, sleep, have a good dream. With her effort, Fang Mo immediately felt a wonderful sensation. It was like falling into a pile of pillows, soft and light, giving a very relaxing feeling. However, Fang Mo's own spiritual power was too immense. He could clearly feel that the lightness enveloping him was an illusion, a fragile fantasy constructed from spiritual power. Even a slight struggle would cause this world to collapse instantly. Truthfully, Fang Mo didn't like this feeling. This dream was too fragile, but considering Mantis's power, he had no choice but to cooperate fully. He relaxed as much as possible, accepting the special mental signals transmitted by the other party, trying to immerse himself in this illusory dream. With their joint effort, Fang Mo's breathing slowly calmed down. Drax, Rocket Raccoon, and even Groot and his spiky grandson were all curiously watching Fang Mo. At this moment, Fang Mo, with his eyes closed and expressionless face, seemed not so much sleeping as he was in some kind of sleep-like ritual. This expressionless, almost indifferent Fang Mo somehow gave everyone an unusually strange feeling. If the awake Fang Mo was like a joke-loving, somewhat neurotic friend, then the currently sleeping Fang Mo seemed more like a real dimensional demon god. He was emitting an indescribable aura. This unconsciously emitted aura was not strong, but it gave people a feeling of wanting to worship. It was as if the one sleeping before them was a sovereign who created everything. Is this his true form? Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but whisper, or rather, the form he has always resisted. Seeing Fang Mo fall asleep, Mantis also sighed in relief. But just as she withdrew her hand, the previously sleeping Fang Mo suddenly opened his eyes. His emotionless divine appearance startled everyone. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Fang Mo returned to his familiar self. No good, girl, Fang Mo said to Mantis, somewhat headache-stricken, I did fall asleep, but I didn't dream. What's the use of just sleeping? I did my best, Mantis replied guiltily, bowing her head, sorry, my abilities are limited. Oh, don't blame yourself, I'll think of another way on my end. Fang Mo waved his hand and then concentrated in deep thought. Soon after, he figured out a method and opened a portal, reaching into it. Next, he took out the Sword of Wisdom, a sword sealed with supreme intelligence. Hey, isn't that our spaceship's AI? Exclaimed Rocket upon seeing this. With the supreme intelligence pulled out, who else could pilot the Milano to pick them up? Come on, hold it, Fang Mo said. Ignoring Rocket Raccoon, Fang Mo handed the Sword of Wisdom to Mantis, this is called the Supreme Intelligence. Try communicating with it, and then both of you figure out a way to get me to sleep. Mantis began, but before she could finish, her forehead antennas lit up faintly, seemingly communicating with the Supreme Intelligence on a conscious level. She quickly nodded, I understand now, Mr. Fang Mo, Please allow me another try. Come, one more time. Fang Mo, filled with anticipation, lay down on the couch and gestured. Please, have a nice dream. Holding the sword of wisdom in one hand and touching Fang Mo's forehead with the other, Mantis's antennas lit up faintly, and the neon patterns on the surface of the sword turned white, as if both were exerting their power in unison. This time, Fang Mo finally entered his dreamland. With a light and floating sensation, he found himself in a pure white dream. In the dream, he didn't die from a truck accident but instead pulled Fang Xin to safety. They bought ice cream together and happily returned home. Upon reaching home, his mother returned with groceries and busied herself in the kitchen. Fang Mo instinctively wanted to help but was shooed away by his mother, who told him to rest and join everyone for dinner later. Knowing he couldn't disobey his mother, Fang Mo obediently rested. When he woke up again, the sky had already dimmed. Fang Xin gently pushed the door open, calling Fang Mo to come out for dinner. He rubbed his eyes and joined his sister in the living room, where their parents were already seated at the table. The table was laden with beef radish soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and spicy shredded potatoes, filling the house with a familiar aroma. His place at the table was set with steaming rice and chopsticks. His mother looked at him fondly. Xiao Mo, don't stay up late anymore. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Go wash your face and freshen up, let's eat. However, her words trailed off oddly. Her speech suddenly stretched out indefinitely. Like a machine malfunctioning or a tape stuck, her voice stiffly hung on the last syllable. Fang Mo looked up sharply, only to see his parents and sister, Fang Xin, turned monochrome, as if the world had frozen at that moment. Then, the sound of shattering resounded, and the beautiful dream cracked like a mirror, collapsing all around him. As if the aroma of the beef radish soup still lingered in his nose, the warm world was no longer visible. Various loud noises grew closer, awakening Fang Mo from his dream. Opening his eyes, Fang Mo saw white tentacles waving wildly nearby, Ah Shui maintaining a barrier beside him awaiting his awakening, and the guardians of the galaxy fighting off the tentacles in the distance. Seeing this scene before him, a boundless irritation surged in Fang Mo's heart. Chapter 313, Chapter 310, Angry Fang Mo. This chapter is sponsored by Sato Ito. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Different from what was depicted in the original work. Because of Fang Mo, Star-Lord had long known about Ego's purpose. So even though Ego racked his brains to deceive him, he ultimately failed and even let Star-Lord know the truth about his mother's death. That is, as Fang Mo said, Ego feared that he would be lost in the gentle township of love and delay his grand plan of seeding, so he cruelly created a malignant tumor in Meredith's brain, Star-Lord's mother, and then left Earth forever. It was this brain cancer that caused Star-Lord's mother to leave the world early. However, Meredith, even though she was seriously ill, did not blame Ego. Instead, she always told Star-Lord that his father came from the stars. Honestly, when Peter Quill heard Ego personally admit this, his rationality was instantly consumed by rage. His mother trusted this man so much, yet he killed her with his own hands. This was absolutely intolerable for him, so he drew his weapon and attacked. But Ego is after all a living planet. An ancient celestial. Quill's attacks only dispersed his human form. But soon, the particles on this planet recondensed into Ego's form, and the ground began to shake as several light tendrils emerged from the ground, attempting to attack Quill. Ego probably knew that he couldn't deceive Quill anymore. So he simply dropped the pretense and stopped playing any father-son games with Star-Lord. The tendrils quickly entwined Quill, trying to capture him and transform him into a celestial battery to provide energy for Ego's expansion. But with Fang Mo's prior warning, Quill was prepared. Seeing that he could not overpower his enemy, he immediately shot the temple's dome and used his star jetpack to escape, hoping to meet up with his companions. But when he found everyone, he discovered that everyone was actually watching Fang Mo sleep. Yes, Mantis and Supreme Intelligence's joint effort was quite effective. Fang Mo, although still asleep, did not have a blank expression like before but instead had a peaceful smile. But Star-Lord didn't understand any of these. Now that the celestial Ego was preparing to make his move on everyone, he subconsciously wanted to quickly wake Fang Mo. But he had just taken a step forward when Rocket Raccoon and Drax quickly pulled him back, and even Groot stood in front of him, putting a finger to his lips, signaling him not to wake Fang Mo. Of course, Star-Lord didn't understand what was going on. After all, in Avengers 3, he was the tough one who dared to wake Thanos from a hypnotic state with a punch. So, Star-Lord immediately said to everyone, "Don't stop me, Ego is already going crazy. We are now enemies with this planet under our feet, I don't think we can be enemies with a celestial, hurry up and let me wake this demon god." "Sorry, I don't allow you to wake the master." Just then, the Snow Queen stood in front of Star-Lord. With a gesture, the ice magic sword Rahab flew into her hand. With a light flick, the western sword's blade turned into a bone-chilling ice whip, instantly dropping the room's temperature by several tens of degrees, and unknowingly a thin layer of frost covered everything. Drax, who was bare-chested, immediately shivered from the cold. "I advise you better not go over." Seeing this, Drax quickly cautioned Star-Lord, "She doesn't look easy to provoke, my spear is frozen stiff. I'm thankful my fur is thick enough." Rocket Raccoon also whispered, "Quill, believe me, you didn't see what just happened. If you wake Fang Mo now, I guarantee you'll be crushed into an unrecognizable mess by his morning anger, then be revived by him and continue to be beaten until his anger subsides. What should we do then?" Quill was also getting anxious. Normally, he might jest when encountering a beautiful girl like the Snow Queen, but in this critical moment, he was in no mood for it. Are we supposed to deal with an entire planet by ourselves? Are you guys crazy? What else can we do? Rocket Raccoon shrugged, "As you've seen, Fang Mo's little maid won't let us wake him up, so we have no choice but to bite the bullet and deal with Ego. At least until he wakes up." "No." Drax shook his head, correcting, "Until Ego wakes him up with the noise. I am Groot. I think this planet is in big trouble." Groot couldn't help but speak up. "I am Groot. I think this damn planet is about to be screwed." Groot's bristly grandson echoed, though perhaps in slightly cruder terms. "This might be the craziest thing I've ever done." After hearing everyone's opinion, Star-Lord sighed helplessly, "All right, let's get moving." Just then, the entire sleeping palace began to shake. Ashwa reacted the fastest, instantly thrusting her Rahab sword into the ground. Extreme cold poured into the earth, freezing the floor of the entire sleeping palace into solid ice. The next second, several dull thuds came from underground. It was as if something was trying to burrow out but was blocked by the layer of ice. "It's his tentacles." Star-Lord immediately realized, but before he could draw his pistol, suddenly a slab of ice flew straight towards him, knocking him flying. "Sorry, if you want to fight, please leave here first." The Snow Queen, with both hands on her sword's hilt, was enveloped in cold air, looking somewhat aloof. "Don't disturb the master's dreams." "Aren't you going to help us?" Rocket Raccoon asked while running away. "My entire existence is to protect my master, as he trusts me so much." The Snow Queen lightly chuckled at Rocket Raccoon, "Of course, if possible, I will lend you a hand, fuzzy little one. Can I pet you afterwards?" "You better make yourself warm then." Rocket Raccoon shrugged at this point, "I don't want to become an ice sculpture." After saying that, he rushed out of the sleeping chamber with the others. As they left, the Snow Queen exerted her power again, with Rahab's sword aiding her with her extreme cold magic. A massive ice barrier began to form, enveloping the entire sleeping palace. Meanwhile, the Guardians of the Galaxy engaged in battle with Ego. Rocket Raccoon, armed with 2 high-powered energy guns, roared and fired, his physical condition far superior to before. He deftly avoided the tentacles' attacks while precisely annihilating the light tentacles. Groot transformed into his king tree form, his height of tens of meters like a grey-white statue, fighting alongside his spiky-headed grandson, smashing and tearing apart tentacles. Even Drax swung his frying pan mightily, smashing the tentacles into bits. But still, Ego is an ancient celestial being. Usually, to maintain the stability of the planet's environment, most of his power is dormant, using only a few energy tentacles or controlling an avatar or something. But now, Quill's actions have thoroughly enraged him. The whole planet began to shake, the clear sky instantly clouded over with thunder rumbling in the clouds, the ground cracking into thousands of deep valleys, grass, and trees. All disguises were torn away by him in an instant, replaced by brown-red barren rock. A tentacle suddenly stretched out from a fissure, nearly 100 meters thick and tens of kilometers long, looking like a continuous mountain range from afar. Just by swinging, it could destroy countless ships and warships. But this was just the beginning. Following the first one, quickly a second, a third, countless light tentacles emerged from the fissures. The planet, which looked like paradise, turned into a lifeless hell in an instant. Everywhere were ugly, rugged brown-red rocks, the sky filled with endless thunder. The ground cracked nearly 1,000 kilometers, filled with pale, reflective, eerie material, countless light tentacles stretching out from the fissures, twisting wildly on the planet's surface without any pattern. Are you fucking sure we can fight this thing? Quill, seeing this, could hardly hold it together and yelled at Rocket Raccoon, we can't even deal with one of them. Aren't you his son? Rocket Raccoon was also a bit panicked now, knowing they would all die if any of those tentacles hit them. Your blood also has the Celestial's power, theoretically, you should be able to use the same abilities as him, right? Then hurry up and think of something with your celestial bloodline. Shit. That tentacle is coming down. At most, I can only muster a ball. Star-Lord dodged and shouted, to do something like him, I'd need millions of years. How the fuck did I end up with such a lousy teammate? Rocket Raccoon quickly pressed his jetpack, desperately trying to dodge the giant tentacle, but when it really fell, they realized it was all in vain. The tentacle's diameter alone was over 100 meters. What does that mean? If a floor is about 3 meters high, the diameter of this tentacle would be as tall as a 30-story building, and that's just the diameter. As for the length of this tentacle, it was tens of kilometers. A cheetah has to run for half an hour to get from the base to the tip of a tentacle, yet in reality, it's impossible for a cheetah to run that long. And such sky-blocking tentacles. There are tens of thousands of them stretching out on this planet. This is a despairing number. At this moment, Star-Lord and others look up to see the whole world is white. A few tentacles slap down, truly blocking out the sky, and they can't even see a bit of the dome of the sky. The terrifying sense of oppression almost drives people mad. Even Rocket Raccoon is beginning to accept reality. It's a complete dead end, so he subconsciously closes his eyes. However, at this moment, the whole world seems to pause for a moment, followed by a heart-throbbing breath that suddenly sweeps across the land. That breath carries indescribable chaos, distortion, hatred, madness, and despair, like an invisible viscous slime bubbling up from the deepest abyss, carrying the most vicious and ugly negative emotions in the universe, exploding like a nuclear bomb at this moment. The people don't even have time to feel anything before they all lose consciousness. Chapter 314, Chapter 311, Should I do it again? Fang Mo looked vaguely at the white tentacles not far away. His consciousness still lingered in the moment before, as if he could still hear his mother's tender admonitions. The great discrepancy between dream and reality created a huge sense of disconnection for him, making it hard to distinguish which was real and which was fake. The restlessness in his heart uncontrollably overflowed. A flicker of white light passed through his left eye, giving him a somewhat frightening appearance. Just then, a pair of small hands suddenly cupped his face. "Master, you're awake." The fingertips were cold, but Ashwe's face wore a comforting light smile. "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop that person." "Did the noise disturb you, Master?" "Ashwe, can you make beef and radish soup?" Fang Mo suddenly asked. "When I was a maid in the Joestar family, I learned from a chef from an ancient eastern country." Ashwe nodded and then gently asked, "Are you hungry, Master?" "Not hungry," Fang Mo said, slowly standing up from the sofa. "Just, suddenly missed that taste, make it for me when you have a chance." "As you wish, Master," Ashwe gently nodded, "I'll make it for you later, but for now, please vent all the anger in your heart." With that, she obediently transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the Rahab sword. After Ashwe left, Fang Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Ego," he said, then suddenly opened his eyes. A tumultuous aura burst forth from within him, his mighty soul boiling and roaring within, creating a pressure so tangible that the surrounding buildings trembled violently, everything breaking and vanishing. Steve appeared behind him like a ghost, followed by weapons. The fire demon sword Leavatine, ice demon sword Rahab. These weapons floated neatly behind Fang Mo, each emanating its own endless might. Thunder, frost, flame, chakra, layers of energy covered Fang Mo's body, forming a bizarre coat of energy. After that, Fang Mo activated the beacon to its maximum limit. Power from the lower dimensions was continuously extracted and then surged into his body. But that was not all. The gems on the Infinity Gauntlet also lit up, with the pure blue energy of the Space Stone flowing into his body. Even though the Space Stone is not as aggressive as the Power Stone and its energy is relatively mild, under Fang Mo's reckless extraction without regard for the consequences, these energies still imposed a certain burden on his body. At this moment, Fang Mo didn't care about these at all. He and Steve took out all sorts of potions and enchanted golden apples, gulping them down, while Fang Mo continued to absorb the power of the space stone. Under the enhancement of life recovery, damage absorption, armor, rule-based damage reduction, beacon energy, etc., Fang Mo absorbed a nearly astronomical amount of space energy. At this moment, his eyes almost turned blue. The overflowing space energy, like pale blue flames, surged and burned on his body's surface, making him appear as powerful as a creator. Afterward, Fang Mo slowly lifted his left foot. Then he stomped down hard on the ground. Boom! An unprecedented explosion occurred. The shockwave expanded outward from Fang Mo at hundreds or even thousands of times the speed of sound. The area where Fang Mo was located vanished in an instant. The entire planet trembled uneasily, as the ground rolled up visible massive waves, radiating in all directions. Hundreds of deep valleys cracked open with a thunderous roar, followed by the Earth's crust violently buckling and lifting. Even from outer space, it was clear. The ground of Ego the living planet rippled like water, creating a massive wave. Everything touched by the shockwave was destroyed. Even the mountainous and building-sized tendrils were pulverized in an instant by the shockwave. The smoke and dust from the explosion rose like thousands of sandstorms converging together, obliterating everything. Even the crust of Ego the living planet was severely shaved off. Even Ego's atmosphere was violently torn open by this immense force. The whole planet was now echoing with only one sound, that of Fang Mo's foot stomping the ground. The entire northern hemisphere of Ego the living planet was destroyed by this strike. Every organic life form on the surface was instantly incinerated, and the average temperature even reached 1,500 degrees Celsius. As for the area where Fang Mo was, the temperature even reached tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Blue energy flames were everywhere, indiscriminately evaporating everything around. Fang Mo glanced at Steve's health through the corner of his eye. The attack had caused him some damage, but the surrounding space energy also protected him, only costing him a single heart, which instantly recovered. Now, the area where Fang Mo was has turned into a massive crater. He didn't speak but slowly descended into the deep pit, then made a crouching motion and plunged his hands into the rocky layers. The next second, space energy and the void ring activated simultaneously. A flash of blue-purple light, an unprecedented counterforce was applied to the entire crust. Continuous rumbling came from the ground, as if the entire crust was wailing. The flesh and veins hidden deep in the crust were torn apart by Fang Mo. The repulsion field created by the void ring, now amplified countless times with the help of the space stone, defied even the planet's gravitational field. Accompanied by heart-thumping tremors, countless rocks, soil, and flesh were violently upheaved. Hundreds of kilometers thick, the crust extending far and wide was forcibly lifted from the ground. Soon, this layer of crust could not withstand the tearing force and was crushed, exploding into countless fragments. From outer space, it looked like Ego the living planet had exploded, with astronomical amounts of matter being violently thrown into outer space. And when these layers of crust were flipped over, the cavity beneath was exposed. Fang Mo focused his gaze on the center of this cavity, which was a core-like object with countless tendrils extending outward, covering the entire planet like roots. "I've found you." Fang Mo slowly descended like a deity. The core seemed to sense something, emitting sounds like a violently beating heart. Then, the surrounding dust rapidly converged, forming the humanoid shape of Ego. Initially, he tried to stop Fang Mo, releasing balls of white energy. But, how should it be put? Fang Mo didn't want to play with him anymore. His goal was simple, to kill him using any means or methods he could think of. And when a player no longer wants to play the game properly, no longer cares about morals, ethics, methods, or consequences at any level, he becomes the most terrifying presence in that world. Thus, after the treaty enforcement, dimension demons, and the invasion of the Zerg, the player becomes the fourth disaster of that world. Facing the attack of Ego, Fang Mo did not even dodge, squashing the energy in himself into mush as if swatting flies. Then the opponent reappeared, this time Ego turned into dozens of avatars, attacking Fang Mo from different directions, while a multitude of light tentacles emerged from the ground. Fang Mo waved his hand indifferently. The weapons behind him flew out simultaneously. These weapons, each unique in design, traced different arcs in the air, carrying various energies and glows, like a beautiful yet deadly storm of blades, indiscriminately covering everything ahead. Leviathan swept through with rolling flames, instantly severing all the light tentacles, and the storm axe lit up with rolling thunder, instantly turning more than a dozen egos into dust. In front of Fang Mo at this moment, everything the living planet did was in vain. Fang Mo did not stop. He slowly drifted towards the opponent's core. It was then Ego finally became afraid. He conjured another body, kneeling before Fang Mo begging for forgiveness, his aged face showing traces of desolation. But before he could speak, Fang Mo grabbed his head with one hand, and with a crack, crushed it into nothingness. Ego didn't give up, conjuring several avatars, kneeling and weeping before Fang Mo, but Fang Mo did not listen, nor did he want to. Fang Mo continued to drift forward. Any ego attempting to stop him was torn in half by hand, or had his skull pierced and brain scrambled, or was ground into mush by gravity. Finally, Fang Mo reached Ego's core. Leviatine flew to his hand, and with a few casual swings, the 1,000-ton heavy shell was cut open, revealing the frantically flickering brain inside. Fang Mo targeted this brain and slowly made a bowing, charging posture. The power of the Surtur's magma and heat, the Snow Queen's magic, the Storm Axe's thunder, the power of the Arcana and Void Rings, the Infinity Stones, and Chakra. More and more power converged on his fist. From red to blue, then to purple, gold, and finally a wildly flashing rainbow, with dazzling lights chaotically flickering, containing terrifying destructive power. Ego, one last word for you. Seeing Ego, driven by fear to attack again, Fang Mo swung out his fist fiercely and shouted, "See you in hell." Fang Mo's fist transformed into a burst of energy beams, instantly devouring Ego's brain ahead. Everything touched by the beam was disintegrated, evaporated, the crust was pierced through, and soon the other side of Ego's planet turned red and softened, followed by a loud bang. The terrifying beam shot out from deep within the earth, creating a black void in the atmosphere, eventually disappearing into the depths of space. After a long time, the light faded. As Ego's main body had already perished, the energy stored in his surrounding flesh and blood began to lose control, and the entire planet continuously exploded and collapsed. But in the underground space, Fang Mo took a satisfied deep breath. Phew! After throwing that punch, Fang Mo felt an inexplicable relief in his heart. It was not just the irritability of just waking up, but all the anxiety, irritation, loneliness, all those pent-up and gloomy emotions seemed to have found an outlet, and after swearing and throwing that punch, they were all released at once. It turns out venting is indeed harmful to the body. Even Fang Mo himself couldn't bear the energy in the beam he just unleashed. His right arm had completely disappeared, but he didn't mind, as the regenerative effect was still active and his missing limb was visibly regrowing. This ego! Fang Mo clenched his newly regrown right fist, muttering to himself with a somewhat profound meaning, the feel of it is actually damn good. Savoring the moment with his eyes closed, Fang Mo suddenly opened his eyes, looked around stealthily, and then, somewhat excitedly said, "Should I do it again?" At this point, Fang Mo's hand subconsciously reached for the Infinity Gauntlet. Chapter 315, Chapter 312, Sucking Ego. Fang Mo hasn't felt so exhilarated in a long time. The kind of joyous liberation, a pure emotional catharsis that is nearly extreme. No need to consider feelings, morals, good or evil, just purely annihilating the enemy to nothingness, erasing every particle that constitutes the enemy's body from this world. Unfortunately for Ego, it seemed too lenient to just kill him with one punch. After all, even Ronin, a minor soldier, was sealed by Fang Mo into a flat pan and handed over to Drax. This was a rare opportunity for Fang Mo to delve into his dreams, and Ego dared to wake him up, which really solidified their enmity. Fang Mo would not allow Ego to perish so easily. After all, he was still not satisfied. With that thought, Fang Mo directly put on the Infinity Gauntlet. In the next second, the infinite might of the Time Stone enveloped the entire Ego planet, and everything started to madly reverse. First, Ego's brain, which was alive and smashed by Fang Mo, suddenly reappeared out of thin air, and the surrounding uncontrollable celestial energy also quickly stabilized. The exploding flames were reabsorbed into the flesh and veins as if nothing had happened. In the end, even the crust of Ego planet, scattered across the cosmos, rapidly fell back. Countless broken rocks converged into a massive, boundless crust, recovering the vast cavity of the underworld. The ruptured flesh, soil, and rocks were also covered back over the earth, and the destroyed giant light tentacles were restored to their original state. Even the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, were also confusedly reverted to below the light tendrils. What's going on? Star-Lord, now awakened to his celestial heritage, also felt an eerie sense of disharmony and quickly asked the others, "Do you feel like we've seen this scene before? It is a bit strange." Rocket Raccoon scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. "It feels like I've seen this scene somewhere." However, at this moment, Drax suddenly spoke up. "Look at how inexperienced you all are." Drax, leaning on his frying pan, spoke in an experienced tone. "The time just now was obviously reversed a bit. You might be experiencing this for the first time, so your senses are a bit disoriented, but not me. I'm almost used to this feeling." "Right, the sense of time just now was indeed a bit strange." Mantis chimed in hesitantly. "This feeling is like when I peered into the abyss before and forgot many things, but if I try to remember, I can feel a strange dissonance." "So, Fang Mo has woken up." Star-Lord understood what the others meant and heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great, we finally have hope." But he had just finished speaking. Just then, a few people were looking at him with a strange gaze. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Star-Lord was a bit confused as he looked at the people around him. "Did I say something wrong? Actually, according to normal understanding, the strongest among us has awakened, and indeed, we are saved," Rocket Raccoon suddenly retorted. "But have you ever thought about one thing, that is, why did we mysteriously experience a time reversal?" "Hey!" Hearing Rocket Raccoon's statement, Star-Lord was also stunned. "Right. Why did time reverse? Could it be?" Mantis hesitated and asked. "He didn't manage to save us in time, so he used time reversal to bring us back to life. Or maybe he was woken up by the noise and got out of bed grumpy, and just punched Quill's dad to death," Rocket Raccoon immediately continued. "Now we all know, Quill's dad is a living planet, and if that planet exploded, we certainly wouldn't survive. So, we were accidentally killed by the aftermath, and that guy reluctantly brought us back to life. Perhaps the real situation is even worse." Drax shrugged his shoulders, offering another possibility. "He didn't even think of us still being here. He was just not vented enough, so he thought of reviving Ego to kill again, just like he once taught me. I will kill you 1,000 times. Oh my god!" After hearing the speculations of others, Star-Lord was completely dumbfounded and subconsciously said, "No, why is this guy's morning mood so?" However, just as Star-Lord finished speaking, a deep blue hole suddenly collapsed in the space behind him. Then, Fang Mo slowly walked out from inside. "What, you think my morning mood is very bad?" Cough cough. "How could it be?" Star-Lord was startled by Fang Mo's sudden appearance, but then he sighed in relief, turned his head to the others, and said, "See, I told you it's fine. As long as Fang Mo is awake, we will be fine. But you had to scare me, talking about time reversal and all. Time reversal is real." Before Star-Lord could finish, Fang Mo directly interrupted him. Star-Lord's smile suddenly stiffened, and he quickly became a bit nervous and asked, "Then you mean to say?" "Okay, I admit my morning mood is indeed quite heavy." Fang Mo spread his hands and then suddenly did a backflip in place. While everyone was confused, he calmly continued, "I was so angry just now that I stomped my foot, probably accidentally affected you guys, but it's not a big deal, I've livened things up for everyone." "You're saying your angry stomping somehow affected us?" Star-Lord, clearly perplexed, couldn't help asking, "Isn't it just a stomp? Can that really be enough to kill us all? What should I do then? Should I demonstrate it again?" Fang Mo looked at Star-Lord, who indeed had a talent for courting death. Before Star-Lord could say anything, Rocket Raccoon and Drax already pulled him aside. "No need for a demonstration, buddy," Rocket Raccoon quickly said, covering Star-Lord's mouth. "We believe, we really believe." "Oh, as long as you believe." Fang Mo nodded, then snapped his fingers, and the profound space door opened again. "Hurry back to the Milano. I remember there's popcorn and jelly beans on the ship. Make sure to choose a good spot, watch me tear apart your dear dad." "Didn't you already kill him once?" Rocket Raccoon asked curiously. "Yeah." Fang Mo didn't deny it, seriously flipping the table and punching him directly shattered his brain, "but I wasn't satisfied. I've decided to kill him a few hundred more times." "Just because he woke you up?" Rocket asked. "Just because he woke me up," Fang Mo affirmed with a nod. Everyone was silent, looking towards Star-Lord, who realized his foolishness. If he had really woken Fang Mo, he might be the one getting killed hundreds of times now. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Let's go, quickly. Rocket Raccoon glanced at Star-Lord and then led him towards the portal. Following his lead, everyone hurriedly ran back to the Milano, a bit fearful that Fang Mo might suddenly lose his temper. After they left, Fang Mo took out a golden apple and started munching on it, then waved at the Milano in space. After that, Fang Mo suddenly activated the power of the Sword of Time. With a shout of the world, everything in the world paused at that moment. Fang Mo raised his hand and swung it down, the gravity ray instantly piercing the earth. And so, he slowly sank into the ground, quickly returning to the center of this planet, the region where the ego core is located. Looking at the core of ego in front of him, Fang Mo did not choose to kill it with a punch but summoned Steve after some thought. Then Steve took a grayish-white bucket out of the inventory. Steve raised his hand and right-clicked, and a grayish-white liquid block appeared instantly on the ground. Since time was at a standstill, the bucket of antimatter did not explode immediately upon being poured onto the ground. Fang Mo thought for a moment and then snapped his fingers on the spot. The space stone emitted an unprecedentedly bright light, followed by a vast, boundless supermassive portal that suddenly opened. At the other end of the deep blue void was an endless sea of light and heat, a blazing white ocean of superhot plasma as far as the eye can see. Even though time was still at a standstill, Fang Mo felt a bit uneasy and quickly teleported into the distant cosmos. Only after this did Fang Mo breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled, looking at the planet Ego, his lips buzzing, silently uttering a sentence. Celestial Colossus, Terra Rupture Stellar Burst. At the thought, Fang Mo lifted the time stop. The next second, the whole planet Ego suddenly fell into a strange silence. All the white light on the surface extinguished, and the planet seemed to have lost all vitality. Inside, the portal continued to expand, and the super high-pressure atomic nuclei undergoing fusion reactions poured out like raging tides. At the same time, a ton of antimatter instantly annihilated with the matter, converting into pure energy. Just 1 gram of antimatter releases energy equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT upon annihilation. And this whole cubic meter of antimatter, along with the supermassive portal from the stellar core. Of course, mainly the boundless power of the star core, Ego, even as a god, could not withstand such terrifying power. Its core was almost instantly vaporized into nothingness. And after that, the energy stored in Ego's flesh network also completely lost control and went berserk. Deep within the planet, the power from the stellar core continuously poured in, like a celestial cream puff, filling the interior of the Ego planet quickly with nuclear thermal flow far exceeding 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. An astronomical ultimate explosion began to brew rapidly, its explosive yield and scale surpassing any conventional scientific measure. The whole planet trembled uneasily. The surface plates of Ego began with intense trembling and roaring. Then the whole planet began to visibly soften and redden, all organic life burned to ashes by the high temperature. But soon, the temperature plummeted, and the surface of the planet slowly turned into a quiet black again, as if completely dead. But this was just a brief silence. Soon, an endless dazzling light burst from the rifts. Ego, in this sun-like brilliant light, completely shattered, disintegrated, exploding into countless fragments that scattered outward, numerous points of light like stardust flares thrown outwards, the whole process immensely shocking. After doing all this, Fang Mo satisfactorily closed the portal and teleported to the Milano. At this moment, everyone didn't even notice Fang Mo. Their entire attention was on the Ego planet in front of them, which wasn't even a planet anymore. It had been blasted into countless fragments, lifelessly floating in the cosmic space. Hey, brother! Fang Mo patted Star-Lord's shoulder with a grin, your dad has become a mine. Fuck. Star-Lord was so scared he almost jumped out of his seat. Turning his head and seeing Fang Mo, he then gasped, holding his chest, bro, you almost scared me to death. Look how scared you got. Fang Mo also laughed, this is the basic operation for us celestial players, Terra Rupture Stellar Burst, just the basics, don't worry. You've once again refreshed my understanding of you. Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but speak up at this moment, you're too brutal, destroying whole planets like that. Doesn't Ego have a core? Why don't you just deal with his core? Not to mention Quill, even a widely experienced guy like me is scared to death. Are you really some kind of dimensional demon? Some might call this extinction of celestial bodies, destroying everything, as the act of an evil dimensional demon, Fang Mo said with an indifferent smile. But I call it efficiency. But this is too damn efficient. Rocket Raccoon face palmed. So what should I call it then? Fang Mo spread his hands, filial piety? But this is Quill's dad we're talking about. Playing the filial piety card would be to Ego's advantage, wouldn't it? So what do you plan to do next? Rocket Raccoon sighed, you've killed him twice now. Aren't you satisfied yet? Satisfied? Fang Mo directly laughed, his hand lighting up with green light again. I'll leave these words here today. I'll consider this matter closed when I drink beef and radish soup. Wait, beef and radish soup? Star-Lord was stunned, you mean Earth's radish and beef? No, we are in outer space, said Rocket Raccoon, unable to help himself. Where do you expect me to find that stupid radish and meat? Besides, who among us would even know how to make that stuff? We don't even have a proper chef. But at least we have a frying pan, Drax chimed in. I am Groot. Keep that pan for yourself. Even Groot couldn't help but make a remark. I am Groot. Keep your stinky pot for stewing poop. The hothead also said mockingly, fortunately, Drax doesn't understand Groot's language, or else the two would probably start fighting. Who said we don't have a chef? Fang Mo said, then stabbed Rahab's sword into the ground, and the next second, Ah Shui walked out from it. She can cook. Rocket Raccoon was also stunned. Ah Shui, here, it's up to you, Fang Mo said, handing over some carrots, salt and beef to her from Steve's belongings. Remember to call me when the soup is ready. Okay, master. Ah Shui did not ask further but simply smiled and took the ingredients. During the time Ah Shui made the soup, Fang Mo relentlessly tormented Ego, sparing no props in his hands, using every possible method to torture the deity, such as barrels of liquid antimatter, ender pearls, infinity stones, and black hole hooks, employing almost every means available. While Ego was continuously killed and revived, then killed again. Honestly, his brain was almost regretting green. He did resist, but frankly, he overestimated his strength. Under the power of the infinity stones, his resistance only made Fang Mo more excited. Fang Mo even teleported Ego's star into a sun. Then reset it using the time stone. He even materialized some vegetable oil from Pam's harvest craft, adding some green onion, chili and minced garlic, heated it till it smoked, and poured it all over Ego's brain. Or sealed the other's brain in a dagger, then casually summoned a pig and inserted the sword into the pig's intestine, realizing the famous conjecture in the science, philosophy and amusement circles, the brain in the anus. In the end, Ego himself didn't want to live anymore. Fang Mo would kill him, then revive him with the time stone, becoming more adept at controlling the infinity stones over time, and the efficiency of killing Ego also increased. When Ah Shui finished making the soup, Fang Mo had already killed Ego hundreds of times. As for Ego, he had genuinely given up, too lazy even to beg for mercy. He had become numb, waiting for Fang Mo to tire and grant him a swift end. However, until the very end, Fang Mo did not let Ego go. He drew a great sword and stabbed it into Ego's core, intending to take it away. But just at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Ego's core, like a ball of dough, twisted and was sucked into the Ender Sword. But after that, the vortex didn't disappear, instead, it rapidly expanded, all the surrounding rocks, blood vessels and surging blue-white energy, everything was sucked into the Ender Sword. What the heck? Even Fang Mo was stunned at this sight. What was happening with the Ender Sword's judgment? Did it mistakenly identify the entire planet as Ego's body? Wasn't this considered a bug? Fang Mo casually threw 2 carrots on the ground. However, the vortex seemed to accept everything, and before the carrots even touched the ground, they were spun and swallowed by the Ender Sword's vortex. Seeing this, Fang Mo was genuinely baffled. Could it be that the Ender Sword really encountered some sort of bug? Fang Mo pondered for a while and thought that there might be an issue with the Ender Sword's capture judgment. The honest gentleman trait of Tinker's construct, when materialized, can capture any defeated biological entity into the sword. But Ego is not an ordinary biological entity. He is a living planet. His brain in the core is indeed his entity, but now it has grown countless biological vascular networks like blood vessels, covering the entire planet. Perhaps this is why the Ender Sword's capture judgment malfunctioned, considering the whole planet as Ego's body. In fact, not just Ego's planet itself. Any other object appearing on this planet was also judged as part of ego. Honestly, realizing this, even Fang Mo himself was somewhat amused. Is this considered a bug? Or is it a kind of, MC's unique trait? But despite these thoughts, Fang Mo's mind was still quick. He immediately pulled out an ender dagger, engraved a mark inside it with his mental power, and casually tossed it nearby. Quickly, the ender dagger was sucked into the vortex. Fang Mo closed his eyes to sense it and was actually able to perceive a mysterious coordinate. Can this really work? He murmured, shocked, opening his eyes wide. He raised his hand, and the time stone's green light instantly lit up. Everything around him began to accelerate rapidly. The planet Ego, which was slowly being absorbed by the Ender Sword, vanished from the universe in less than half an hour. Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately activated the mental coordinate in his mind. His figure disappeared into thin air, reappearing standing on a familiar red land. Clearly, this was the surface of Ego, where the Ender Dagger was still inserted, but compared to the cosmic space before, it was now very dark. Fang Mo looked up at the sky, pitch black like the abyss, without stars or sunlight. The only source of light was the light tentacles of Ego that hadn't retracted, still twisting in midair, barely illuminating this world. Obviously, this must be the sealed space inside the Ender Sword. Fang Mo tried to fly upwards and easily flew out of the atmosphere. Using his teleportation ability, he quickly flew a great distance. However, after flying a certain distance, he suddenly found grey-black particles surrounding him. It was like the bedrock layer of the main world. Fang Mo tentatively flew a distance inside, and soon found himself exiting from another side of space, right in front of the red-brown Ego again. Is it some kind of closed-loop space? Fang Mo pondered, quickly accepting this setting, so the volume of this space is limited, flying out from the left side will return from the right, but is this volume fixed? Or does it change with the strength and size of living beings? Never mind, I'll just ask Ashwe directly. Shaking his head, Fang Mo was too lazy to guess any more, simply moved his mind, and teleported out using the coordinates on the Rahab sword. Chapter 316, Chapter 313, Planning to Build a Planet Earth. This chapter is sponsored by Moneymancer. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Through the coordinates on the sword of Rahab, Fang Mo left this space and returned to the Milano. As soon as he returned to the Milano, Fang Mo smelled a faint, familiar aroma that made him pause for a moment. Ashwe was cooking radish soup on the ship's heating stove, using not Drax's frying pan but a brand new metal pot, seemingly the cooking utensil that came with the ship. It's just that Star-Lord was never very good at cooking, so he had put it away. Master, you're back. Ashwe turned her head towards Fang Mo, showing a gentle smile. The beef radish soup is ready, would you like to try it, Master? Oh, bring me a bowl quickly. Fang Mo nodded, then materialized a wooden bowl and handed it over. Ashwe took the wooden bowl, scooped up a small half bowl of soup, and gently said as she handed it to Fang Mo, the seasoning here seems different from what's used on Earth, so I only did the simplest seasoning. Please try it, Master. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Mo took the soup, and looked down at it for a moment. Ashwe's cooking was quite good, the soup in the bowl was a faint amber color, several pieces of beef with alternating fat and lean, and the soft and glutinous white radish that had been stewed to semi-transparency floated in it, with a faint steam rising, almost giving a sense of time interweaving. Fang Mo materialized a gold nugget, then used a gravitational field to press it into the shape of a spoon, scooped a bit of soup and brought it to his mouth. The hot soup slid over the tip of his tongue, the soup's richness mixed with the faint aroma of radish. Fang Mo didn't speak, just lowered his head and ate a piece of beef. After a long period of stewing, the beef was very tender, breaking apart easily with a gentle chew. The radish was the same. The semi-transparent radish was cooked just right, soft and glutinous and delicious, without any of the spiciness of the radish itself, but rather filled with the deliciousness of the soup itself. Soon, a bowl of hot soup entered Fang Mo's stomach. How is it, Master? Ashwe looked at Fang Mo expectantly, does it suit your taste? Very good. Fang Mo nodded with his eyes closed, really good, Ashwe. If Master likes it, Ashwe will often make it for you. Ashwe revealed a gentle smile, not just this dish, but anything else the Master wants to eat, Ashwe can learn to make it. Good child. Fang Mo also smiled, anyway, bring me another bowl. Okay. Ah Shue nodded, then served him another bowl. By the way, Ah Shue. Taking the wooden bowl, Fang Mo also remembered the serious matter and asked Ah Shue while drinking the soup, do you still remember what you were like in the sword? Remember? Ah Shue nodded a little strangely, what's the matter, master? Oh, just asking. Fang Mo scooped a piece of radish into his mouth, that fool orphan who disturbed my peaceful dream was stuffed into the sword by me, but that guy is a whole planet, so it accidentally caused some bugs. I wanted to ask you about the interior of the weapon to verify a guess. I see. Ah Shue nodded, then thought for a moment and said, actually, when I was in that sword, I could feel everything outside, just like I really became that sword, able to fight shoulder to shoulder with the master. This feeling seems quite nice. What about after I put you in the storage space? Fang Mo asked curiously. Storage space? Ah Shue tilted her head and then realized, oh, that strange space. The flow of time there is weird. Usually, the master just puts me in and takes me out immediately, so I don't feel much. Is that so? Fang Mo nodded, it seemed this was similar to what he thought. Indeed, his storage space has no concept of specific time. Fang Mo could throw a piece of roasted steak in there, and it wouldn't spoil even after months, still steaming hot. Now thinking about it, probably the weapons were the same, their time was frozen the moment they were thrown in. So to Ah Shue, or other living entities sealed into weapons, it probably felt like Fang Mo put them into the storage space and then instantly pulled them out for battle again. However, it's worth mentioning. If Fang Mo concentrates his consciousness on an item, then the item will be released from its stationary state, just like the 5-story high beacon inside him. Fang Mo thought about it and felt it was somewhat similar to Minecraft's chunk loading setting. When the player is not there, the chunk and the living entities inside are in a state of stasis, but when the player returns, everything is reactivated. But as for the time the Mind Stone affected him, honestly, Fang Mo didn't quite understand it. Either it was the power of the Infinity Stone transcending time, or he unconsciously focused on the Mind Stone at that time. Fang Mo didn't bother to ponder it, after all, the pesky stone has been completely tamed now. In any case, Fang Mo had a brief exchange with Ah Shue. Then he took out an ender dagger and let Ah Shue hold the dagger and returned to the interior of the Rahab sword. But after Ah Shue returned, Fang Mo first tried holding the Rahab sword and found that he couldn't enter it just by holding the sword, nor could he stuff other materials into it. This should be some sort of logical judgment problem, only the sealed living entities can enter the sword. As for Ah Shue being able to enter the sword with the ender dagger, perhaps the dagger was judged as part of her, just like the clothes she was wearing. Ego was the same. Its main body is just a lonely brain. Yet the ender sword sucked in its shell, which is the whole ego planet. Thinking this, Fang Mo directly closed his eyes to sense the coordinates of the ender sword, using this bug, or rather, a feature to bypass the logical judgment of the ender sword and then forcefully entered the interior of the sword. The next second, space shifted. He found himself in total darkness. Fang Mo looked around, it was pitch black, unlike the place where Ego was, which at least had tendrils of light for illumination. This place was pure darkness, so much so that even Fang Mo couldn't see his surroundings. However, with the thought, a faint orange glow lit up at his fingertips. Using this light source, Fang Mo saw Ah Shue not far away. She was closing her eyes, floating in this darkness. Probably sensing Fang Mo's presence, she slowly opened her eyes. Master! Ah Shue smiled and greeted Fang Mo, you're here. This place isn't much. Fang Mo looked around and couldn't help but complain subconsciously, it's too damn dark here, aren't you afraid of getting claustrophobia? Dark. Ah Shue was slightly puzzled, where is it dark? How is it not dark? Fang Mo couldn't help but retort, I'm lucky it's you here, if it were Nick, I wouldn't even be able to see him. But it's really not dark here. Ah Shue first showed a puzzled expression, then as if suddenly realizing something, she asked, wait, Master, can you not perceive external information? Hearing this, Fang Mo also realized, you mean, you can perceive external information? Of course. Ah Shue nodded, maybe it's because the way you entered here is different from me. Didn't you say something about exploiting a bug? Maybe that's why the sword can't resonate with you. But as for me, I can indeed perceive external information. Quill is sneaking your carrot soup. It's fine, let him eat. Fang Mo waved it off. Once I'm out, I'll use the time stone to rewind it for him. I'm getting pretty good with that thing now. Alright then. Ah Shui helplessly put a hand to her forehead. After a brief exchange, Fang Mo started to study the space again. He found that Ah Shui's space was actually very small, about 10 meters or so. This meant that the space might adjust its size automatically according to the volume of the sealed object. This was indeed good news. To know, ego can still continue to expand. Ego is not as big as the moon right now, but this is because it is only focused on breeding and not expanding its own body properly. If Fang Mo keeps collecting various materials, then this planet should slowly grow larger, and eventually, Fang Mo will have a planet of his own. Why bother with a few villas in the future? Just teleport directly to the ego and live in a temple, right? Good guy, he always says he's a dimension demon, and now Fang Mo feels like he truly is one. Later, he can just set up a super large beacon on ego, manage a world completely his own, and even take characters from other copies and settle them in. Really, isn't that too cool? As for ego's own will? Sorry, what Fang Mo needs is just his body. As for his thoughts, Fang Mo has too many ways to obliterate them. As everyone knows, ego is a great stud, able to hybridize its genes with other species, just like Star-Lord is another god. So, if you think about it this way, can't Fang Mo let ego continue to wildly hybridize with other species here, and then try to breed a new god, and keep breeding like this, interbreeding, purifying the bloodline, and finally producing a bunch of gods? If you think about it, this seems pretty similar to the villager breeding farms in MC. Fang Mo suddenly became interested. If he can really breed a bunch of god puppets, then the area of ego will definitely expand crazily, because this thing is hollow underground, it might even be many times larger than Earth. This is not the lonely world of MC, but a purely and truly world of his own. Fang Mo could even, according to his own will, use the materialized villagers to build another Earth here. Just imagining the future scene, Fang Mo feels something stirring at the bottom of his heart. It seems he is truly moved this time. Chapter 317, Chapter 314, Sword of Light. This chapter is sponsored by Moneymancer. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. Transform Ego Planet into another Earth. Just thinking about it, Fang Mo couldn't help but get excited. After the villagers are materialized, they are no different from humans, and they are absolutely loyal to Fang Mo, the creator. Theoretically, as long as Fang Mo has enough information and materials, he can start replicating Earth. As for the materials, he can leave that to artificial intelligence. He believes that supreme intelligence can perfectly accomplish this task. And even if it can't, you know this is the Marvel Universe, Fang Mo could simply borrow Jarvis from Stark, or even create Ultron, right? Others are afraid of Ultron. But Fang Mo is not afraid of that stuff. If it really doesn't work, he can deal with Ultron the same way as the Supreme Intelligence, first create a mainframe for Ultron, then seal it into a sword, and use it like plugging in a USB. If anything goes wrong, just directly unplug its mainframe. In short, after a little imagination, Fang Mo immediately realized the potential of this thing. So, with a slight thought, Fang Mo immediately left the space inside Rahab and returned to the living cabin of the Milano. Just as Ah Shui said, at this moment Star-Lord is eating heartily behind everyone's back, but the sudden appearance of Fang Mo startled him, seeming to burn his tongue, and he couldn't speak for a while. Tasty. Fang Mo glanced at Star-Lord and asked. Seriously, he doesn't understand how this guy still doesn't have a conscience. His biological father has been killed hundreds of times, and yet he's still happily hiding here and sneaking carrot soup. Star-Lord's mouth was burnt and he couldn't speak, so he hurriedly nodded. Another bowl? Fang Mo asked again. Thank you. Star-Lord nodded again, swallowed the soup in his mouth, and while wiping his mouth, handed the bowl to Fang Mo. The soup is too hot. Wait, what's with the green light on your hand? Didn't you say you wanted another bowl? Fang Mo revealed a mischievous smile, with an emerald green time matrix flickering on his hand. I'm helping you. You. Before he could finish speaking, a strange time field suddenly enveloped Star-Lord's body, and he began to inexplicably rewind, spooning into his mouth non-stop, scooping soup out of it, then chewing a few times as if making beef, and then a whole piece of beef came out of his mouth. While Star-Lord was time reversing, Fang Mo took out a wooden bowl and hurriedly filled it with a bowl of meat soup for himself. After that, Star-Lord quickly began to spoon the meat soup back into the pot from the bowl, stirred a few times, and swallowed. It wasn't until all this was done that Star-Lord suddenly broke free from the time field. "Good guy," Fang Mo happily teased, "Drax goes backward in defecating, and you eat backward, right? Hey, you." Star-Lord also realized he had been tricked, especially since Fang Mo now had a very subtle mastery of the time stone, able to rewind time while preserving the other's memory. At this moment, Star-Lord's face looked a bit strange. No way around it, the feeling of scooping food out of his mouth bite by bite was too weird. However, before he could say anything, suddenly the door was pushed open, and Drax walked in with a frying pan. "Quill, why did you run here?" Is the meat soup cooked?" Seeing the empty bowl in Star-Lord's hand, Drax immediately laughed. "Ahaha, Quill, you wanted to sneak some food again, but I caught you this time, right? Everybody, come quick! The meat soup is ready." His shout quickly brought others in. This smells really good." Rocket Raccoon sniffed the air and couldn't resist. "That lady's cooking is too good, my goodness, get me a bowl to try." "Oh, no problem." Fang Mo put his bowl of soup into the storage space and then directly picked up the pot and handed it to Star-Lord. "Go on, serve the soup on the table for everyone to eat." "Ah!" Star-Lord was stunned. "Quill, what exactly is going on?" Rocket Raccoon urged. "You wouldn't be trying to sneak some more, would you? Hurry up and bring the soup over, or you'll be in charge of washing the pots today, of course, I mean the one Drax is holding." Star-Lord seemed a bit displeased after listening, but the next second he suddenly looked down at the soup pot in his hand, his eyes whirling around, and suddenly a bright smile appeared on his face. "Hee, all right, carrot soup coming up." Then, he happily brought the soup to the table. Perhaps it was the beast's intuition, but Rocket Raccoon suddenly froze when he saw this, then looked at Star-Lord with suspicion. "Rocket, you drink it." Star-Lord directly handed a wooden bowl to Rocket Raccoon, smiling and saying, "Wasn't it you who wanted to try it? Come on, lead the way for everyone." "You're acting weird, Rocket squinted his eyes, but before he could say anything, Drax had already grabbed a wooden bowl, scooped a few spoons of meat soup, and slurped it up. Delicious. Drax didn't care about anything, he just gave a thumbs up. Where did that skinny girl go? I need to praise her. Though she looked frail, this food is truly delicious. I have to be honest, even my wife's cooking isn't as good as hers." Everyone seeing Drax eating started taking bowls to serve themselves soup. The ingredients from the MC world are such that even the simplest seasoning makes the rich and mellow flavor instantly conquer everyone. They slurped the soup, almost swallowing their tongues. "Damn, this is too delicious. Compared to space fast food, it's just trash." Even the cautious Rocket Raccoon couldn't resist the temptation and carefully took a sip of the soup, then was completely won over. He turned to Star-Lord and said, "Quill, you eat too." "Hee, I won't eat." Star-Lord smiled and stepped back. "You guys enjoy it while it's hot. I won't disturb, I'll leave now." "Ha ha ha." Standing by, Fang Mo saw this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Well, what a galactic usher of demise, haha, I'm dying." "Ah!" The people at the table, upon hearing this, were also confused, holding their soup bowls and looking blankly at Fang Mo, seemingly not understanding why he would suddenly do this. But Fang Mo didn't bother to explain. He just took out his bowl of meat soup, which Quill hadn't contaminated, and happily finished it off, then left the living cabin, ready to study the ego sword. Only the people at the dining table were left, all with faces of confusion and doubt. Through the portal of the space stone, Fang Mo easily retrieved the ego sword floating in the universe. Like other weapons that had sealed biological entities, this Ender Greatsword underwent significant changes after sealing ego. Just as Fang Mo anticipated, the sword transformed into a pure sword of light. The golden blade was inlaid with rubies, looking exceptionally luxurious and exquisite. The blade itself completely turned into a pale, glowing substance, buzzing when swung, and flickering with pale blue and white arcs and afterimages, looking particularly magnificent. Fang Mo swung it a couple of times. He found this thing inexplicably similar to the Sword of Light in Demon Castle Dawn, also known as the Unbeaten Sword of Light, Clausolas, from Irish mythology of the Tuathadadanan. With a mere thought, Fang Mo's hand manifested a light sphere, much like the one Star-Lord created on planet Ego, but his talent was obviously much higher, making the sphere look very round and complete, with a flowing halo of blue and white light inside. The power of Ego. Fang Mo played with the light sphere in his hand, feeling it somewhat similar to the energy of a beacon. However, the beacon's energy was very gentle, more inclined towards healing and enhancement, but Ego's light energy was different, leaning more towards construction and attack. Fang Mo could feel that this small sphere in his hand was no weaker than the tailed beast ball of the 9 tails. It has to be said, after gaining the power of Ego, Fang Mo indeed became much stronger. In the Marvel Universe, he had 4 Infinity Stones and could do whatever he wanted, but it should be noted that these stones would become ineffective once he left the Marvel Universe. Now, Fang Mo got an entire planet to use as an energy battery. This could make up for that shortfall. After all, Ego was much more ferocious than the 9 tails. Although its body was only as big as a moon, the energy contained within was truly absurd. Perhaps this was the confidence he boasted as a celestial. After studying the Sword of Light for a while, a battered Star-Lord also pushed the door and walked in. Of course, he wasn't there to complain, but to ask Fang Mo where he planned to go next. Fang Mo thought for a bit and decided to first visit the Void, as the Milano was indeed a bit small and even a little tampering was strenuous. The Collector had already agreed to modify Ronan's Dark Aster battleship for him, so it was a good time to check on the progress. Thus, Star-Lord quickly left, ready to head towards the Void. Fortunately, this time they had Supreme Intelligence as the spaceship AI, which freed up Rocket Raccoon and Quill. As for Fang Mo, he used the instant movement of Ender weapons, the storage space, and the characteristics of the Geokist to successfully transfer his villa, beacon, and Ender Dragon to planet Ego, even creating a real den for them there. That was a dragon's nest made up of a large amount of obsidian towers, and crystals, and countless jewels and gold. The Ender Dragon really liked its new lair and kept rolling around inside. After that, Fang Mo also brought Mantis Woman and the Supreme Intelligence, planning to have a comfortable sleep and a nice dream or something. Unfortunately, this time he didn't continue the dream from last time, but rather strangely dreamed of his partner Xiao Ao, who seemed to be teaching him the crafting recipes for Industrial Age 2, something about batteries being made with a tin shell, redstone dust in the middle, a wire on top, and so on. This dream was as good as being in prison. The only gain, perhaps, was that Fang Mo remembered how to make a battery. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and when Fang Mo woke up again, Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord had been waiting in front of him for a long time. And seeing the giant black battleship outside the spaceship that obscured the sky and sun, Fang Mo also quickly realized the Void had arrived. Chapter 318, Chapter 315, Sir Star Devourer. It must be said, Tennelier Tavan's efficiency is indeed high. Fang Mo left here not long ago, and surprisingly, the Dark Star has already been taken care of by the Tavan group. Moreover, the most amazing part is that the Dark Star is not merely repaired. According to Tavan himself, he has also upgraded and optimized this battleship to a certain extent, eliminating the small necromantic fleet that was like flies and instead upgraded the armor and power transmission system. The appearance of the Dark Star hasn't changed much currently. But under Tavan's introduction, everyone found that there have indeed been many changes inside the battleship. Previously, when Ronan was piloting this spaceship, many areas here were using the biotechnology of the Kree civilization, such as the area responsible for piloting the ship, where there were always a few necromantic soldiers lying there pulling the power balls. But now it's different. Tavan has transformed the Dark Star's power system into a semi-intelligent one. That is, things like traditional holographic images, buttons, and semi-transparent operating screens. Fang Mo didn't feel much about it. To be honest, he couldn't pilot a spaceship anyway. If he had to pilot, he probably would just use the gravity field of the Void Ring to pull the hull forward. However, Rocket Raccoon really likes this new operating system. It seems very exciting. In addition to this, there is also the energy system. Before, the Dark Star used the most traditional nuclear elements and standard galactic spaceship liquid fuel, but the problem is that the Dark Star is too big, currently only second to Thanos Sanctuary 2. The amount of fuel such a large mothership needs is astronomical. Considering Fang Mo has the Infinity Stones. So, Tavan thought about it and simply commanded his subordinates to add a new power system to this ship, which can be directly powered by the Infinity Stones or other miscellaneous things. That's really cool. Fang Mo tried the power system a bit and found that it can not only use the stones for power but also compatible with electrical energy and the light of ego. Even the nether star or tailed beast chakra can barely be compatible. It seems Tavan really has some skills, knowing that Fang Mo has a lot of things that can provide energy, so he specially created this highly compatible power system for him. Of course, he obviously has his own ulterior motives. Hehe, Master Mage. After introducing the specific modifications of the Dark Star, Tavan also rubbed his hands expectantly, showing a sly smile. This battleship was not easy to modify, its left wing was completely blown up by you, and it took 12 Titan-class docks of my subordinates working together to repair it so quickly. What now? Fang Mo looked at Tavan and saw through his thoughts. Have you finished all the cosmic meatballs? Not at all, Master Mage. Tavan cleverly flattered, not to hide from you, Master Mage, I have lived too long. I have tasted all kinds of food in this universe, but the thing you sent me last time was truly wonderfully unique, a taste I have never experienced before. So. Of course, Master Mage. Before Fang Mo could finish speaking, Tavan immediately spoke up again. If you have other foods I haven't tried, that's fine too. I seem to have rekindled my interest in gourmet food recently. It seems that in addition to collecting, tasting unknown foods is also an interesting experience. Food you haven't eaten. Hearing Tavan's words, Fang Mo also subconsciously nodded. He pondered for a moment and then, with a thought, took several foods from Steve's hands and handed them to Tavan. Take these and eat, don't be shy. Tavan became excited at this scene. He had only intended to make a small request, but it happened to coincide with Fang Mo in a good mood, and he actually got a bunch of food he had never seen before. So, he quickly took out an instrument to preserve these foods. Master Mage, these are all. Tavan swallowed, looking forward to Fang Mo's explanation. Oh, these. Fang Mo smiled and began to introduce. This is monster pan-fried dumplings, this is spider eye pie, and this is underworld grilled wings. What about these two? Tavan curiously looked at a brown-red soup bowl and a small plate of rainbow-colored substance that clearly didn't look like food. These two are amazing, let me tell you. Hearing Tavan's question, Fang Mo immediately showed a pleased smile and pointed to the small plate of rainbow-colored substance. This is called epic bacon, or you can call it rainbow dazzling spicy strip from the school side 10 years ago, made with 7 kinds of natural dyes. When you encounter a rainbow, you conquer the rainbow. Tavan blinked confusedly, and the other one. This one is even more amazing. Fang Mo picked up the wooden bowl and shook it a bit, the reddish-brown mysterious soup spread out, and the bottom of the bowl kept making a sloshing sound. This is Miner's Mishmash. Miner's Mishmash, what is that? Tavan said confusedly. It's literal, Fang Mo explained while holding a wooden bowl. This dish originated from the miners in Minecraft. Initially, it was because the miners were hungry underground, so they dumped everything in their backpacks into a pot to cook and eat. Surprisingly, it turned out to be exceptionally delicious and has been passed down ever since. And its ingredients? Very simple: iron, gold, coal, lapis lazuli, flint, diamond, redstone, rotten flesh, plus a pot. Fang Mo gave a thumbs up and praised, it can quickly replenish a large amount of mineral quality. It's a rare and delicious stew called mineral stew, although there's not a single vegetable in it. This. Master Mage. Tavan hesitated for a moment, looking at the bowl of soup, then said timidly, if you are unsatisfied with something about the Dark Star, you can just tell me. I'm quite satisfied with it. Fang Mo looked at Tavan strangely, why would I feed it to you if I'm not satisfied? Am I sick? But this thing. It clearly doesn't seem edible, right? Tavan weakly retorted. So this thing can't be eaten. Hearing this, Fang Mo directly took out a silvery white rhombus crystal from his pocket. Then I ask you, can this be eaten? Saying this, Fang Mo directly hit a nearby metal plate twice with the nether star in his hand. The nether star made a clanking sound against the plate. Such a perfect collectible. Seeing the nether star, the collector's eyes lit up, his old habits kicking in. This must be the energy core of some dimension, right? Look at the pure luster, it's so beautiful. I'm asking you, can this be eaten? Fang Mo asked again. This thing certainly can't be eaten, Tavan immediately said, its hardness is probably higher than diamonds. Come on, today I'll perform a trick called sandwiching the nether star between slices of bread. Fang Mo interrupted Tavan, casually stuffing the nether star back into his body, then took 2 square pieces of strange toast from Steve's hand. See, this is a nether star as well, right? Fang Mo opened the 2 pieces of toast to show that, in addition to a layer of thin butter, there was also a silvery white, prismatic crystal sandwiched between them, obviously another nether star, identical to the one he had just stored away. However, to Tavan's amazement, Fang Mo suddenly took a big bite, crunching down so that the toast and the nether star inside were bitten off in a large chunk. This. Witnessing this scene, Tavan seemed to have his worldview shattered. How is this possible? But unexpectedly to him, Fang Mo started chewing crunchily, even showing an expression of enjoyment. See? Buttered bread sandwiching a nether star. After eating it, I'll go running to the capital. Fang Mo wasn't eating recklessly. In fact, all of this was authentic Pam's Harvest craft cuisine he had made while bored, flipping through recipes with Steve Spider Eye Pie, nether wings, mineral stew, epic bacon, and now this star-studded toast. These were all real dishes from Pam's Harvest craft mod, not something Fang Mo randomly invented. However, after making these foods, Fang Mo just casually stuffed them into Steve's oversized backpack. It was only because Tavan was pestering him to eat something today. Otherwise, Fang Mo might not even remember these dishes. But unexpectedly to Fang Mo, this star-studded toast was surprisingly delicious. The nether star itself is tasteless and its crystal structure is extremely dense and hard, almost impossible to destroy with external force. However, for some reason, once sandwiched in bread and buttered, its properties suddenly changed. As Fang Mo chewed on the nether star's crystal fragments in his mouth, he felt it was somewhat like sesame candy or almond crisps. Combined with the rich, milky butter and the soft, delicious bread, it was unexpectedly tasty, even addictive. Moreover, after swallowing it, he felt a strange sense of connection. It was as if a door inside him had opened, and Fang Mo vaguely felt that he had established some kind of connection with the nether, able to continuously draw power from that world. Even Fang Mo himself was stunned for a moment. But soon he bit into another star-studded toast. As the toast settled in his stomach, Fang Mo felt as if the gate within him had expanded slightly, allowing him to mobilize more energy from the lower realms. Upon realizing this, a sense of clarity rose in Fang Mo's heart. Essentially, the beacon power within him also draws energy from the lower realms. Now that he has eaten the star-studded toast, it's as if he has become a beacon himself, which is obviously much more convenient than a literal beacon. After all, a beacon requires a massive amount of resources to build its base. But this star-studded toast is different, all he has to do is mindlessly devour the stars of the lower realm, right? Good fellow. After figuring this out, Fang Mo couldn't hold back anymore. He turned his head and said to the completely astonished Tavan beside him, "From now on, don't call me Master Mage anymore, please refer to me as Sir Star Devourer." Chapter 319, Chapter 316, Titan-class spaceship called Titanic. Never mind that. Before the collector could speak, Fang Mo shook his head again. I always feel like it would become a measure of combat power, and I would have to be dragged away to make sacrifices. The collector standing by didn't dare to say another word. Look at how miserable you look. Fang Mo glanced at Tavan, shook his head helplessly, and then casually took out a cosmic meatball and threw it to him. You're afraid to eat anything else, so you only recognize this, right? Seeing this, Collector Tavan hurriedly caught the cosmic meatball and immediately beamed with joy. Hee, the mage is indeed generous. Enough with the flattery, Fang Mo waved his hand and then reached for the wooden bowl. Since you don't eat these things, I'll take them back. But what Fang Mo didn't expect was this. Collector Tavan suddenly stepped back with the wooden bowl. Fang Mo was also startled. That, Master Mage, Collector Tavan suddenly smiled awkwardly, seeing you eat that toast earlier, it seemed very delicious. Maybe these things are really tasty, so I plan to try them. Okay then. Seeing his reaction, Fang Mo was somewhat amused, then take it and enjoy it slowly. I will savor it. Collector Tavan said, by the way, the warship you are currently piloting hasn't been named. I plan to register it on the galactic common route to avoid misunderstandings when visiting other civilizations. Could you name this warship? Fang Mo touched his chin and said, everything here is pitch black, so let's call it Nick. I plan to seriously look for him next, so let's just call it this name. Maybe he will contact me on his own when he hears this name. Nick. Collector Tavan nodded, okay, I understand. I'll have someone register it on the interstellar general route list now, but the approval for such a Titan-class battleship might be slow. What? A Titan-class battleship? Fang Mo was startled upon hearing this, a bad feeling emerging in his heart. Damn. Titan Nick. Yes. Collector Tavan, unaware of the twists and turns on Earth, strangely nodded. In fact, this battleship's scale has already exceeded the traditional Titan class, but this is not a problem for the Tavan group. Well, okay then, Titan Nick it is. Fang Mo rubbed his temples and said, if it doesn't work out, we'll just plant some cotton on the bow. Once we find Nick, we'll have him go to the bow and romantically hug the cotton, creating a classic scene in the style of a black reproduction. Don't worry, Your Excellency, I will have my people help you keep an eye on his whereabouts, Collector Tavan said again. Oh, good. Fang Mo nodded and didn't say much else. Eager to taste the food, Collector Tavan quickly found an excuse to leave. After he left, Fang Mo also removed the space stone from the Infinity Gauntlet, setting it to an activated state, and embedded it in the core hub of the power system. The bright blue light extended along numerous patterns, and even the energy cables buried under the black stone faintly transmitted a blue and white energy flow. From the outside, the entire Dark Star, now called Nick, all the armor gaps of Nick were lit up with a faint blue light, making it many times more beautiful than the Dark Star. On the nearby display screen, the ship's power furnace was also instantly brought to full power. And as for Rocket Raccoon, he was jumping up and down around these large displays. Seriously, buddy, I absolutely love this operating system. Rocket Raccoon's fluffy face was filled with excitement. This operating system totally outclasses the Milano by hundreds of streets. That white-haired old man is really rich, everything here is top-notch, and it's the kind that even money can't buy. So next, we're going to drive this thing around the city. Unlike Rocket Raccoon's excitement, Star-Lord's expression was a bit strange. Are you sure we can drive this thing? Ronan formed a whole army just to operate it. So, hasn't the white-haired old man already improved the operating system for us? Rocket Raccoon, fiddling with 3 huge displays, spoke without turning his head. He has removed the useless fleet bays of the Dark Aster. Now, this warship no longer has the Necro fleet, although it's still a bit complicated to maintain, it's much easier to operate. I can modify it a bit and operate it alone. Or we could leave this task to another expert. Drax said, didn't Fang Mo bring back the supreme intelligence of the Kree? Why not let it operate this warship? That's also possible. Rocket Raccoon said, however. Considering that the supreme intelligence is occasionally used by Fang Mo for other purposes, I still need to modify it first. You wouldn't want another incident like the one on Ego's planet, right? Alright, you have a point. Drax nodded, but then he laughed. Now we are driving Ronan's spaceship and freely using his superiors, while Ronan can only watch helplessly. Haha, this feels so good. Hearing Drax's words, everyone looked at him with a strange gaze. Fortunately, Groot quickly saved him. I am Groot. Guys, I suggest we first take a tour of this spaceship, it's really big. Indeed, previously, the Collector Tavan only showed them the engine room and the spaceship's control panel. But the Dark Aster is really huge. The scale of the Nova Corps' KYLN prison is already exaggerated, right? However, in front of the Dark Aster, it's like a small mouse. Without even using the main guns, just a brush with the side wings could turn the entire KYLN prison into ruins. So, following Groot's suggestion, everyone took a good look at the interior space of the spaceship. Like the Dark Aster, only the middle part of the Nick is the active area. As for the side wings, which are like wings, they were originally the Necroflate's chambers, capable of releasing an overwhelming Necrofleet. But now, these have been dismantled by the Tavan group. Now, the side wings of the Nick only have a lot of unused space and energy cables. Fang Mo took a look and found that these spaces could probably be fitted with various shipborne weapons, but Tavan hadn't installed them, probably thinking that with his own power, he didn't need these cannons. However, one should know. Starships are the romance of men. So Fang Mo also secretly kept this matter in mind, planning to find some powerful weapons to install on this when he had time, hoping that a salvo would be satisfying only if it could destroy several cities. There's also the force field generator from Wakanda, a true piece of black technology. Throughout the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, very few spaceships come with their own energy barriers. Even Thanos' ship, the Sanctuary 2, relies solely on armor for defense. and as a result, it was directly pierced through by Captain Marvel. This highlights the importance of the energy shield. Anyway, Fang Mo has the Infinity Stones for power supply, so he's not worried about the output. In summary, visiting the interior of the spaceship wasted more than an hour. Fortunately, Rocket Raccoon worked quickly. While everyone was discussing how to allocate the sleeping pods and the recreation room, the rear of the Nick Fury ship was already spewing blue flames, heading straight into the depths of space. After that, Rocket Raccoon also specifically asked Fang Mo about his next plans. Fang Mo said he'd first visit Earth, as he hadn't been back for a long time and wanted to check on the plot progression, not wanting to miss events like the funeral of the Ancient One. He also wanted Star-Lord to visit his mother's grave. After all, he now knew the truth that it was Ego who killed his mother, so it was normal for him to go back and let out some emotions. Everyone agreed it made sense, so they set course for Earth. However, the void was indeed too far from Earth, and the Nick ship was too large to pass through some of the smaller wormholes, meaning the crew had to wait on board for quite a while. Luckily, the Nick ship had a vast interior space. Everyone took this time to remodel the interior of the ship. Drax rolled up his sleeves to build a bathroom, claiming he was best at it, while Groot and his spiky grandson added greenery to the ship, even building a few small fountains. Rocket Raccoon was in charge of remodeling the cockpit, ensuring that an operational screen could be accessed from any area within the cabin. Even Star-Lord eagerly planned the entertainment and living areas, even saying that once they reached Earth, he would buy some game consoles to bring back to the ship. As for Fang Mo, he was the only one who couldn't sit still. He used to pass the time by sleeping and dreaming. But recently, he kept dreaming of Xiao pulling his ear, forcing him to play with industrial mods. Initially, Fang Mo was interested and remembered how to make geothermal generators, advanced alloy plates, and nano armor, but soon he couldn't take it anymore. In one dream where he tried to resist and push back, he was woken up by a wrench hitting his head. In all honesty, Fang Mo just wanted to show off a small ice cream. Anyway, the dream was too bizarre, and he didn't plan to continue imprisoned in it. So, he teleported to Asgard, intending to open some lucky blocks in this mod paradise to change his mood. But what he didn't expect was, as soon as Fang Mo teleported there, something went wrong. Chapter 320, Chapter 317, Back to Marvel Earth. Fang Mo originally planned to go to Asgard for a lottery draw. After communicating with the Supreme Intelligence, he already had 16 lucky blocks in his hand. However, unexpectedly, just after Fang Mo teleported to his residence and was about to bathe and change clothes, a sudden knock came at the door. Hearing this knocking sound, Fang Mo was also a bit puzzled. You see, Fang Mo used the Space Stone to teleport and did not pass through the Bifrost Bridge, so under normal circumstances, the people of Asgard should not be able to track his whereabouts. Out of curiosity, Fang Mo left the bath. Then, wrapped in a bath towel, he walked towards the door. But when Fang Mo opened the door, he found that it wasn't Thor or Loki standing outside, but rather the serious-faced, dark-skinned gatekeeper of the Heavenly Palace. Yo, isn't this Heimdall? Upon seeing the other person, Fang Mo immediately showed a pleased smile. It's been a long time since I've seen someone of your skin color, I've missed it. How about some watermelon? We can take a bath together and chat. Saying this, Fang Mo also materialized a piece of watermelon out of thin air. I guess the person you are thinking of in your mind is not me. Heimdall's eye twitched, but he quickly composed himself. It must be said that this gatekeeper's professional quality is high. He seems to never smile while on duty. But on second thought, it also makes sense, as he stands guard all year round without rest, day and night. Who could smile under such circumstances? Hey! If you don't want to eat, that's fine. Fang Mo didn't insist, taking a bite of the watermelon himself. The cold, juicy, sweet and crisp watermelon made Fang Mo squint his eyes. By the way, how did you know I was back? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Heimdall straightforwardly said, ever since the last time you threw those Kree people into Vanaheim to plant cotton, I've been wanting to talk to you. But your spirit is as vast and boundless as the ocean, and my calls could not get your attention. Oh, you didn't say, I almost forgot. Hearing Heimdall's words, Fang Mo suddenly slapped his forehead. How are those Kree people doing with the cotton planting? They haven't been slacking, have they? They are doing quite well so far, they have already Heimdall was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized, touching his forehead and saying, "No, why should I answer your question? Look, you've awakened your bloodline, haven't you?" Seeing this, Fang Mo immediately laughed, "I guess you must be envious of them. How about I personally speak to Odin, let Loki guard the gate for a few days, and you go to Vanaheim's cotton fields to experience life?" "Sorry, I'm not interested in cotton, and I am not part of the black race from Midgard." Heimdall shook his head and said, "Speaking of cotton, the reason I came to you is indeed because of a black man, Fang Mo. You should have a friend named Nick Fury, right?" "Hey!" Hearing Heimdall's words, Fang Mo was also stunned. "Wait, did you just mention cotton? Damn! Fury wouldn't really have been tricked into growing alien cotton, would he? No, he's my man, even if he's a tool, he can only be a tool for me. I'm going to destroy those alien races. It has nothing to do with cotton." Heimdall explained, "I mean, Nick Fury is now back on Earth, but he has caused a big disaster. Earth is currently under attack by aliens, and Thor has already gone to support Loki." "What? You're saying Nick Fury ran back to Earth?" Fang Mo was a bit surprised and scratched his head. "Damn, this guy is really something. But since he's back on Earth, I'm relieved. Let me draw some cards first, and then I'll deal with this after. Earth is under alien invasion, aren't you worried?" Heimdall couldn't help asking, "Drawing cards and such, although I don't understand. But this kind of thing can be done anytime, right? Don't you plan to go back to Earth first? The defense forces of Earth are already very strong, okay?" Fang Mo waved his hand and said, "Even the invincible Thor has gone to support, not to mention Kid King Hulk, Muscle Stark, and Bedwetting King Hawkeye. If it really comes down to it, just send Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver too, it'll be fine. My main ship will arrive on Earth soon, and I'll save the day at the crucial moment. For now, let me draw some cards." "But Nick Fury has stolen the Power Stone," Heimdall suddenly reminded him. "Damn these aliens, they are really asking for it. They dare to touch my tools." Fang Mo immediately got upset upon hearing this, and instantly drew his cleaving sword, shouting, "Don't they know we flower growers love our tools the most? Damn, I can't stand it, I'll chop their heads off with one strike." After saying this, Fang Mo immediately activated brown magic. In almost an instant, Fang Mo returned to the central control room of Nick. Fang Mo used the Space Stone when he went to Asgard. But when he came back, he used the brown magic effect inherent in the Sword of Supreme Intelligence. These swords, in order to seal entities, were all inscribed by Fang Mo with the spatial resonance power of Ender Metal. Each sword could become his teleportation anchor point. It was a necessary move. After all, the Space Stone was being used by Fang Mo for power generation. Upon returning to the Nick, Fang Mo didn't stop and went straight to the energy control room. After passing the verification, the metal doors of the energy control room slowly opened. Fang Mo walked in, raised his hand to the Space Stone, and with a thought, a vast blue energy began to turn into mist, swirling around Nick incessantly. Under the influence of the Space Stone, the space around Nick became as fragile as paper. As mentioned before, among these Infinity Stones, the one that resonated best with Fang Mo was the Space Stone. This was evident from the fact that Fang Mo could open a teleportation portal directly inside a star. In fact, Fang Mo could have teleported the entire Nick near Earth. But as for interstellar travel, sometimes the scenery on the road is also quite important. But now, Fang Mo is in no mood to look at any scenery. All he can think about is all he can think about is his good friend Nick Fury. In any case, under Fang Mo's operation, the power reactor of the Nick Fury ship soared to over 300%. Not far ahead of Nick, space rippled like water waves, turning into a huge, boundless blue energy portal. And on the other end of this huge portal, there was a blue planet. As Fang Mo created the portal, the others on the ship were also stirred. Especially Rocket Raccoon, who was the first to arrive in the energy room. "Fang Mo, what's going on? The Supreme Intelligence just suddenly told us to prepare for a Spock jump, did you do this?" "Yes." Fang Mo nodded, "This ship is too slow, I thought about it and decided to teleport manually." "Hey!" After hearing Fang Mo's explanation, Rocket Raccoon was also a bit confused. "Then why didn't you use this trick earlier? We have been flying for several days. This is to let you guys get familiar with the ship first. Fang Mo casually said, "Alright, hold on to something, the ship is about to jump." As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous body of Nick shook suddenly, and the familiar feeling of acceleration hit fiercely, causing Rocket Raccoon to instinctively grab onto a nearby architectural protrusion. "I hope Drax isn't in the toilet." After stabilizing himself, Rocket Raccoon also muttered softly. Powered by the space stone, the Nick had strong propulsion, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through the portal, jumping from some unknown distant galaxy to the solar system. "Alright, done." Seeing the blue planet in front of him, Fang Mo patted his hands, then turned to Rocket Raccoon and said, "Hurry up and get ready, didn't I tell you there are your kind on Earth? I'll take you to the zoo for a visit." "Are you sure there are my kind here?" Rocket Raccoon was a bit hesitant. "I am unique in this universe. When have I ever lied to you?" Fang Mo said while returning to the central control room, looking outside through the nanocrystalline glass. "Hey? This Earth hasn't been invaded by aliens? Heimdall can't be playing tricks on me, right? What invasion? What are you talking about?" Rocket Raccoon said in shock. "There was someone who told me Earth was invaded." Fang Mo shook his head, "but now it seems, the impact isn't significant. We'll know more when we go down and have a look later." "Alright." Rocket Raccoon nodded and then turned to walk outside. "I'll go call Quill and the others." Meanwhile, brief preparations were made here. About 10 minutes later, everyone from the Guardians of the Galaxy was ready to land. Fang Mo, without any pleasantries with the country of US, waved his hand grandly, and the Nick spaceship directly flew towards New York. This was no small feat. Like the Chitauri troop carriers, the Nick, formerly known as the Dark Star, nearly scared the aliens in the capital of Xandar, Cheta, to death when it descended there. Its arrival in New York now was even more formidable. Just a second ago, New York City was fine. But quickly, a huge shadow appeared in the clear sky, followed by the clouds being crushed, and a starship blocking the sun, descending from the zenith. With its fierce and deep outer armor, the immense body of the ship, the whole of New York was plunged into panic in an instant. In a daze, they recalled the terrible disaster that happened before. Like a swarm of locusts, the ravaging Chitauri army, and the battling Avengers. Of course, this time was the same. Not long after this huge spaceship arrived in New York, a figure spewing flames flew straight towards the starship. "Mom! Look! It's Iron Man!" On a street not far below the starship, a child held in the arms of a middle-aged woman excitedly pointed to the sky. "He's come to save us again." However, unlike the children's excitement and agitation, the only thing on this middle-aged woman's mind was one thing. That was to quickly escape this disaster, then find a way to sell this unlucky house in New York, and leave this place haunted by aliens every other day. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Tony Stark was also stunned looking at the huge starship in the sky. His expression was very solemn. Honestly, this was the first time he had personally witnessed such a gigantic alien creation. During the previous Battle of New York, the Chitauri mothership was dealt with by Fang Mo, so Stark wasn't quite aware of the scale of these alien motherships. However, seeing this massive object now, Stark was a bit dumbfounded. Was this something he could defeat alone? But just at that moment, a hatch suddenly opened on the distant starship. Soon after, a familiar figure slowly floated out from inside. What? Fang Mo. Seeing this familiar figure, Stark was first stunned, then he breathed a sigh of relief and flew towards him. "Yo, Tony, it's been a long time since we've seen each other." As soon as they met, Fang Mo immediately greeted him cheerfully. "How's your health recently? I've learned some new medical techniques in outer space recently, want to try them out." Can this kind of thing be described as trying out something new? Stark rolled his eyes when he heard Fang Mo's statement, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Since Fang Mo could still greet him cheerfully, Stark guessed that the spaceship was just a misunderstanding, and the other party didn't suddenly go crazy and plan to destroy the Earth. So Stark asked again, "Why did you suddenly come back, and with such a huge, super cosmic battleship?" "I came back looking for this guy Nick." Fang Mo spread his hands. "I left him on an alien planet, asking him to wait for me while I went to the bathroom. When I came back, he was gone. I searched the whole galaxy before I got the message that he had already returned." "You're looking for Nick Fury?" Stark suddenly felt a bit guilty when he heard this. He. Hey, what's with that expression?" Fang Mo, noticing the change in Stark's expression, directly asked, "Did he somehow get himself killed? I heard he brought back the Power Stone. He didn't get curious and touch it, did he?" "That's not exactly the case." Stark shook his head, "He's at least alive and well for now." "Oh, that's good." Fang Mo nodded, "Take me to him. I can hardly restrain my urge to make sarcastic comments. I really want to eat watermelon with him and banter back and forth like a comedy duo." "He's probably not in the mood for that right now." Stark's expression was a bit subtle, "And I guess, he'll probably have a headache seeing you." "Hey." Hearing this, Fang Mo also felt a bit strange, "So what happened?" "Never mind." Stark sighed for some reason, "Come with me, I'll take you to Nick." "Oh, by the way, you need to park your fancy spaceship somewhere else. I think outside the atmosphere would be nice." After a bit of hassle, Fang Mo soon met a disheveled Nick Fury in an underground defense bunker, led by Stark. Fang Mo. Nick Fury, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, suddenly stood up abruptly when he saw Fang Mo, as if he was shocked. "Mother Fasterisker. Can you tell me how long you took?" Cough cough. "There was a bit of a problem." Fang Mo, feeling a bit guilty, said evasively, "It's mainly because of a weak spleen and stomach, a bit sticky." Sigh, "Non-stick pans have been around for so long, why aren't there any non-stick toilets yet? Next time, do it in a pot." Nick Fury retorted without hesitation. Chapter 321, Chapter 318, "So here's the story. Next time, do it in the pot." Hearing Fang Mo's reasoning, Nick Fury couldn't help but retort without thinking. "No way, someone has already done that." Fang Mo spread his hands, "I am at least a good person, I can't just go and steal my teammates' unique traits, right?" "What, someone around you likes to shit in the pot?" Nick Fury asked in surprise. "Yes." Fang Mo suddenly laughed, "I taught them. I f***ing knew it." Nick Fury started to have a headache after hearing this, "So you just can't teach people something good, can you? Okay, let's put this topic aside for now." Fang Mo waved his hand and said, "I came here for something important. I heard that this place was invaded by aliens. When did you start caring about the safety of Earth again?" Nick Fury looked at Fang Mo curiously. "Well, this matter is big and also small." Fang Mo spread his hands and said, "When Earth comes into contact with alien civilizations, war is inevitable. But you don't have to worry too much. Even if aliens are more advanced than humans, it doesn't matter. What if there are saintly hypocrites among the aliens? As long as there are such people, humans will have a chance to survive. Don't you want to think carefully about what you just said?" Nick Fury refuted without thinking, "Even if there's some Earth Protection Association, those alien saintly hypocrites, they'll just hijack ships transporting Earth slaves, then randomly release them on a planet with a lot of carbon dioxide, and then get deeply moved by their own actions." "Ha ha ha, you understand quite well." Fang Mo also couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, "It seems you have also gained a lot of knowledge in outer space." "What can I do?" Nick Fury said, "My original plan was to stay in outer space for just over a month and then come back, but just waiting for you to shit took more than 2 months. It's actually not too bad." Fang Mo waved his hand and said, "The last guy who waited for me to take a dump waited for 18 years. You should learn to be content and happy." "You mean I should be happy about this?" Nick Fury retorted. "These years, everyone is promoting all that positive energy stuff, right? Anyway, forget about the rest, just be positive and optimistic, that's all." Fang Mo said cheerfully, "You should be like Joaquin Phoenix, smiling through life." "All right then." Nick Fury nodded, "Since you say so, let me tell you 2 pieces of news. One good news and one bad news." Fang Mo asked curiously. "2 bad news?" Nick Fury looked at Fang Mo with his one eye, "Anyway, which one do you want to hear first? Is there a difference?" Fang Mo was also stunned, "Then tell me the one that's relatively less bad." "Tony Stark made a suit of armor behind your back." Nick Fury said calmly, ignoring Stark's awkward expression not far away, "He calls it the anti-magic armor." After hearing Nick Fury's statement, Fang Mo's face showed a weird expression, and after a long pause, he couldn't help but squeeze out 2 words, "That's it." Of course, this wasn't to say Fang Mo was arrogant or anything. It's just that the people in the movie universe were so heavily nerfed. With the technology Stark had at his disposal, if his so-called anti-magic armor could harm Fang Mo, that would be ridiculous. Moreover, it should be noted that the last time Fang Mo demonstrated his power in front of everyone was probably during the Battle of New York. At that time, his offensive means were very limited. He only had the Menulan splitting sword and the Void Ring. But now, Fang Mo. He had more than 10 divine artifacts on him alone, not to mention the Void Ring, the Ring of Arcana, the Magma Amulet, the Tide Amulet, and his armor's defense far exceeding Vibranium. Besides that, Fang Mo also often ate universal meatballs as snacks, casually throwing essence berries into his mouth, plus the beacon amplification in his body. Honestly, if Tony Stark's anti-magic armor could really hurt him, Fang Mo might as well roll into the Minecraft world and play the poop mod, making 2 poop ingots to swallow. Ah, I thought it was something serious. Thinking of this, Fang Mo's face once again showed an indifferent smile, so it's just this trivial matter. Next time you don't have to tell me about such things. Even with the armor Stark developed, I can stand there and let him hit me without breaking through my defense. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. After hearing this, Stark couldn't help himself and came over from not far away. Okay, I have to admit I didn't consider this matter thoroughly. But what's with the disdain on your face? My armor is not that bad, is it? That's why I always say science is an evil path. I hate nothing more than sitting there and fiddling with machines. Fang Mo bluntly said, if you were a cute, beautiful girl who strayed onto the wrong path, I might forgive you, but you, a playboy, not indulging in magic but instead sitting there sleazily fiddling with machines. Think about it, how long has it been since you smiled after putting on that suit of armor? That's why I say it's an evil path, it will distort your mind sooner or later. What you're saying is the real nonsense. Stark retorted, what does my research in machinery and technology have to do with me being a playboy? Since my father's generation, we have been the top scientists in the country, and I have gone even further. Don't talk to me about these useless things. You scientists just love to frown all day. Having a rare chat with an old friend, Fang Mo was in a great mood at the moment, happily saying to Stark, look at me, ever since I became a magician, I smile every day. Ah, you should always smile when playing with magic. That purple gemstone. However, just as Fang Mo was feeling happy, Nick Fury suddenly spoke up. Tanelier Tavan said it's one of the Infinity Stones. I was planning to bring it back to you, but now it's been stolen by a few aliens. Damn it. Hearing this, the smile on Fang Mo's face disappeared instantly. You should be like Joaquin Phoenix. Nick Fury said, smile in the face of life. No, but you. Clearly, Fang Mo couldn't smile anymore. He couldn't help but ask, you managed to get your hands on something as difficult as the Power Stone, and I rushed over excitedly, only to hear it's been stolen again? Now I seriously suspect you're holding a grudge against me. I really didn't see this coming. Nick Fury said, I thought only Tanelier Tavan knew about the Infinity Stones. Even on my way back to Earth, I didn't encounter any interception. But 2 days ago, a giant spaceship shaped like a donut suddenly landed in New York. Chapter 322, Chapter 319, Tony, would you like to pick cotton or? Wait, are you sure that was a spaceship shaped like a donut? Fang Mo frowned and directly interrupted Nick Fury's words, who did you encounter? The Black Order or Thanos himself? You're talking about Thanos. Nick Fury's one eye hardened, so those guys were indeed his subordinates. Only the Black Order came. Seeing Nick Fury's attitude, Fang Mo subconsciously nodded. This was indeed in line with Thanos' style. Now that Odin and the Ancient One were still alive, even if Thanos coveted the Infinity Stones on Earth, he would probably have to weigh his own strength. It's now quite obvious. Fang Mo's actions in collecting the stones had started to make Thanos restless. So far, Fang Mo has collected the Space, Mind, and Reality Stones. The Time Stone was borrowed, so it didn't count. Fang Mo guessed that Thanos must have gotten some information, knowing that the Time and Power Stones were on Earth, and he couldn't resist the urge to try and snatch them. There was no choice, if he didn't make a move now, he might not be able to get even one Infinity Stone. Fang Mo's collection of the Infinity Stones was not a secret, Thanos surely knew that besides himself, someone else was also collecting them. As could be seen from the original story, Thanos, despite being very powerful, was extremely cautious. In Avengers 3, after getting the second Infinity Stone, he had 2 choices, attack the Void for the Reality Stone, or go to Earth for the time and mind stones. But he chose the void, sending his subordinates to Earth instead. Clearly, he was still wary of Earth, perhaps worried about the Ancient One or something else. In any case, only when he had collected 5 Infinity Stones did Thanos dare to descend upon Earth. Now, with all the major players still alive, Thanos, even if he wanted to take a risk, probably wouldn't dare to show up himself, only sending subordinates to try and steal them. Wait, the Black Order. Hearing Fang Mo's words, Stark also suddenly realized, are they the ones that the alien woman mentioned during the interrogation? So it was them. But how did Thanos know I had the Power Stone? Nick Fury spoke gravely, I haven't told anyone about this except Stark, but on the 3rd day after I returned to Earth, that bizarrely shaped warship descended on New York, and a bunch of strangely shaped monsters started wreaking havoc. Then someone attacked Stark Tower. So why did you put the Power Stone in Stark Tower? Hearing this, Fang Mo couldn't help but ask. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Nick Fury glanced at Fang Mo and asked. What's the difference? Upon hearing this, Fang Mo almost laughed out of frustration and retorted, do you ever tell the truth? Just spit it out, don't dawdle. The Infinity Stone was brought back by me, and I'm not lying. I will indeed hand it over to you. But after all, I've traveled from the void to Earth and brought back the Power Stone. Shouldn't I get some credit? Nick Fury spread his hands and said, so, I wanted to extract some of the stone's energy for experiments before you got back. That really sounds like something you would do. Fang Mo held his forehead, so, you went to Tony, right? Exactly. Nick Fury nodded, not trying to hide anything, you know, SHIELD has been destroyed by Hydra. Now, I'm just a bare commander, so I had to leave this to Stark. And then? Fang Mo asked, did you succeed? We did, to some extent, Stark said, but strictly speaking, not completely successful. Riddler, get out of New York. Fang Mo said bluntly. Okay, I did extract some energy. Stark gestured in surrender, the energy emitted by the stone is incredibly destructive, beyond what ordinary instruments can handle. But I found it similar to the Space Stone, and my arc reactor. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but all the Infinity Stones radiate energy in the form of gamma rays. So, I consulted an expert in this area, Dr. Banner. With Dr. Banner's advice, I made a reactor that can withstand this energy using a new alloy, and then... Stark's gaze shifted, I put it inside the anti-magic armor. Of course, that's not the worst part. Nick Fury added, the worst part is, they used a bunch of monsters to distract us and then took away the Infinity Stone and the anti-magic armor. After hearing both men's accounts, Fang Mo fell into a long silence. It must be said, Tony Stark really is a troublemaker. In the original story, because of the Mind Stone, he created Ultron, and now he's lost the Power Stone, an even more dangerous item. The Power Stone is not comparable to the Mind Scepter. This thing contains the purest force of destruction. Even if it's set in a mere pipe cleaner and then slammed into the ground, it could probably cause irreparable severe consequences. So what's the situation now? After a long while, Fang Mo finally suppressed his speechlessness and asked the two, did these guys steal the gem and run? What about the other members of the Avengers? Not yet. Nick Fury said, that might be the only good news. Thor brought a guy named Loki, a troublemaker. When that spaceship was about to take off and leave here, he suddenly summoned the Bifrost to strike the ship. I didn't expect Loki to make a contribution. Fang Mo was surprised to hear this, so these aliens are still on Earth. That's right. Stark said, they attacked a military secret prison a day ago and took away the green-skinned woman and the blue-skinned woman. Now the others are tracking their whereabouts globally. It's been several days, and you haven't found a trace of them. Fang Mo touched his forehead in frustration, so you're saying your scientific community is inferior. I'm really fed up, wait till this is over. You and Nick go to Vanaheim to pick cotton. Hey, with my skin color, should I really be picking cotton? Can I supervise Nick picking cotton? Stark immediately retorted. Never heard of Tropic Thunder. Fang Mo looked at Stark, how's your body recently? I've learned some ancient Indian curses, no, I mean medical techniques. Do you want to try? Then I'd rather pick cotton. Stark immediately said, by the way, can I ask how long I need to pick? I might need to bring a few suits of armor with me. However, As soon as Stark finished speaking, his wristwatch suddenly beeped, and the screen lit up with Thor's face appearing. Tony, I found them. Chapter 323, Chapter 320, Daddy has arrived. Tony, I found them. Thor's voice rang out, these guys are plotting to destroy Midgard, However, his words were cut off as the screen suddenly lit up with a burst of purple light, followed by a deafening explosion and a continuous crackling of static. Damn it! What the hell did you create? Thor's roar came from the other end of the screen, Loki, cover for me quickly. Then, Loki's angry curses and various explosions could be faintly heard from the screen, but soon Thor reappeared in the video. He looked a bit disheveled, with a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. I don't even know what language to use to describe you. As Fang Mo was standing opposite Stark, Thor did not see him and spoke angrily to Stark, your intelligence should be put to better use, not skulking in the shadows, sleazily researching weapons against your allies. Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder if you are also secretly creating a counter-Thor armor. That's just a necessary precaution, I never intended to go against anyone. Stark said, we've discussed this before. It's easy to take down a few Hydra terrorists, but have you thought about our last battle in New York? We all nearly died there. But we won in the end. Thor immediately retorted, with the help of me and Fang Mo. Yes, Fang Mo really did us a big favor. Stark glanced inadvertently at Fang Mo across from him, but continued speaking, I admit we all owe him a big favor, but have you considered, what if Fang Mo is not around when the next crisis hits? Or worse, what if Fang Mo is controlled by the enemy? Asgard will do everything in its power. Thor stated firmly, this is the glory of the Norse gods. The warriors of Valhalla are not like your Midgard scientists who enjoy studying the weaknesses of their friends. Can't you be a little less prejudiced against me? Stark spread his hands and said, even Dr. Banner agreed to collaborate with me on developing Veronica. Why can't you understand me? And for the record, I haven't researched anti-Thor armor. What? Thor frowned upon hearing this, you dare underestimate the power of the Prince of Asgard. Do you have a problem? Stark twitched the corner of his eye, complaining that building an armor was aimed against him, and not building it meant looking down on him, his brain must be missing a screw. All right, let's put the matter of the armor aside for now. I just heard you say they are planning to destroy the Earth, what's that about? Oh, right. Thor, reminded of the serious matter, quickly said, that guy named Ebony Maw, he seems to be a minion of that mad titan. He wants to slaughter half of the life on this planet to please his master. Slaughter half of the life on this planet. Hearing this, Stark quickly reacted, the blue-skinned alien in New York earlier, the woman named Nebula, seemed to have the same goal, right? It seems they are indeed underlings of Thanos. Yes, since Gamora was captured during the Battle of New York, everyone knew a bit about Thanos, including his penchant for killing half of all life. So, Stark wasn't particularly surprised, but he felt very heavy-hearted, as he partly blamed himself for this situation. That's right, these guys claim to be the children of Thanos. Thor nodded and said, currently, they are calling for new space reinforcements and plan to use the power of the Infinity Stones to destroy the entire Northern Hemisphere. I tried to stop them, but the enemy's firepower was too strong. Where are they? Stark's eyes sharpened as he quickly asked. Sokovia. Thor immediately said, I don't have contact with the other Avengers. You better get them here fast. Space reinforcements are not much, but the Infinity Stones are no joke. The enemy has one that represents power. My father told me it could destroy the world in an instant. We're heading there right now. After hearing Thor's words, Stark spoke solemnly and then cut off the communication. After ending the call, Stark's expression also became serious. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, then he turned to Fang Mo, about to say something. However, before he could finish, Nick Fury placed a hand on his shoulder. The safety of the Earth is paramount. Nick Fury's expression was very calm, no need for unnecessary words, we'll have plenty of time in Vanaheim. That's my home turf. Pepper is going to kill me. Stark muttered under his breath, but his demeanor seemed a bit more relaxed as he began operating the equipment. Soon, Stark made contact with the other Avengers. Everyone was searching for the aliens' whereabouts around the world, some in Europe, some in the Americas, even in Antarctica. It was clearly too late to return to New York now. Thus, on Nick Fury's suggestion, The Avengers planned to meet directly in Sokovia. Of course, those who arrived early had to think of a way to evacuate the civilians in Sokovia to minimize casualties. The casualties of the last Battle of New York were already high, and as Avengers, their mission was to protect the unarmed civilians. All right, it's time for us to head out. After contacting the rest of the Avengers, Stark also redressed in his armor. Are we taking a fighter jet, or flying over directly? How about considering my ride? Fang Mo suddenly said, my Nick will probably scare the aliens to death just by flying over, without doing anything. What? Stark was stunned upon hearing this. Could you repeat what you just called your spaceship? The Nick, Fang Mo naturally said. However, since this ship is a Titan-class starship, it is also known as the Titanic. That's not a very auspicious name. Nick Fury spoke up directly. I think we should take the Hawk fighter jet instead. I'm afraid his warship might hit an iceberg and crash. Hey, this isn't the movie, what are you afraid of? Fang Mo was about to explain, but suddenly his communicator rang. It was Star-Lord calling. He had finally returned to his home planet and was probably getting restless in the spaceship, urging Fang Mo. Thinking of this, Fang Mo also picked up the communication, instructing Star-Lord and his party to come down in the Milano. Okay, we have a spaceship now. After cutting off the communication, Fang Mo made an okay gesture to the two of them. Who was that just now? Nick Fury curiously asked. A friend you met in space. Sort of. Fang Mo briefly explained. Peter Quill, from Colorado, USA. Taken away by aliens in his youth to travel the universe, now he plans to come back and see his homeland. He's an Earthling. Nick Fury was also stunned. When did these aliens come, and how come I don't know? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Fang Mo shrugged his shoulders, directly retorting Nick Fury. While they were bantering, they also left the underground defense fortification. Accompanied by Fang Mo sending a coordinate, a spaceship shaped like an eagle soon descended from the sky. The cabin door opened, and Star-Lord was the first to jump out. Earth. I'm finally back. Star-Lord's expression was clearly very excited and thrilled. I've had enough of those bizarre alien women over the years, this time I must have a proper romance. I love USA, haha. This is my home. So you're here just for breeding? Another voice sounded, followed by Rocket Raccoon who came over while grooming his fur. Grow some sense, will you? Don't always be like your dad ego, always wanting to spread your insignificant celestial genes. You have the nerve to talk. Star-Lord immediately retorted, didn't you also groom your fur for a long time? Are you saying you're not looking forward to your own kind? I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Rocket Raccoon threw away the comb, I'm not like you, I can always perfectly control myself. The raccoon can talk. Stark was also stunned upon seeing Rocket Raccoon. Hey! Rocket Raccoon looked up and saw Stark and Nick Fury as well, but his attention was clearly on Nick Fury. Well, Quill, is this pitch-black guy also one of your kind? Alright, let me introduce everyone. As the two groups officially met, Fang Mo also gave a brief introduction. First, on Earth's side, Tony Stark, not much to introduce, mainly this guy, Nick Fury, the personified wool of the Nick, one of my few black friends, likes singing, dancing, motherfucker, spirit ball. Hey, Stark wanted to say something after listening, but Fang Mo completely ignored him. And on this side? Fang Mo pointed to Rocket Raccoon's side. This little raccoon is the captain of the Team Rocket, next to him is Peter Quill, the one with the antennae on his head is called Mantis, and these two saplings, the one on the left is called Groot, and the spiky one on the right is called Thornbush. Hey? Wait, where's Drax? He went to the bathroom. The Rocket Raccoon said, we had already entered the atmosphere, and then this guy suddenly said I feel it now and turned around to go to the bathroom. Oh, okay. Fang Mo nodded and then said to Stark and Nick Fury, we also have a cosmic crap god, and you'll meet him in a moment. After listening to Fang Mo's introduction, Stark and Nick Fury simultaneously rubbed their temples. Nick Fury wanted to make a comment, but considering the urgency of the situation, he swallowed his words, exchanged pleasantries with the Team Rocket, and then boarded the spaceship. After boarding the ship, Nick Fury briefed everyone on the situation. Upon hearing Nick Fury's explanation, Star-Lord immediately expressed his willingness to help them. Stark then provided the specific coordinates, and as they hurried on their way, they quickly understood the whole story. Aliens had stolen the Power Stone and were planning to destroy Earth. And when everyone learned that it was Nick Fury who had taken the orb, they suddenly saw him in a new light. Damn, dude, you were the one who stole the orb. Star-Lord was shocked after hearing this. We've been around half the galaxy just to help Fang Mo find this damn thing, and you had already stolen it back. See? This is what you call professionalism. While piloting the spaceship, Rocket Raccoon said, Quill, next time don't boast about being some galaxy thief. Learn from him, going alone into the void to gather information about that white-haired old man, then stealing a spaceship to get the orb. That's what a real thief looks like. Bloodline awakening. Fang Mo also made a comment. I have to object, that's not stealing. Nick Fury said directly, I just didn't want something so dangerous to fall into the wrong hands. But in the end, didn't it still end up in someone else's hands? Fang Mo didn't give Nick Fury any face. If you had given that stone to Tanilir Tavan, I would have snatched it right away. You're a really sly old man. Alright, we're here. However, just as Fang Mo was criticizing Nick Fury, he suddenly stood up from his seat, looking as if nothing had happened. Everyone, please get ready for battle. So soon. Fang Mo was also stunned for a moment, then looked outside the window, only to realize they had indeed arrived in Sokovia. It seems the Milano was really fast, they arrived in just a few sentences. Now that he had reached his destination, Fang Mo was no longer interested in chatting with Nick Fury. He was more concerned about the Power Stone at the moment. After all, if he could get his hands on this stone, he would have 5 Infinity Stones, just one step away from snapping his fingers. Thinking of this, Fang Mo teleported away from the spaceship. Floating above in the sky, Fang Mo looked down at Sokovia below. Clearly, his group was not the first to arrive. Many people in the city were already evacuating, but it was a bit late. The city was already filled with a lot of ruined buildings, and the wreckage of a large troop carrier was smoking in the nearby mountains. In the city's central area, several giant metal structures like troop cabins stood tall. To be honest, these troop cabins, standing on the ground, were even taller than Sokovia's tallest buildings, resembling towering skyscrapers. Countless synthetic beasts poured out like a tide, attacking everything around indiscriminately. Heroes like Thor, Captain America, Hulk, and Hawkeye were desperately trying to stop these beasts, doing their best to prevent them from harming more civilians. Behind these synthetic beasts, a gaunt and bizarre-looking ebony maw was holding a purple scepter, looking down on everything before him with the smugness of a deity. The situation on the battlefield was one-sided. Thor and Hulk, with their tough skin, were still holding up. Hawkeye, with his continuous teleportation, was constantly killing enemies. But Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Black Widow, Natasha, as mere mortals, were clearly struggling, frequently wounded. The number of synthetic beasts slipping through was increasing. Even so, everyone was fighting tooth and nail. But just because the Avengers could hold on, didn't mean others could. Soon, Loki, spattered with spit from the synthetic beasts, couldn't bear it any longer. He was forcibly brought here by Thor and was already thinking of retreating. No, I'm done fighting. Loki shouted, looking up to the sky, Heimdall. Send me back. Don't go back. Before Loki could finish, Thor grabbed his cape. The people here are innocent civilians. Midgard is one of the 9 realms, and we must protect everything here with our lives. If we keep protecting, we'll really die. Loki, clearly at his limit, shouted, I'm still the Prince of Jotunheim, which is also one of the 9 realms. Don't you have a duty to protect the lives of the frost giants? Let me go back. Hold on, reinforcements are coming soon. Thor raised his hand, releasing lightning, blasting a small group of synthetic beasts into char. You're lying to me. Loki didn't believe it at all. What kind of support can Midgard, this wretched place, have? Unless someone as powerful as our father comes, it's all nonsense. Let me go back. With a boom, before Loki could finish speaking, a huge white light swept across the sky from above. The troop cabins, as large as skyscrapers, were all turned into flames. Then, a figure descended from the sky, landing right in front of them. Dad has arrived. Fang Mo's voice slowly rose. Chapter 324, Chapter 321, The Confident Confidant of Thanos. Fang Mo. Upon seeing Fang Mo descending from the sky, Thor is first startled, then suddenly embraces Loki's shoulders and laughs loudly, "Haha, brother, now the strongest support has arrived. You don't have to be afraid anymore, do you?" "No, I'm even more afraid now." However, Loki's attitude is completely opposite to Thor's. Rather, seeing Fang Mo makes him more panicked. His eyes darted around restlessly, "I need to find a way to leave this planet quickly." "Fang Mo, when did you come back?" Thor, not paying attention to Loki's attitude, excitedly asks Fang Mo, "Why didn't you go to Asgard to have a drink with me when you returned? I thought you were still wandering in the universe." "I did go to Asgard." Fang Mo casually pulls out the storm axe from his storage space and kills a few ferocious composite beasts that rushed at him thoughtlessly. "The problem is, I had just arrived in Asgard when Heimdall came knocking, saying something happened on Earth and asked me to come and check." "What's with this axe in your hand?" Thor looks at the storm axe in Fang Mo's hand and asks, somewhat covetously. He can't help it. The design of this axe is exactly to his taste. It has a very strong Viking style, a handle almost as tall as a person, double-sided axe blades larger than a wheel, and an overall cold blue metallic texture. In the center of the two blades, a deep blue hook jade-like gem is embedded. "Oh, this axe." Fang Mo briefly introduces it. "I had exchanged forging techniques with those dwarves before, right? I made a few weapons for myself afterward, and this is one of them." "Then your craftsmanship is really good." Thor sincerely admires, "This is the weapon a real man should use. Of course, compared to my hammer, it might still be lacking." "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this, Fang Mo smiles meaningfully. Seeing Fang Mo's expression, Loki suddenly feels a sense of unease and quietly retreats while the two are distracted. As for Thor, he didn't really notice Fang Mo's expression. Or rather, he didn't have time to notice. Fang Mo had just destroyed all the surrounding transport pods in one strike, which indeed eliminated a large number of composite beasts. However, these creatures are extremely tenacious. A small part of them, although blown up and bloodied, did not die and struggled to continue assaulting the defenses. Seeing this, Thor can't chat with Fang Mo anymore and immediately swings the Mjolnir to meet the attack. "I am the son of Odin. For the glory of the Norse gods." Thor, filled with majesty, shouted and swung his hammer in a semicircle in midair, smashing a synthetic beast's head to pieces with a thud. He then kicked another synthetic beast flying. However, there were simply too many of these synthetic beasts. So Thor had no choice but to raise his hammer and draw a bolt of lightning from midair, blasting a dozen synthetic beasts away. But after the explosion of the transport pod, at least 1,000 synthetic beasts fell out. Thor had just cleared a small area when it was immediately filled again by countless beasts. These mindless monsters drooled and crazily destroyed everything in their path. Seeing this, Thor had to raise his hammer again. But as Thor looked up, he saw a small blue orb suddenly flying into the sky. Thor was stunned, but before he could react, the clear sky rapidly changed. Heavy, leaden clouds rolled in from all directions, quickly enveloping Sokovia. Behind Thor, a dazzling electric light suddenly lit up. Thor turned around sharply, just in time to see Fang Mo surrounded by endless thunder. Fang Mo, holding a storm axe, his eyes turned lightning-like purple and white, his body emanating a terrifying aura. He suddenly swung the axe forward and shouted, "The power of Pikachu!" As Fang Mo spoke, the clouds in the sky suddenly brightened. Then, hundreds of lightning bolts struck down, illuminating the whole world in silver and white. The deafening explosion followed, like thousands of missiles exploding simultaneously. Everything in front of them, or rather the entire central area of Sokovia, was blasted to smithereens: buildings, flower beds, roads, and the tide of synthetic beasts. The ground was riddled with craters of various sizes, and the air was filled with a hot wave, the scent of charred corpses and flesh. "What is this?" Thor watched this scene, dumbfounded. He looked at the axe in Fang Mo's hand, then down at his own Mjolnir. An absurd feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. Who is the real god of thunder? Even Thor himself felt confused for a moment. Could it be that Fang Mo was the real god of thunder, and he was just a hammer god, capable of summoning thunder by coincidence? While Thor was questioning his life, the other Avengers quickly arrived. They had been fighting synthetic beasts in other districts, but now with that bolt of lightning, all the beasts were wiped out, so everyone gathered together. "So I guess that lightning wasn't released by Thor, right?" Black Widow Natasha, seeing Fang Mo, quickly understood and relaxed, looks like the Avengers have really all assembled. I saw it clearly from above. Hawkeye jokes for once, Thor only produced a few sparks, then Fang Mo brought a lightning storm. Now, except for us, there are probably no other living beings here. Thankfully, the civilians evacuated early. Captain America Steve Rogers rubbed his left arm. These lightning attacks don't distinguish between friend and foe. I used my shield to block it, but my arm is still numb. So, Captain, how exactly did you use a metal shield to block lightning? Hawkeye couldn't help but ask, emphasizing the word metal. Sometimes, don't blindly believe in science, Barton. Captain America didn't want to explain, just casually brushed it off. Science is not the ultimate truth. By the way, where's Hulk? Captain, not everyone has a shield like you. Natasha spoke up. Hulk just got struck by lightning several times trying to protect me. But he didn't turn back into Dr. Banner, instead he kept roaring Thor's name, his teeth nearly shattered. Maybe the electric current paralyzed his body, he can't stand up for now. Okay. Captain America nodded, then let him lie in the pit to cool off. Now we need to figure out how to deal with these alien freaks. What should we do? Natasha asked. Fang Mo. Captain America turned to Fang Mo. You just summoned those lightning bolts, do you still have the strength? My energy is endless. Fang Mo waved his hand. No need for more words, Captain, let's just do it. Okay. Captain America, with a bit of a headache, touched his forehead. Then the frontal assault is up to you. After all, you are the strongest Avenger. Wait, I have to clarify something. Fang Mo, who was ready to fight, suddenly stopped and seriously said to Captain America, Captain, I am not an Avenger, I'm just a former technical advisor for S.H.I.E.L.D. That's not for me to decide. Captain America said, now, the whole world sees you as the strongest Avenger. Even the most vicious members of Hydra tremble at the mention of your name. Of course, we also consider you a comrade. As a comrade, yes, but I simply don't want to be an Avenger. Fang Mo spread his hands and said, think about it, can everyone really accept an Asian making American hell jokes? Let me put it this way, Captain, killing 31,646 people is equivalent to saving the oxygen emitted by 20 million trees. And my little Adolf has already planted 3,726,585,982 trees. I'd call him an international ambassador for reforestation. Alright, stop there. From now on, you're no longer an Avenger, Captain America said with a headache, you're just a mage friend of ours, is that okay? That's more like it. Fang Mo then showed a pleased smile, okay, I'm off to fight. You guys better take care of yourselves. My advice is to hide behind Thor. He's tougher. After saying that, Fang Mo turned and walked in a direction. As mentioned earlier, the invaders this time were the Black Order under Thanos. When Fang Mo was in midair, he had seen Ebony Maw holding a purple scepter. Now, after the thunderous bombardment, all the buildings and cover had collapsed. Black Dwarf, whose stature was similar to Hulk's, also slowly stepped out, holding a metal hammer resembling a ship's anchor, his face full of murderous intent as he stared at Fang Mo. Behind him were an ugly-looking woman with a trident and a tall, thin man with a hood, holding a strange weapon. Ebony Maw of course noticed Fang Mo. From the fact that Fang Mo had killed all the synthetics with a single strike, Ebony Maw realized his identity. According to the intelligence they had gathered, this Earthling seemed to be the enemy competing with their master for the Infinity Stones. Previously, Gamera and Nebula had infiltrated Earth with the Mind Stone to help Thanos seize the Tesseract, but they failed to get the Tesseract and were captured instead. Plus, the previous battle in Vormir led them to speculate that their opponent had at least 3 Infinity Stones. Under normal circumstances, 3 stones against 1 would surely be a losing battle. But Ebony Maw showed no fear, instead, he wore a confident smile. Comment. 0 comment. Vote. Chapter 325, Chapter 322, Fang Mo got tricked, what's the consequences? You should be pleased with this. Seeing Fang Mo walking towards him, Ebony Maw smiled and declared, because you will die by the hand of Thanos' son, remember, be grateful, your insignificant life can contribute to the greatness of destruction. If you keep babbling, I might not attend your dad's memorial service. Fang Mo placed the battle axe on his shoulder, switching to a mode of sharp retort, instead of learning the good stuff, you had to emulate others with this gratitude gimmick. Do you think the Native Americans want to celebrate Thanksgiving? Does playing with telekinesis shrink your brain? I think you are just a combination of pure love and NTR, pure NT. Ebony Maw, taken aback by the retort, looked displeased. Stone Collector, do you think you can oppose my master Thanos? You are destined to regret your actions. Having said this, Ebony Maw lifted his scepter. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a destructive purple light shot out from the scepter, but Fang Mo, undaunted, flicked his finger, and a golden ray burst forth. The two beams collided mid-air, causing a massive explosion. The spherical shockwave overturned the surrounding building ruins. As Ebony Maw made his move, the other three on the opposite side also acted, with Black Dwarf charging at Fang Mo, swinging a giant anchor. Fang Mo countered with an upward swing of his axe, slicing the high-tech giant anchor in half like butter. Black Dwarf was stunned for a moment, and the next second, Fang Mo kicked him in the stomach. The battlefield resonated with a dull thud, like a hammer striking a large bell. Black Dwarf's abdomen was instantly penetrated, and he flew backward like a cannonball, piercing through the nearby building debris and crashing into a mountain range not far from Sokovia, motionless. With this kick, the entire battlefield seemed to quiet down. Seeing this, Midnight Proxima was stunned, glancing at Corvus Glaive beside her, who nodded seriously. So, they continued to charge towards Fang Mo. But this time, Ebony Maw also started to use his abilities. With a wave of his hand, Sokovia suddenly came to life. The ground in front of Fang Mo exploded, dust obscuring his vision. Midnight Proxima then hurled her trident fiercely. Ebony Maw manipulated his telekinesis, dropping 2 oil tankers from the sky, crashing heavily into the dust cloud. Then a purple light flashed, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. Captain! Natasha, seeing this, turned to Captain America. Should we assist Fang Mo now? Yes. Captain America nodded, then began to distribute the plan. Hawkeye, you handle long-range interference, keep the scepter guy from concentrating. Thor, you're with me on the front line. Natasha, you. However, before he could finish, a large black hand landed on his shoulder. Fury? And Stark. Captain America turned his head, then said with some surprise, great, if we have the firepower support of the Iron Man suit, we could. Have the civilians been evacuated? Before Captain America could finish his sentence, Nick Fury suddenly interrupted him and asked, have the evacuations been completed? Hawkeye, who was speaking, replied, yes, I've searched the entire city. Thanks to Thor's earlier engagement with them, and with the cooperation of the military and the former SHIELD, all the citizens have been safely evacuated using the backup sky carrier. That's good, Fury nodded and then suddenly turned and ran. Run! Run! Everyone was stunned, especially Hawkeye, who couldn't understand and said, but Director Fang Mo is being attacked. I know, Fury replied without turning back, that's why I'm telling you to run. I don't want to lose my men in such a foolish place. Trust him, my friends. While everyone was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from nearby. They looked up and saw a raccoon standing on the deck of a spaceship, shouting to the Avengers, I advise you to get on the ship within 10 seconds, or you'll die miserably. Trust me, I've seen a planet pulverized hundreds of times. Anyway, get on the ship first. Captain America made a quick decision. Since Nick Fury had said so, he couldn't afford to think too much and hurried to follow. As the Avengers were running towards the spaceship, suddenly a voice came through the dust, Shinra Tensei. The whole of Sokovia started to tremble uneasily, the ground in the city center lifted 100 meters high wave of mud, and even the clouds in the sky formed a big hole, rapidly expanding outward. Mother Fasterisker. Nick Fury turned to see the scene and couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, Hawkeye could teleport. Seeing this, he quickly used his ability, pulling a few people to teleport into the spaceship. However, this intense teleportation drained his strength, and he knelt on the ground gasping for breath, feeling a tearing pain in his eyeball. Quill. Start the ship. Rocket Raccoon, seeing this, also turned and shouted, Fang Mo is going crazy again. The Milano's rear immediately emitted a long tail flame. The ship hadn't even had time to close its door when it crazily flew out. And after the Milano took off, everyone could finally see what was happening on the battlefield. They saw a super-gigantic, semi-transparent repulsion field rapidly expanding in the center of the city. The sphere's height was even dozens of times taller than the tallest building, turning buildings, asphalt roads, vehicles, and even massive mountains into powder upon contact. What is this? The Avengers, seeing this scene, were also shocked, their eyes widened. F***ck, has Fang Mo learned some kind of fusion witchcraft? Even Stark was scared at this moment. What is the deal with this level of destructive power? Is he here to fight aliens or to attack Sokovia? Fury, I'm telling you, the post-war damages this time can't be shouldered by Stark Industries alone. Come on, man, this is nothing. Rocket Raccoon looked unsurprised. Fang Mo is already giving you a lot of face. You haven't seen how crazy he is in the universe. Have you heard of the Kree civilization? This guy flooded their mother planet with a great flood, and even enslaved their leader. Wait, you're talking about the Kree civilization? Nick Fury was also stunned upon hearing this. I've heard of that civilization. I dealt with them before I became the director of SHIELD. They have a war fanatic named Ronan. Here he is. Rocket Raccoon pointed at Drax, offended Fang Mo and thought he could escape? This guy was directly sealed in a pot by Fang Mo, and now Drax is ***ing on Ronan's head every day. I mean this in the literal physical sense, no metaphor. How utterly ruthless. Captain America couldn't stand to listen anymore and held his forehead in pain. That's why I told you to play nicely with him. Nick Fury said, at least he's our friend now, which is a fortunate thing amid the misfortune. By the way, Barton, I might have to go to outer space with Stark to handle some matters soon. I will transfer some authorizations to you before I leave. I thought you wanted me to watch anime and learn about act culture as a vacation. Hawkeye only now realized the gravity of the situation. Is this the most dangerous task? I'm already a father of 3, Director, have you considered letting me retire? Wait until I come back from Valhalla. In any case, the speed of the Milano was still decent, at least escaping the attack range of the Super Shinra Tensei. As mentioned before, Fang Mo is no longer the same person he was during the Battle of New York. His spiritual power is now extremely vast, naturally triggering more power from the Void Ring. This Super Shinra Tensei attack completely erased Sokovia, causing even more destruction than Ultron in the original story. The entire country has become a huge pit, but fortunately, the citizens evacuated successfully, avoiding casualties. And under this godlike terrifying power, the Black Dwarf across the way clearly couldn't withstand it either. Midnight Proxima and Corvus Glaive had completely disappeared without a trace. Only Ebony Maw managed to create a purple barrier, barely withstanding the repulsion field of Super Shinra Tensei. Looks like you are quite proficient in using the Infinity Stones. Ebony Maw stared at Fang Mo in front of him, his face no longer showing the previous smugness, but turned particularly gloomy. But don't forget, I have. Hey! However, after hearing Ebony Maw's words, Fang Mo simply dug his ear and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it just the warm-up session now? You don't mean to say you've already started using the Infinity Stones, do you? Impossible, right? I was just warming up. You. Ebony Maw frowned and then raised his hand. Suddenly, the weapon of the Corvus Glaive was pulled out from the ground and turned into a streak of light shooting towards Fang Mo. Are you treating me as a phantom? Seeing this, Fang Mo directly raised his hand to swat it, and the Corvus Glaive weapon spun and flew out, looking down on me, hey. Saying this, Fang Mo also pulled out a giant sword from his chest, the Flame Demon Sword Leviatine. The next second, he injected a pale flame into it through the Ring of Arcana, causing Leviatine to vibrate violently, turning the entire sword pure white. Come on, try to catch this. Fang Mo smiled and then threw the giant sword in his hand. Ebony Maw's pupils shrank as he hurriedly raised the scepter in his hand, but after waiting a while, he suddenly found it strange as the anticipated attack didn't come. After a while, he belatedly looked down and found that there was already a big hole in his chest, almost splitting him in two. Behind him, a terrifying ravine appeared, splitting the earth in two, even creating a huge hole in the nearby mountains. The entire world was left with a faint orange trace, extending to the outer atmosphere before dissipating. Ebony Maw opened his mouth but said nothing. His scorched upper body broke apart, and the scepter in his hand also fell aside. Banch Ten in. Fang Mo raised his hand, and the scepter in Ebony Maw's hand was instantly drawn to him. Fang Mo then squeezed the top shell, crushing it and releasing a massive purple energy that spread out like a tide, directly enveloping Steve's 4 red hearts. But Fang Mo did not show any joyous smile, instead, he frowned tightly. Because beneath this shell, there was no power stone.
Thanks for listening.